They instantly dodged away. If you want to scrub dirt off, why did not you go to a bathhouse? Why are you in a hot spring? After a flurry of chaotic panic, except for Song Meng Bing, Yang Yujie and Gong Wanru both moved to a different pool. Su Mushua casually threw on a bathrobe, got up, and headed toward the hotel. Meanwhile, I had already finished my soak. I was leisurely sitting on a bench in the garden, enjoying the breeze, and drinking a soda. Not far away, a group of girls were pushing and shoving each other, discussing who should come over to ask for my WeChat. Su Mushua had barely taken a few steps out of the women's bath. When she saw this scene, I was wearing a white bathrobe. My 8-pack abs were slightly exposed. I was sitting comfortably on the bench, my head tilted slightly back, looking up at the sky, exposing my sexy Adam's apple, like an immortal banished to the mortal realm, handsomely refreshing and out of this world. Hearing those girls wanting to ask for my WeChat, a strong sense of possessiveness suddenly flared up in Su Mushua's heart. She really did not like so many people coveting me. Without another word, she stretched out her long legs and marched purposefully toward me. "What are you thinking about?" An abrupt voice sounded above me. The voice was incredibly familiar to me. It was Su Mushua. I opened my eyes in surprise, looking up at Su Mushua from below. Her moist eyes were more beautiful than translucent black agate. Even from this notoriously unflattering angle, Su Mushua was still gorgeous. Inexplicably, as she looked at me, the suspicion she had earlier flashed through Su Mushua's mind again. He clearly knew how to shoot, yet he lied and said he did not. He deliberately waited for me to teach him. What was his purpose? Is it what I think it is? With this thought, Su Mushua, without realizing it, voiced the question in her heart. Why did you lie to me earlier? You clearly know how to shoot. Why did you pretend you did not? I froze for a second. What did you say? Su Mushua thought about her suspicion. Even though she was blushing, she braced herself and repeated the question. I finally understood what Su Mushua meant. I asked back with a smile. When did I ever say I did not know how to shoot? From beginning to end. She had just assumed it herself. I had never said I did not know how. My face was completely calm. There was no trace of annoyance at having a lie exposed. This made Su Mushua uncertain. She thought back carefully. It seemed he really had not said he did not know how. It was just that the other 3 guys said they had never played before, and he did not say anything. So she subconsciously assumed he did not either. Now that the situation was explained, Su Mushua felt a knot in her chest. So he did not deliberately say he did not know just to let me teach him. Seeing Su Mushua silent with a taut face, I stood up from the bench and turned to face her. Separated by the bench, I felt the drooping-headed Su Mushua. Looked like a dejected large dog. Unable to resist, I reached out and ruffled her hair. The sleeves of the bathrobe were very wide, and I was taller than Su Mushua. With this reach, the wide sleeve brushed past Su Mushua's face. Looking at my gentle smile, Su Mushua froze. At this moment, her heart beat uncontrollably. He was patting her head. He effortlessly stirred up her emotions, instantly lifting her somewhat disappointed mood, soaring into the sky, and blooming into the most brilliant fireworks. The gesture was far too intimate. Su Mushua looked at me, her eyes shining brightly. Do not you know that you can't just randomly pat a girl's head? I was a bit surprised. Is this tsundere girl testing my feelings for her? I gave an ambiguous smile, and slowly withdrew my hand. My apologies. I won't do it again. My expression remained unchanged. As I waved at her, then I will head back first. Su Mushua stood there, completely dumbfounded. That was not what she meant. Pat it. Come back and pat it. Unfortunately, I had already turned and walked away. Su Mushua was so frustrated she wanted to slap herself. Everything was fine. Why did I have to open my big mouth? That night, just as I was about to ask Meng Bing to play a game, I suddenly received a call from him. Guchen, save me. The rest of his words were replaced by agonizing cries and unspeakably foul streams of abuse. Burning with anxiety, I asked, Meng Bing, where are you? However, the call had already been disconnected. I abruptly stood up and sprinted outside. I did not know Meng Bing's home address. We had a good relationship, but we had not exchanged addresses yet. After all, we had not known each other in person for very long. I ran while repeatedly calling him back. When I tried again, the automated voice said the phone was turned off. Meng Bing went to the same school as Yang Yujie and Gong Wanru. I had no choice but to find Yang Yujie, to see if I could get an answer. Yang Yujie and Su Mushua were just about to start a game, when they were interrupted by my pounding on the door. Su Mushua, are you guys in there? Open up quick. Yang Yujie and Su Mushua exchanged a startled glance. What is going on? Hearing the urgency in my voice, Su Mushua quickly dropped her phone and rushed to open the door. Su Mushua asked worriedly, "What is wrong? What happened?" I braced my hands on my knees, panting heavily. "I am fine. It is Meng Bing. He called me for help. Someone is beating him up." "Yang Yujie, you are at the same school as him. Do you know where he lives?" Yang Yujie's face was full of disbelief. Meng Bing is being beaten. He was the ice king of their school, with his combat stats maxed out. Who at school could possibly lay a finger on him? I nodded, consumed by anxiety. "Just tell me, do you know his address or not?" From the foul abuse I heard over the phone, I guessed the culprit was likely a family member. My panic was not an act. Anyone could feel how genuine my concern was. Su Mushua did not know the details, but she shared Yang Yujie's thought. Who would dare touch Meng Bing? Seeing me so worried about him, she felt a sharp twinge of jealousy. But she did not stop me. Yang Yujie did indeed know where he lived. "Wait a second. I will send it to you on WeChat." Meng Bing's situation was critical. I did not dare delay for even a second. The moment I got the address, I turned and sprinted out. Su Mushua chased after me. "I am going with you." Following the location Yang Yujie sent, Su Mushua and I quickly arrived at Meng Bing's house. His family was clearly well off. A nanny came to the door, but she did not dare open it fully, only leaving a small crack. Seeing us, she asked warily, Who are you looking for?" I was about to ask if Meng Bing was home, when suddenly, a suppressed wail of agony echoed from inside. It was Meng Bing. I could not care about anything else. I forcefully shoved the nanny aside. "Get out of my way." The nanny screamed. "What are you doing?" "I am calling the police." Su Mushua slammed the door shut behind us, grabbed the nanny by the collar, and yanked her back. "Stay right there and do not move." Besides Meng Bing's cries, there was the sound of a leather whip striking. Following the noise, Su Mushua and I charged toward the innermost bedroom. The closer we got, the more distinct Meng Bing's pained voice became. I was about to bash the door in, but Su Mushua beat me to it. With a fierce kick, she sent the door flying. The person inside was clearly too focused on the beating, completely oblivious to the noise outside, until the door slammed open, knocking him against the wall. Thinking it was the nanny, he roared, "Did not you hear me tell you to stay the hell out?" Seeing Meng Bing at this moment, Su Mushua and I were frozen in shock. On the floor, the white shirt Meng Bing was wearing was already soaked through with fresh blood. His face was deathly pale, and the blood at his mouth had turned a dark, blackish red. His limbs were bound tightly to a chair, chafed raw and bloody. The attacker had used such force that even the chair had been knocked over. This was not just domestic violence. This was brutal, malicious torture. In all my years, this was the first time I would seen such human ugliness up close. How could any family member be this cruel? Meng Bing was barely clinging to life. I rushed over, swiftly untying the ropes on his hands and feet. Meng Bing's father snapped back to his senses, brandishing the whip and cursing. "Why are you in my house? Do not you touch my child." But Su Mushua spun around abruptly. Her kick landed squarely, slamming the father directly against the wall. "Get ready for prison, you bastard. You absolute scum." Even though Su Mushua did not like Meng Bing, she was utterly enraged by the scene. This was not a father. This was a beast. What could possibly happen to justify beating your own child like this? It was nothing but twisted, psychotic cruelty. There was no other explanation. I finished untying the ropes. As I supported his limp body, I finally realized there was a knife lodged in Meng Bing's abdomen. Because he had been curled up, I had not noticed it before. Seeing the wound on his belly, I felt my heart go cold. A chill shot from my feet to my head. I did not dare imagine what would have happened if I had arrived even a step later. "Meng Bing, open your eyes. I am taking you to the hospital right now. Do not sleep. Do not you dare fall asleep." Su Mushua also saw the abdominal wound. She warned me, "Do not move him yet. Call for an ambulance." I was so panicked I had lost my wits. She was right. I was not a doctor. I did not dare move Meng Bing recklessly. I hurriedly pulled out my phone to call 911, and then the police. The father was still shouting, until I smashed my fist into his face, shutting him up completely. Though he went silent, his hateful eyes were full of venom. The house was close to a hospital, so the ambulance arrived very quickly. Concerned for his condition, I went with him in the ambulance. My eyes were full of frantic worry. Su Mushua stayed to guard the father. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. She knew the priority of the situation. The fact that I cared so much for Meng Bing made her feel a bit sour, but she did not want to cause trouble. She waited for the police to take the father away. Outside the operating room, I stared anxiously at the flashing lights, thinking of Su Mushua still at the house. I quickly gave her a call. By then, she was already at the police station, having just finished reporting the father's atrocities. Seeing my call, a smile bloomed on her tense face. Her dark eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. How are things on your end? Her pretty voice carried undisguised joy. My tone softened. Meng Bing is still in surgery. How is it going with you? Su Mushua told me that both the father and the nanny were at the station, being interrogated. My statement is done. I will come find you now. I did not refuse, and sent her the hospital's address. The surgery did not last too long. Soon, the doctor emerged from the operating room. I immediately rushed forward to ask, "Doctor, how is he? Is Meng Bing okay?" The doctor looked kind and calm. The surgery was successful. Fortunately, the knife was not too deep, and it missed the vital organs. Hearing that he was out of danger, my heart finally settled back into my chest. Thank goodness. When Meng Bing was wheeled out, his face was still terrifyingly pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. Although the situation was not too critical, he had just undergone surgery. Until he regained consciousness, he was placed in the ICU for observation. When Su Mushua arrived to pick me up, I was standing outside the ICU, my eyes full of pity and sadness. She walked up to my side, following my gaze. She saw the pale Meng Bing lying on the bed, as if something suddenly slipped out of her control. Su Mushua asked with effort, "See?" I nodded. The doctor said he is stable for now. Let us go home first. On the way back, Su Mushua could clearly see that I was distracted. I was distracted because of someone else. Another person. Su Mushua's lips pressed into a thin line, her mood obviously turning sour. Meng Bing woke up not long after, and was moved to a regular ward. Upon getting the call, I woke up early to brew some soup for him. The rich, savory aroma woke Su Mushua up on the second floor. She sniffed the air. What smells so good? I was bustling about in the kitchen. Su Mushua walked to the doorway, and saw me carefully pouring the soup into a thermal container. She did not even need to think to know who it was for. Her brows furrowed, her heart feeling heavy. He really is not only kind to me. I happened to look up, spotted her, and greeted her with a smile. Morning, Su Mushua. There is still soup in the pot. Help yourself to some later. She had just woken up, her pretty features tinged with a bit of languor. Her messy, fluffy hair gave her a touch of childish charm. I carried the container to the entryway and started changing my shoes. She opened her mouth to ask, "Are you going to see Meng Bing?" After saying that, she awkwardly ran a hand through her hair. Seeing her look like she had more to say, I casually asked, "Do you want to come along?" Su Mushua's heavy heart suddenly felt like it had cleared up. Her eyes lit up. "I will go with you," without even washing her face or brushing her teeth. She eagerly followed me to the hospital. When we arrived, Meng Bing was awake in bed. I set the thermal container on the cabinet and sat down beside him. There was only one chair in the room, so Su Mushua had to stand behind me. Meng Bing looked just like his usual self, showing no signs of emotional distress. He even smiled while chatting with me. "Thank you for coming to my rescue." His face was still terribly pale. It pained me to see him like that. How many times has he suffered like this? To be able to act so accustomed to it, not wanting to bring up his trauma. I immediately changed the subject. "I made you some soup. Try it and see if it is good." Meng Bing smiled and nodded. Su Mushua stood there, her brows knit together tightly. Seeing me hold the bowl and scoop the soup into his mouth, her eyes suddenly widened. Is that level of care really necessary? It is not like his hands are broken. More importantly, we were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere between us was actually incredibly warm. It made her feel completely superfluous. If this continued, she would just become a total third wheel. Su Mushua had to assert her presence. She covered her mouth and coughed several times. Neither of us noticed. Su Mushua grew anxious and coughed even more forcefully. This time it was so loud, it sounded like she was coughing up a lung. Meng Bing and I finally looked at her. Confused, I turned my head. "What is wrong?" Meeting my concerned eyes, Su Mushua felt embarrassed. Awkwardly she said, "My throat. It is a bit uncomfortable." My tone was full of concern. "Then you should drink more hot water." After saying that, I went back to feeding Meng Bing the soup. Su Mushua stared dumbly at the back of my head. That is it. Drink more hot water. Such a perfunctory answer. Compared to his concern for Meng Bing, it was like night and day. She suddenly found him incredibly annoying. Sensing her intense gaze, Meng Bing had to look up, meeting Su Mushua's fire-breathing eyes. Realizing what was happening, a wicked smile tugged at his lips. He lowered his voice and said softly, "Ph." Su Mushua's eyes went wide. "Ph." I looked at him in confusion. What is it? Meng Bing leaned in and whispered in my ear. Su Mushua is jealous. She is glaring at me. I froze for a moment. The next second, someone yanked my arm back. Su Mushua took my place. She said fiercely, "The bowl is too hot. Let me feed him." She pulled me off the chair without a word, snatched the bowl from my hand, and aggressively shoved it toward his mouth. "Drink up, Meng Bing." His tone turned distant. "I'm full, thank you." He pushed away the bowl she was practically forcing down his throat. Standing behind her, I could not help but grin from ear to ear. A jealous Su Mushua was also incredibly cute. If only she could be a little more honest. How nice would it be if she just admitted she liked me? Such a stubborn Sundra. On the way home, we walked side by side. Su Mushua asked as if casually, "You and Meng Bing are quite close." I knew she was jealous. The amusement in my eyes did not fade for a second. I smiled and said, "Yeah, we are." Looking at my radiant smile, Su Mushua felt a knot in her chest. Smiling so happily just from mentioning Meng Bing. What is so good about him? Her frustration fueled her jealousy. Speaking contrary to her heart, she said, "Meng Bing is pretty great. He is good looking and gentle to you. You guys are a good match." "No, you are not." "Not at all." As she spoke, her gaze drifted subtly toward me. Observing my reaction, she did not realize that the overwhelming sourness in her tone was practically leaking out. I could not hold it back any longer, and let out a low laugh. The sound on the empty street was exceptionally clear and sharp, making her heart itch with annoyance. Is he really that happy? Just from mentioning Meng Bing, she felt a bit annoyed. Annoyed that she had opened her big mouth. He won't take me seriously, will he? He won't actually consider being with Meng Bing, right? Su Mushua was entangled in internal conflict. Her brow furrowed, refusing to smooth out. Suddenly, something touched the space between her eyebrows. It was warm and soft. Confused, she looked up. I had stepped in front of her without her noticing, poking her forehead with my finger. My expression was gentle, and I gave her a light smile. "Do not worry. I told you, Meng Bing and I will only ever be friends. Just friends." Su Mushua stared at me, dumbstruck. She forgot to hide her real emotions, and the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably, nearly reaching her ears. This undoubtedly gave her a massive dose of reassurance. The next second, she pulled her lips into a tight, straight line. Blushing, she looked away. "What is there to worry about?" "I am not worried. That is your business. You can be with whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. I just do not want you to neglect your studies. Just giving you a friendly reminder." After saying that, she marched ahead with its Sundra air. Because her pace was too hurried, she did not notice the stone bollard on the roadside. Her knees slammed right into it, causing her to stumble several times and nearly fall over. I was so amused by her I could only laugh. I finally saw what it means for the mouth to stay tough even after death. Such a stubborn girl, clearly dying of jealousy. Yet she insists she does not care, and that it is none of her business. Regarding the abuse Meng Bing suffered, solid evidence was obtained within a few days. It turned out his mother had an affair and ran off with someone else. His father's mind became twisted, and he frequently abused Meng Bing, even installing cameras in the room to record it. He would then send those videos to the mother. But unfortunately, how could a woman who abandoned her husband and child possibly care about her son? When he sent those videos to her, she only thought he was a psychopath. She was too afraid to even return. And the reason he had not reported it, she would not dare come back. And the reason Meng Bing never reported it to the police was not that he was afraid, but that he still held a final sliver of hope for his father. After all, his father had once cherished and pampered him as a treasure, until this time, when he nearly killed him. With the evidence irrefutable, Meng Bing's father could not escape the punishment of the law. Learning about all of this, I could not help but sigh in disbelief, feeling even more pained for Meng Bing. The hospital also discovered Meng Bing's identity as a boy. Though his ID still listed him as female, I advised him to find time to go to the police station to correct his information. Meng Bing did not refuse. After this incident, Meng Bing became very withdrawn, Now he was all alone in the Meng household. Even his grandparents did not care about him. I went to Meng Bing's house almost every day after school, and well, someone was not happy about it. After being sour for 10 days straight, Su Mushua realized she could not just sit around and wait for death. Even though I said Meng Bing and I would always just be friends. But Meng Bing, having suffered such trauma from a relative, now only had this own dedicated guy by his side. This guy was gentle, kind, and outstanding. Su Mushua put herself in his shoes for a moment. If it were her, she would have fallen for him long ago. Oh wait, she had to do something. Su Mushua was getting desperate. It just so happened that on this day, the Su parents were away on a business trip again. Su Mushua gave the domestic staff the day off. She took a cold shower, then gulped down a few mouthfuls of chilly water and ice-cold beer. Good lord, her throat was instantly ruined. She tried to make a sound. It was very raspy. Once the test was successful, Su Mushua brushed her teeth, lay in bed under the covers, and gave me a call. I was currently at Meng Bing's house, doing homework together, suddenly receiving a call from Su Mushua. A smile appeared on my face. Su Mushua. Su Mushua clutched her throat, making her voice sound even deeper and raspier. Guchen, where are you? Can you bring me some fever medicine? I think I have a fever. A fever. From Su Mushua had a strong constitution. She rarely caught colds or fevers. Hearing her sound so fragile all of a sudden, I was incredibly worried. Where is Auntie Lu? Have her call the doctor first. I figured the family doctor would get there faster. Call the doctor first, then I would head home. Unexpectedly, Su Mushua misunderstood. She stared at her phone in disbelief. When Meng Bing was in a bad mood, he ran over every day to take care of and comfort him. But when she was feeling unwell, he did not even want to come and see her. She was still his childhood fiancée, after all. Su Mushua felt wronged. Like an abandoned kitten, she let her head droop against the pillow. Can't you come take care of me for a bit? I feel terrible. This time it was not an act. She genuinely felt miserable. Su Mushua even thought, quite pathetically, it is just own Guchen, right? The worst that happens is I stop liking him. There are so many guys in the world. If I can fall for own, I can fall for another. I had never heard Su Mushua sound so aggrieved. Thinking she was really sick and miserable, I had already stepped out of Meng Bing's house. Meng Bing had his driver drop me off. I got in the car and comforted her gently. I have already left. Have Auntie Lu call the doctor first. I will be there in a moment. So he had already left. Su Mushua's previously gloomy mood instantly came back to life. She could not suppress the smile on her face. Su Mushua's energy was restored. Auntie Lu is not home. She had something to do at her house. So I gave her the day off. Just buy me some fever medicine. It is not serious. Because she had drunk too much chilly water, her voice was still incredibly raspy. Hearing it made my brows knit together. She sounded like that. And she still said it was not serious. I simply called Auntie Su to ask for the family doctor's number, but her phone was turned off. Unable to reach Auntie Su, I had the driver stop near a pharmacy. I got out to buy fever and cold medicine. Hearing the sound of the car, Su Mushua did a carp skip, straight out of bed. She pulled the curtain aside to peek. Seeing me step out of the car, Su Mushua broke into a huge grin. She quickly pulled the curtains shut. She scrambled back into bed, feeling like she was forgetting something. She slapped her forehead. She remembered the thermometer. She hurriedly poured a glass of hot water and put the thermometer in it. The mercury shot straight to the top, exceeding the maximum scale. That was too much. Su Mushua quickly lay back down and started blowing desperately on the thermometer. It did not work. Right then, a knock came from the door. Su Mushua, I am coming in. My voice sounded urgent. Su Mushua panicked and shoved the thermometer back into her mouth. I pushed the door open and saw Su Mushua's face was flushed. I walked quickly to her bedside and reached out to feel her forehead. Why are you so hot? Let me see the temperature. Su Mushua's forehead had just been covered with a hot towel. Of course it was hot. Feeling her burning forehead and seeing her flushed face, I was worried to death. How is it this bad? Let me see the temperature. I reached out to take the thermometer from her mouth. Su Mushua was startled, terrified I would see that exaggerated reading. She grabbed my wrist tightly, with the thermometer still in her mouth. She widened her eyes and shook her head at me. I thought it was serious, because that is how Su Mushua was. When something was really wrong, she would try to hide it so I would not worry. I reached out with my other hand. I just want to look. If it is bad, we are going to the hospital. But before I could touch the thermometer, Su Mushua sat bolt upright, snatched the thermometer out and hid it behind her back. She regretted it now. What a stupid plan. She blurted out, I'm fine now. She tried to prove she was okay. But the moment she spoke, her voice was incredibly raspy, like a rusty saw, grating against dry wood. My brows furrowed deeper. With a stern face, I held out my hand. How can you say you are fine? Give it to me. Su Mushua did not want to give it up. If she did, the jig would be up. Thinking fast, she started acting pathetic. I'm dizzy. She looked up at me with round, watery eyes. Pitifully, she asked, can I have some fever medicine first? I could not win against her like this. I could only give her the fever medicine first. After helping her lie back down, I said a bit crossly, just stay in bed. Watching me go out to get water for her medicine, Su Mushua let out a breath of relief. She stealthily dipped the thermometer into a bottle of mineral water. With a click, the door opened. Su Mushua instinctively pulled the thermometer out and tossed it randomly onto the bedside table. She wondered why I was back so fast. I was worried about her, so of course I was fast, because I was in such a hurry. The water in my hand was still sloshing around. Setting the glass on the table, I helped Su Mushua sit up and gave her the fever medicine. Leaning against my shoulder, feeling my concern, Su Mushua felt as if she would eaten a candied fruit. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She began to wonder again, could it be that he likes her a little too? Otherwise, why would he care so much? Guchen seemed just as concerned about Meng Bing. Su Mushua felt a surge of jealousy again. Right in front of me, she popped the fever pill into her mouth. While I turned around to grab the water, she secretly spat the pill out and hid it under her pillow. I said patiently, have some water. Su Mushua leaned on my shoulder. I carefully held the glass to her lips. This was an experience Su Mushua had never had before. Listening to my deep voice, Su Mushua took a satisfied sip of water. She stole a glance at me. From this close, Su Mushua realized I was even more handsome than usual. When I gazed at her tenderly, it was as if in my eyes, she was the entire world. Su Mushua was instantly happy. The corners of her mouth curved up high. After faking a swallowing motion, Green Tea Su deliberately asked with concern, how is Meng Bing doing? Seeing she still had the heart to worry about others, I said helplessly, Meng Bing is fine now. Just worry about yourself first. Hearing me say Meng Bing was fine, Su Mushua interpreted it as her being more important right now. For a moment she was walking on air, wanting to hear more about how she mattered more than Meng Bing. Su Mushua continued her green tea act. Meng Bing just went through something like that. He needs someone to stay with him. I am fine. It is just a fever. I will be better after some medicine and a nap. You should go stay with him. As she spoke, her voice was raspy. Su Mushua knew it did not sound good, but it would make me pity her. I looked down at her. I knew Su Mushua so well. How could I not hear the green tea in her words? I found it funny, but I also felt for her being sick. My tone softened significantly. I patted her head and said, it is fine. I will stay with you. If you are tired, try to get some sleep. Having received the answer she wanted, Su Mushua could not hold back her smile anymore. Afraid I would see. She deliberately turned her head away, burying her face in my shoulder to hide her grin. Worried she was uncomfortable, I shifted my body and helped her lie back down. Su Mushua wanted to say she did not want to sleep. She wanted to lean on my shoulder, but meeting my gentle gaze, she instantly blushed. Never mind arguing. She could not even get a word out. Floating on air, Su Mushua had clearly forgotten the thermometer she would haphazardly left on the table. But I had not. I was still thinking about her health, afraid the temperature was too high for the medicine to work. After tucking her in, I reached for the thermometer. At that moment, Su Mushua was smiling to herself, wanting to peek at me. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the thermometer in my hand. Su Mushua was mortified, but it was too late. I had already seen it. When I saw the temperature, my first reaction was, how can it be this high? But as the worry faded and logic returned, I narrowed my eyes and took several more skeptical looks. The mercury was pushed to the absolute maximum limit, linking that to her guilty behavior. From when I first walked in, I realized I would been tricked. Suddenly, I was too angry to speak. Su Mushua was actually faking it. She would lied about being sick on purpose to deceive me. Hearing she had a fever, I was both worried and heartbroken. I would rushed back in a panic, and here Su Mushua was, faking a sickness for me. Su Mushua looked at my stiff back, knowing the game was up. Seeing me silent and not speaking, Su Mushua felt incredibly guilty. Carefully she reached out and tugged at the hem of my shirt. After calling my name in a dry voice, Su Mushua did not know how to explain herself. She was suddenly annoyed at herself for being so clumsy. I turned to look at her. My eyes caught the pill by her pillow. What else could it be but the fever medicine I would just bought? When I smile, I look very bright. But when I do not, I look very cold. Right now, not only was I silent, but my gaze was also extremely icy. Looking at me like this, Su Mushua's heart skipped a beat. She felt instinctively that I was very angry, just as she was about to apologize. She heard my cold interrogation. With a temperature this high, how is it your brain has not fried yet? Su Mushua's expression froze for a moment. She reached out and took the thermometer. I was wrong. The girl blushed. Her head drooped. Even her bangs seemed to hang piteously, falling submissively over her forehead. I was originally very angry. Angry that she did not realize how much it hurt me to see her sick like that. But looking at her acting so pitiful, I could not bring myself to lose my temper. After suppressing the fire in my heart, I also figured out why she would faked it. She probably saw me running to Meng Bing's every day and got jealous. I made up my mind to force the truth out of her, so I asked coldly, "Why did you lie about being sick?" To my surprise, the moment I spoke, Su Mushua looked as if she would thought of something unspeakable. Her face turned a deep, translucent crimson. It was different from the flush before. I took a glance. Even her neck had turned red. My anger completely evaporated. Still, Su Mushua had made me worry for nothing. I could not just let her off that easily. Thinking of a way to tease her, I slowly reached out. My cool fingertips pinched her beet-red earlobe, giving it a gentle squeeze. Su Mushua visibly shuddered. She snapped her head up, with eyes that were wet and glistening. She spoke in a voice that was weak, but used a fierce tone. "What are you doing?" I was stunned. I never knew Su Mushua had a side like this. I looked at her without blinking. She was too cute, like a tiny kitten thinking it was being fierce while growling at someone. Su Mushua thought she was letting out a ferocious cat's roar, but to me, it was just a meow in a soft kitten voice. Under my steady gaze, Su Mushua could not keep up her tough act. Her heart pounded wildly. She asked weakly, "What is it?" My heart completely melted. I reached out to pat her head, then regained my composure. I asked coldly, "You still have not told me. Why did you fake a fever to trick me?" I wanted to hear her tell the truth, but Su Mushua was like a tsundere cat whose secrets were being pried into. She instantly bristled. She lay back down in bed, covered her face with the blanket, and said in a muffled voice, "None of your business why. I just like faking sick." I was charmed by her cuteness, but I was also annoyed. Seeing she was not actually sick, I ignored her. I went back to my room to keep doing practice problems. I still had several difficult questions to conquer. After I left, Su Mushua quietly pulled the blanket back, with a head that felt like it had been boiled. She was torn with conflict. Was she acting too childish just now? She would heard that guys do not like childish girls. That evening, when I came out of my room, I heard soft gasps coming from inside her room. They were mixed with a hint of pain. I froze for a moment. Well now, could it be she heard my footsteps and wanted to trick me again? I was about to walk away, not planning to fall for it twice. Then Su Mushua gasped again. This time it sounded genuine. I hesitated. I raised my hand and knocked on her door. "Su Mushua, what is wrong?" Su Mushua had drunk too much chili water and cold beer during the day. And now, it was really happening. Su Mushua could not help but wonder, why was it that since I would appeared, she would become like a low IQ moron, doing nothing but stupid things. Clutching her cramping stomach, Su Mushua was breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. Hearing my voice outside, she answered through the pain. I accidentally bumped into the desk. Hearing her say it was nothing, actually confirmed to me that something was wrong. I pushed the door open. Su Mushua was curled up on the bed, her hands gripping her abdomen tightly. I ran over worriedly and asked anxiously, "Su Mushua, is it a stomachache?" Su Mushua did not expect me to barge right in and see her in such a pathetic state, with waves of sharp pain in her stomach. Her face was pale from the agony. Seeing the cold sweat pouring off her, I made an immediate decision. I knelt by the bed and called out to her, "Come here. I will carry you to the hospital." She was shocked by my gesture. Unfortunately, Su Mushua was too pained to speak. She gave me a startled look, which was quickly replaced by a grimace. She said in a weak voice, "Wait." She had barely finished her sentence when I reached out and forcibly pulled her onto my back. Without another word, I ran toward the nearby hospital, watching the sweat dripping from my profile and hearing my slightly labored breathing. Su Mushua knew I was exhausted, but my steps did not slow. I did not even plan to take a rest. The high walls Su Mushua had built in her heart collapsed instantly. They disintegrated completely, shattering into nothingness. Su Mushua admitted it. This time, she had truly fallen. A total and complete defeat. By the time I got her to the hospital, Su Mushua had nearly fainted from the pain. Finally, the results came back. Stomach bleeding. She lay on the hospital bed, her face ghostly pale, and 4 needle in the back of her hand. Su Mushua rarely eats spicy food, and has no bad eating habits. So this sudden stomach bleeding must have a strange cause. Recalling that excessively raspy voice of hers, I vaguely guessed what had happened. I felt stuck between laughter and tears. I stayed with her until midnight, and seeing her fast asleep, I gently planted a tender kiss on her forehead. "Silpy girl," I whispered. The next morning, after buying her breakfast, I headed to school first, taking the liberty of asking for her leave. After class, Song Ming asked me, "What is up with Mushua?" I smiled while packing my books. In the hospital, Song Ming looked surprised. "Mushua is actually sick." "Which hospital?" "I will go see her in a bit." The others agreed with the decision. Meanwhile, Su Mushua was lying bored in the hospital, longing desperately for me to come and visit her. Hearing movement outside, her eyes lit up instantly. She looked toward the door. "Why is it you?" Song Ming tossed her bag onto the bed and leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Disappointed it is not Guchen. Are you very let down?" Su Mushua snapped back. "What do I have to be disappointed about?" Song Ming chuckled. "I have never met anyone more stubborn than you. Guchen is so handsome. You have no idea how many girls in school like him. Liking him is not something to be ashamed of. Just admit it. You like Guchen." Su Mushua thought to herself. Liking him is not shameful, but losing face before I have even won him over is. I might actually have to streak naked. Feeling flustered and annoyed, she retorted with a blush. "Who told you I like Guchen? He and I are friends." "Friends? Get it, just like you guys." As she spoke, she felt the atmosphere turn quiet. She looked up to see me holding a food container, watching her with a playful look. Su Mushua panicked instantly. She opened her mouth to explain, but with Song Ming right there, getting her face slapped with the truth, where would her dignity go? I knew she was saying the opposite of what she felt, so I was not angry at all. I knew clearly that she liked me, so instead of being upset, I actually found it quite funny. I watched with great interest as she struggled to explain herself, wearing an expression of utter helplessness. Su Mushua was indeed frantic. Her eyes were locked onto me. I put the dinner on the table and asked Song Ming, "What were you guys talking about?" Su Mushua assumed I had not heard anything and was instantly overjoyed. "Talking about games." But at the same time, Song Ming blurted out, "Su Mushua said she only sees you as a friend." The two of them looked at each other. Song Ming burst into laughter, while Su Mushua gritted her teeth, furious at her friend's big mouth, while secretly dreading my reaction. I did not give her much time to wonder. Curling my lips into a light smile, I said, "Su Mushua, how many times are you going to say that?" "Do not worry. I stopped taking the arranged marriage seriously long ago. Do not take it to heart. I only see you as a friend too." Su Mushua was internally screaming, but on the surface, she forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Stubbornly she said, "As long as you think so." I did not change my attitude toward her. I still fed her and showed her the same care. But Su Mushua felt miserable. And to make matters worse, someone was about to salt her wounds. Song Ming suddenly pulled a stack of envelopes from her bag, accompanied by a cheerful sound. "Ta-da! What is this?" Su Mushua and I both looked at Song Ming, clueless as to what she was up to. Asked, "What are those?" Song Ming stuffed the envelopes into my hand, grinning. "Guchen, these are love letters from girls in other classes who asked me to give them to you. Make sure you read them carefully when you get back." Su Mushua slammed the table in agitation, splashing the soup. Her soul snapped back into her body, and she gave a forced, awkward laugh. Sudden stomach pain. I looked at her with a smile. "Drink more hot water." For a moment, Su Mushua could not tell if I said that because I was too dense, or just being perfunctory. She silently lay back in bed. Song Ming urged me to read on, wanting to provoke Su Mushua. I felt that would be impolite, and was about to refuse, when I saw Song Ming winking at me desperately. Song Ming was not usually rude, and seeing her mischievous grin, I guessed her plan. I reluctantly agreed. "All right then." Sure enough, when I opened the envelope, the paper inside did not have a single word on it. Afraid Su Mushua would notice, I used the envelope to block the paper. From the light, I cleared my throat and began to improvise. Dear classmate Guchin, I am so and so from class 3. I made up a non-existent name and continued reading with great emotion. I have liked you for a long time. Lying in bed, Su Mushua scoffed. You just transferred here. How could she have liked you for a long time? Suppressing my amusement, I continued. From the first time we met, my heart skipped a beat for you. Su Mushua continued to pour cold water on it. Just lusting after your looks. She only cares about your face. Even more shallow. Behind me, Song Meng Bing watched Su Mushua's face filled with jealousy, covering her mouth to keep from laughing. I was not doing any better, continuing my fabrication. If you do not mind, I would like you to be my boyfriend. Would you give me this chance? Su Mushua was listening intently the whole time, and hearing that this person shamelessly wanted me to be her boyfriend, she laughed out of sheer anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, she wants to be your girlfriend before you have even spent time together. What a slag. She wore an expression, as if she wanted to bite that person to death. Finally, Song Meng Bing could not hold it in. Su Mushua assumed she was laughing at the girl's audacity, and did not think much of it. She only wanted to know what I thought. I had better self-control than Song Meng Bing. I unhurriedly stuffed the paper back into the envelope, curling my lips into a slight smile. Such true feelings. Quite sincere, unlike some people, who clearly like someone but refuse to admit it. Su Mushua panicked and retorted loudly. You call that sincere? I would not fall for someone like that. Does it not? At least she is brave enough to speak her feelings. That is exactly what sincerity is. Not long after, the exclusive senior year sports meet was about to begin. Su Mushua also returned to school from the hospital. Before the sports meet, there was another monthly exam. This time, no one in class could look down on me. Su Mushua felt the same. She had heard that outstanding guys do not like girls who are not as good as them. Lately, I often saw her holding a book, never wasting even a moment of free time. If it were not for her intelligence, I would have mistaken her for a bookworm. Su Mushua was standing in the hallway, holding her literature book open with both hands. I walked past her, waved my hand in front of her face, and called out, Su Mushua. Since admitting her feelings to herself, she could no longer lie to her heart. Meeting my bright smile, her ears flushed involuntarily. Awkwardly, yes. Today we were allowed to wear casual clothes. I was wearing a casual tracksuit, looking exceptionally bright and handsome. Earlier, coming out of the downstairs convenience store, she had seen many girls deliberately try to talk to me. She felt annoyed but kept an aloof expression. I smiled and reminded her, you're smart. I should not have to remind you to balance work and rest. Relax a little. Lately, during every break, she was either reading or doing practice problems. Su Mushua was a natural talent. She had never been owned to study blindly. Being this serious was all because she was afraid I would outrank her and look down on her. Hearing my words, Su Mushua also felt she had gone a bit overboard. She snapped her book shut and asked awkwardly, the sports meet, have you decided which events to join? We walked into the classroom together. I thought about it and said, running I guess. During the final class meeting, the homeroom teacher, who was never late, was delayed by over 10 minutes. The class was well disciplined. Even without the teacher, it remained quiet, but everyone was curious why Han Min was late. Before long, Han Min arrived with the answer. The students looked up curiously. Beside Han Min, there was a boy with a cute, puppy-like face. I froze for a moment. Shen Lingfeng. He used to be just like me, a die-hard pursuer of Su Mushua. But Shen Lingfeng was different from me. Su Mushua and he were childhood friends. But he moved away with his parents during freshman year. Now he had transferred back to the capital. In my past life, my relationship with him was not exactly hostile, but we were basically strangers. I had almost forgotten about him. Back then, because of Shen Lingfeng, Su Mushua and I had taken many wrong turns. Song Meng Bing shouted in surprise. Lingfeng. Shen Lingfeng looked at her and gave her a wink. Then his gaze swept past her and landed on Su Mushua. But Su Mushua had not even noticed the person on the podium. Han Min gave a brief introduction. Another handsome guy had joined the class. The girls were thrilled, while the boys felt a bit complicated. There was one empty seat left, right next to mine. Han Min told Shen Lingfeng to sit there. Shen Lingfeng flashed a cute smile. Han, I'm new here. Can I sit with someone I know? Han Min thought that made sense, so she raised her hand and pointed at Song Mingbing's desk mate. Kai Minmin, go sit with Li Bingbing. Lingfeng, you sit with Song Mingbing. And so, Shen Lingfeng and Song Mengmeng became desk mates, sitting in the row right in front of Su Mushua and me. As soon as class ended, Shen Lingfeng turned around. He called out warmly, "Mushua, long time no see." He had liked her since they were kids. Su Mushua knew that very well. She had not expected him to transfer back here. Feeling a bit awkward, she said in a polite, distant tone, "Long time no see." Shen Lingfeng did not seem to notice her distance at all. He went on, "Did you miss me?" I had dealt with him before. I knew this kid was quite calculating. Such a blunt and ambiguous question startled Su Mushua, who immediately turned to explain to me, "We're just friends." I tilted my head, looking confused. Following Su Mushua's gaze, Shen Lingfeng finally noticed me sitting beside her. I have delicate features that others envy, practically a CGI face. From the first glance, he was stunned. Shen Lingfeng immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. He could not wait to stake his claim. "Mushua, is this your desk mate? He is quite handsome." An intimate Mushua versus a simple desk mate. The difference in weight was obvious. I looked at him and said politely, "Thank you for the compliment." In an instant, Shen Lingfeng felt he was going to lose. I was far too handsome, while he was merely good-looking, in the eyes of girls. He did not even have half my charm. After school, Su Mushua and I went to the cafeteria. Usually, Song Mengmeng was very observant, and would not come over to be a third wheel. But today was a reunion. She felt they should all hang out. So she dragged Shen Lingfeng along to the third floor of the cafeteria with us. Su Mushua really wanted to kick her. Song Mengmeng said enthusiastically, "Lingfeng, what do you want to eat? I will go get it for you." Shen Lingfeng gave a small smile. "Anything is fine," he said gratefully. "Anything works. Thanks." Su Mushua felt she had learned something. She glanced at the tray in my hand, then looked at me, the hint in her eyes very clear. I knew what she meant, but I deliberately pretended not to and asked. Su Mushua was embarrassed. She had hoped I would proactively hand her the tray and ask her to get my food, but it seemed she might as well just be direct. She let out an awkward cough. Without a word, she reached toward me, pinched the edge of my tray, and said uncomfortably, "Give it to me. Go find a seat." I thanked her while holding back a laugh. "Then I will thank the great beauty Su." As Su Mushua and Song Mengmeng went to the counters, Shen Lingfeng and I went to find seats. He studied me for a while, before proactively greeting me. "You're Guchen, right?" "I am Shen Lingfeng. I grew up with Mushua and Song Mengmeng. We are childhood sweethearts." He was smiling, but it did not reach his eyes. In front of a love rival, I never backed down. I unhurriedly reached out my hand and shook his in mid-air. Just 2 simple words. I did not bother with further introductions. He withdrew his hand, studying me closely. I generously let him look. After a bit, he said, "You are very handsome." I gave him a half smile and said calmly, "Why do not we get straight to the point?" He was a bit surprised and clearly did not like my attitude, as if I did not even consider him a threat. He gave a casual, reckless smile. "I like Su Mushua. I have liked her since we were kids. I know you two have an arranged marriage, but what era are we living in?" She even told Song Mengmeng that she only sees you as a friend. "I hope you have some self-awareness and stay away from her." Self-awareness. I mulled over the word, shot him a half smile and said mockingly, "If you had such self-awareness, surely you would see she does not like you." He was nearly killed by that remark, but he could not even argue back. To regain his footing, he said firmly, "Mushua just has not realized her own heart yet. I grew up with her. She will realize eventually that I am the most suitable person for her. Growing up together makes you the most suitable person." I was stunned by such logic. Then by that logic, I said flatly, "You and Song Mengmeng or Yang Yuji should be quite suitable too. Good luck. The ocean needs you." He raised his fist in anger, as if he wanted to start a fight. Just then Su Mushua and Song Mengmeng returned with the trays. He instantly pulled back his fierce look and put on a harmless smile. "Mushua, let me help you." He moved to take the tray from her hands, but she instinctively dodged. Though he still managed to grab it, she had no choice but to let him. He shot me a triumphant look, but the moment he sat down, Su Mushua reached out and took the lunch Song Mengmeng had brought. The smile on his face froze instantly. Su Mushua handed the tray to me. I thanked her calmly. At the table of 4, the atmosphere was slightly strange. Su Mushua buried her head in her food, not saying a word the whole time. She looked cold and detached, but her mind was racing like a cranky old man's. Shen Lingfeng's appearance is a disaster. This is bad. Gu Chen has not even chased me yet. What if he misunderstands something between me and Lingfeng? What then? She stole a glance at me, a look calm, as if I did not care about Shen Lingfeng at all. Dejectedly, she swallowed an egg, and managed to choke on it until her eyes rolled. Lingfeng hurried to hand her a bottle of water. Mushua, drink some water. She said thanks, but added, oh thanks, I will have some soup. But there was no soup near her, so she drank my soup instead. I had already drunk from that bowl. After she finished, I handed her a tissue. Wipe your mouth. She took the tissue, and only then realized the awkward situation. She had just drunk the soup I had drunk from. The minute we had indirectly kissed. Stunned by this realization, her gaze drifted subconsciously to my lips. Just for a second, she blushed deep red. She quickly looked away, and whispered a thank you. I let out a soft chuckle. What an absolute treasure she is. She blushes at the slightest thing. I lowered my head and continued eating. Watching our interaction, Shen Lingfeng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Song Mengmeng finally sensed the awkwardness, and dragged Shen Lingfeng away as soon as they finished. Su Mushua and I headed back to the classroom together. I walked in front, while she followed behind me. She wanted to be proactive, but a simple sentence rolled around her tongue, and just would not come out. As we reached a corner, a boy rushed out from the opposite side, and accidentally bumped into me. I instinctively staggered back. The boy hurriedly muttered an apology and ran off. I lost my balance and took a few steps back. Behind me, Su Mushua, fearing I would fall, caught me in her arms from behind. This was the first time while fully conscious that we had been so intimate. Su Mushua's heart was thumping so hard, it felt like it would leap out of her chest. I felt exactly the same way. I looked down at the hands wrapped around my waist, slender and delicate. I called out her name, Su Mushua. She blinked, startled, and replied. Her voice carried a hint of nerves. Seeing her tension, the corners of my mouth curled up in a satisfied smile. Do not you think you can let go of me now? For a fleeting second, Su Mushua did not want to let go, but she suppressed the impulse, and slowly withdrew her hands from my waist. Be more careful when you walk from now on. After school, Shen Lingfeng, refusing to give up, suggested a group hangout. The group, of course, was not meant to include me. He asked Song Mengmeng to invite Su Mushua, Yang Yujia, and Gong Wanru to play an escape room game together. Su Mushua did not want to go, but Yang Yujia and Gong Wanru had already invited me. Unaware it was Shen Lingfeng's plan, I agreed. Seeing that I was going, Su Mushua agreed as well. And so, after school, we all gathered at the escape room venue. Shen Lingfeng glared at me with eyes full of fire. I was surprised, but seeing my rival so irritated made me quite happy. I greeted him with a smile. He narrowed his eyes, looking at me dangerously. Escape rooms test both intelligence and courage. Had plenty of both. Su Mushua did too. But today, someone clearly had an ulterior motive. The moment we entered the room, Shen Lingfeng called out tremulously, Mushua, I am a little scared. He reached out to grab her, but Song Mengmeng pulled him away instantly. Do not be afraid, I will protect you. Shen Lingfeng rolled his eyes at her in the dark. The story was about a rain-slicked night, and the fate of a missing child. Su Mushua and I followed the clues, analyzing them together. Song Mengmeng and Yang Yujia joined in earnestly. No one paid any attention to Shen Lingfeng. He had played this specific escape room before, so he knew that an NPC would soon come out to scare us. He quietly maneuvered himself behind Su Mushua, this time making sure to avoid Song Mengmeng. But unfortunately, Yang Yujia saw him. She raised an eyebrow, reached out, and poked the back of Su Mushua's hand. Su Mushua looked up at her, confused. Yang Yujia winked and pointed behind her. Thinking the NPC had arrived, Su Mushua turned around without a word and hugged me tightly. At that moment I was reading a clue aloud. The man held the girl, crying as he said, my child, suddenly being lunged at and embraced by Su Mushua. My voice cut off abruptly. Su Mushua cried out, do not be afraid. I was momentarily stunned. The script in the room actually read, the man held the girl, crying as he said, my child, do not be afraid. Daddy is here. So, I instinctively blurted out the next line. Daddy is here. Silence. Deadly silence. Su Mushua went rigid for a second. When I realized what I would said, I froze for a second too. Talk about a perfect coincidence. Our friends watching were gobsmacked. Then, someone burst out laughing. Within moments, the entire room was filled with their uproarious laughter. Su Mushua's face went dark with embarrassment. There was no NPC. She had just turned herself into a massive joke again. Her cheeks were flushed deep red, but luckily the room was dim, So no one but me standing closest to her could tell. I could not help but chuckle as well. Shen Lingfeng, meanwhile, was so angry he clenched his fists, until his nails dug into his palms. Su Mushua awkwardly let go of me. Right then, the scary NPC actually appeared. Shen Lingfeng had forgotten his plan to lunge at Su Mushua, and everyone was still reeling from the previous blunder. When the NPC showed up, he was completely ignored. It was a bit awkward, so the NPC quietly retreated back into the hidden compartment in the wall, waiting for a second ambush. Su Mushua still remembered my fear of ghosts from our last haunted house visit. After solving the clue, as everyone moved forward, she instinctively stepped in front of me, acting as my human shield. At this point, Shen Lingfeng's mind started plotting again. He quietly edged toward her. Su Mushua's attention was entirely on what was behind her, and as Shen Lingfeng pressed closer, he forced her against the wall, right against the door where the NPC was hidden. The NPC tried to push the door for ages but could not. When Su Mushua finally moved forward, the hidden door finally gave way. Seizing the moment, the NPC jumped out with a wah. I instinctively stepped back. Shen Lingfeng was scared out of his wits. Su Mushua whirled around and grabbed the NPC in a tight hug. Do not be afraid, Guchen. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The atmosphere became unnervingly quiet. Su Mushua belatedly realized she was holding the wrong person and let go. The NPC, wearing a mask, let out a raspy voice. The mask was incredibly realistic. Being so close to it terrified Su Mushua. She violently shoved the NPC away and screamed. What kind of monster is that? She was truly spooked. By the end of the game, no one had gotten what they wanted. Shen Lingfeng did not get to hug her, and she had not actually protected me. Only I and my 3 friends were doubling over with laughter. After losing face so thoroughly, Su Mushua was mortified. She did not say a word the whole way back, her mind replaying how embarrassing it all was. Leaving the venue, Su Mushua walked ahead with a tense face, not even noticing when I had stopped. Holding an ice cream cone, I tapped her on the shoulder from behind, thinking it was Song Meng or Yang Yujia. She snapped impatiently. Leave me alone, I asked with a smile. Are you sure? She stopped instantly and whirled around. I was holding out the ice cream, offering it to her with a smile. Toots. Su Mushua took the ice cream, feeling a wave of warmth. Thanks, she said softly. Then she looked up to see Song Meng, Yang Yujia, Gong Wanru, and Shen Lingfeng. Every single one of them holding an ice cream cone. The definition of frustration is this. Su Mushua stared gloomily at her ice cream, feeling utterly dejected. What she did not know, however, was that hers was the only one I had bought. Everyone else had bought their own. The second monthly exam arrived as scheduled. The day after the exams was the sports meet. This time I was not late, and I was confident I would take first place. In my past life, I had studied hard just so she would notice me, longing to stand as her equal. This time, we were in the same exam room. After the test, she asked me, "How did you do?" I curled my lips and said with a smile, "Not bad." At those words, Su Mushua's heart sank. Oh no, I am going to be overtaken. She had just realized she would gotten a question wrong. It was a trick question. She only realized her mistake after thinking it over post-exam. Feeling a bit insecure, she tried to ask nonchalantly, "Do you guys dislike girls who are not as smart as you?" I looked at her, seeing her serious and cautious expression, and could not help but laugh. Like a child who had done something wrong. She stared at me blankly. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" I tried to hold back my laughter. No wonder. She was not usually known to care about grades, yet she had been studying like a maniac before the exam. It turns out she was worried about this. I said earnestly, "Not necessarily. If you truly like someone, even if they are not as brilliant as others, you will still like them." As I spoke, I looked at her with a smile in my eyes. Su Mushua had an illusion that I liked her. She was delighted by her own guess and happy with my answer, but she reminded herself that I did not like her yet. I still just saw her as a friend. We walked home together after school. The school beauty and the school heartthrob walking side by side. Looked like a beautiful painting. Someone took a candid photo and posted it on the forum. Rumors started flying that we were dating. While many boys in school liked her, plenty of girls liked me. In an instant, hearts were breaking all over campus. It was a perfect scene. If it were not for the sudden appearance of Shen Lingfeng and Song Meng. Su Mushua now got a headache the moment she saw Shen Lingfeng. She winked desperately at Song Meng. Shen Lingfeng followed closely behind Su Mushua, acting incredibly intimate. I did not take these petty tricks to heart, of course. I knew I had already won. The moment I knew she cared about me, Song Mingming saw Su Mushua's face getting darker and darker, and finally realized what the problem was. She let out an and slapped her forehead. Lingfeng, I forgot my watch. Come back to school with me to get it. He did not want to go, but he had to maintain his persona in front of Su Mushua. He gave her a pitiful look. I hurt my foot playing ball earlier. It still hurts a little. How about we get it tomorrow? Song Mingming saw through his act. With a meaningful smile, she grabbed him and started running. No way, my watch is very expensive. And it is luminous, so it is too noticeable. That night, after finishing my study questions, I thought about the sports meet starting tomorrow, and the fact that the exams were finally over. So, I invited everyone to play games. Our original group of 5 now had Shen Lingfeng added to it. Apparently, on the way home, he saw Song Mingming chatting in the group, and realized I was in it but he was not. Through a mix of threats and persuasion, he got her to add him. He had a master rank account, too, but that was just for show. He would pay a booster to get him there. Hearing they were going to play, he immediately chimed in, saying he wanted to join. Since the 5 of us were used to playing together, we habitually tagged everyone in the group. A game team can only have 5 people. Now there was too many. Just as Song Mingming was wondering how to reject him, Gong Wanru proactively stepped down. You guys play, I am going to review. Yang Yujia looked at her and said, I have realized you are even more mischievous than I am. You just want to watch the drama unfold. Gong Wanru spread her hands and smiled. I am being a wingman. Have not you noticed? With Lingfeng around, Mushue is much more proactive than usual. That hit the mark for Yang Yujia. Thinking of Su Mushue's clumsy moves in the escape room, she burst out laughing. You are brilliant. With Shen Lingfeng there. Su Mushue was in a bind. It was not that she had not played with him before. He always liked to play support. To her age, she did not want me to misunderstand any ambiguity between her and Shen Lingfeng. She had not even won me over yet. If I misunderstood, would not all her hope be gone? So, she decisively chose a mage, her weakest role, and headed to the mid lane. Shen Lingfeng quickly picked support. I was last, and was forced into the ADC role. Shen Lingfeng was thinking happily. He would definitely show me the chemistry between him and Su Mushua. But then he took a closer look. She had chosen mage, and I had chosen marksman. That meant he had to be with me, and he had to support me. I nearly laughed. I could pretty much guess why she chose mage. In the game, I controlled my hero, heading down to the bottom lane, to simply clear the minion waves. Shen Lingfeng followed me, his mind brewing with mischief. He planned to feed, letting the enemies get strong, so they could kill me a few times. Finally, the 2 sides met. Everyone only had own skill unlocked, and the same went for the opposing team. I tossed a skill at the enemy, and quickly backed away, dodging their counter. Just as I retreated, the figure flashed past me. It was the aggressive-looking Shen Lingfeng. He controlled his hero, like a moth to a flame, rushing headlong into the enemy marksman. I was stunned. Is this guy actually a master rank, who gives up first blood right at the start of a high-level match? First blood is crucial in master tier. I could not let the enemy take the lead. I quickly dashed to the left, avoiding the enemy marksman, and focused my damage on their support. The enemy support was a healer, very squishy in the early game, with weak offensive skills, but their support was clearly much smarter than Shen Lingfeng, slippery as an eel, and with the marksman's help, it became a 1v2 situation, falling behind in gold. I found this round quite difficult. Seeing me struggle, Shen Lingfeng let out a delighted smirk. On the other side, Yang Yujia, Song Mingming, and Su Mushue were all bewildered. Seeing Shen Lingfeng die so quickly, they were somewhat speechless. Shen Lingfeng moved his hero, running in circles at the fountain. Su Mushue took a glance. He had been dead for ages, but was still just loitering at the base. She frowned but said nothing. It was just a game. She would just treat it as carrying a total noob. Shen Lingfeng was at the base, but he was panning the map to watch me fight the enemies, just waiting for me to die. Suddenly, 2 sounds rang out in the headset. First, but double. Shen Lingfeng was gobsmacked. He looked at the marksman on the screen in disbelief. He never expected me to get a double kill. Meanwhile, hearing the game audio and seeing the missing enemies, Su Mushue tilted her chin up with a bit of pride, as expected of the guy she chose. Shen Lingfeng rushed out immediately, to push the tower with me. The enemies finally respawned and charged back. He seized the chance to dive in and was killed by the two of them. Looking at his fallen hero, he let out a satisfied smile. Then he typed in the all chat. The enemies are too strong. Guchen could not even protect me. I slowly typed a question mark. The other three were speechless. Song Mingmeng sent a message to Shen Lingfeng. Lingfeng, how many years has it been since you played? Thinking she was blaming him for dying twice. He replied, I have not touched it in over a year. I am a bit rusty. Song Mingmeng literally rolled her eyes. This is not about being rusty. Did you forget that the support is supposed to protect the marksman? Not the other way around. What he just typed in the all chat was honestly a bit moronic. Shen Lingfeng finally realized that he had done something incredibly stupid. I ignored it. Seeing a group gathering in the mid lane, I ran over to support Su Mushua. This time, Shen Lingfeng was very proactive, since the voice chat was on. The moment he saw all those red health bars, he started retreating in terror. He even instinctively cried out, Mushua, save me. Someone was hunting him down, getting ready to finish him off. Su Mushua suddenly felt he was a total burden. Not wanting the enemy to get more gold, she used a flash to get over there, unleashing 3 skills in a row. She shut the enemy down before they could take out Shen Lingfeng. Shen Lingfeng chirped happily in the voice chat. Mushua, you are so amazing. Thank you. As he was speaking, an enemy chasing Su Mushua saw that her skills were on cooldown. Predicting her move, they flashed behind her, and threw a freeze skill. Su Mushua was frozen. Just as she was about to be sliced up, my marksman hero rolled in and opened fire, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. I took the enemy down in one go. I smiled and said to Su Mushua, careful. To be honest, Su Mushua's skills were not bad at all. Usually she was the one protecting others. But every time she played with me, I was the one protecting her, just like last time, when she went crazy drinking chilly water and ice-cold beer, causing stomach bleeding. It was me who carried her to the hospital. Hearing my low chuckle through the headset, Su Mushua found herself momentarily spellbound. She felt her earphones getting hot, sending a surge of excitement through her. Even though they were not in the same room, she still nodded subconsciously. I will and you do. On the other side, Song Mingmeng called out mischievously. Oh, be careful, Guchen. Why did not you come over and protect me? Do you not love me anymore? I will and you do. On the other side, Song Mingmeng called out mischievously. Oh, be careful, Guchen. Why did not you come over and protect me? Do you not love me anymore? Yang Yujia chimed in. You think you are Mushua? Protect you in your dreams. Song Mingmeng burst into laughter. Who told me not to be Mushua? Guchen only protects our Mushua. Their teasing made Su Mushua feel instantly anxious. But if she tried to stop them, it would only make her look more guilty. She was afraid their teasing would make me unhappy, and even more afraid that I would distance myself because of it. Unexpectedly, a second later, I replied to them with a light chuckle. At least you two have some self-awareness. Su Mushua froze. What does that mean? Su Mushua felt as if her heart were a hot air balloon expanding. Her eyes widened with pleasant surprise, shining with a smile. Guchen did not refute Song Mingmeng and Yang Yujia. Does that mean that to him? She is different. Because of this speculation, Su Mushua had a smile on her lips the whole time, reverting back to her clumsy big sister mode. She kept spacing out and dying in the game. Fortunately, she eventually snapped out of it, and joined me in dominating the battlefield. With Yang Yujia and Song Mingmeng's coordination, we finally secured the victory. That single round lasted over 40 minutes. After it ended, I felt tired too, so I went to take a shower. Mother Su called Su Mushua, but Su Mushua did not hear it because her phone was on silent. So, Mother Su called me instead. I had just stepped out of the shower, my hair still damp. Taking the call from Mother Su, I threw on my bathrobe, and went next door to find Su Mushua. The door was open. Su Mushua was sitting in front of her computer, chatting with someone. I gave a polite knock on the door. Who is it? Su Mushua turned and saw me. A smile unconsciously tugged at her lips as she stood up hurriedly. I walked toward her. Su Mushua stared at me blankly, so much so that she did not look where she was going. She accidentally tripped over a low footstool. Lurching forward, I stepped forward and caught her in my arms, calling out, "Careful." Su Mushua pinned me against the wall. I froze for a moment. The scent that hit me was the floral fragrance unique to her. Su Mushua was pressed completely into my chest. In this tight embrace, I could hear my own irregular heartbeat. The hand holding her felt a bit at a loss. Looking down, I happened to catch a glimpse of the view at her collar. I swallowed hard and silently looked away. Su Mushua was deathly nervous at this moment. She could feel my abs and my body heat. Su Mushua was so anxious that even opening her mouth to speak required courage. She had no idea how to break the stalemate naturally. It was not until I softly whispered her name that she snapped back to reality. She released her hold around my waist and slowly stood up straight, creating some distance between us. Su Mushua opened her mouth, struggling to find the words. Sorry, I did not mean to. After speaking, Su Mushua felt a warmth in her nostrils, as if something was flowing out uncontrollably. Is it a runny nose? She covered her nose with her hand, seeing how shy she was. My urge to tease her vanished. I said seriously, Auntie Su called you. She has something to tell you. Give her a call back. Su Mushua let out an "oh." Only then did she realize why I had come to see her. She replied, I will call her in a bit. Su Mushua thought I was going back to my room, and a sudden sense of reluctance welled up in her. Her dark eyes looked at me longingly, with a hint of piteousness. I glanced at her, then lowered my head, the smile in my eyes no longer hideable. I stepped past her, walked to the computer desk behind her, and pulled out a tissue. Su Mushua had just caught a glimpse. It seemed like I was smiling. Her brain went into overdrive, thinking of the possibility she had been guessing. Her heart felt like a sudden burst of fireworks, bubbling over with joy. I returned to her side, seeing her smiling like an idiot. The smile on my lips deepened as I leaned down. Su Mushua, what did you say? She was still lost in her thoughts, and had not heard me. I let out a sigh, placing own hand on her shoulder. Startled by my action, Su Mushua stood there dazed, her body as stiff as a piece of wood. She did not notice that my other hand, holding the tissue, was wiping the nosebleed for her. As I leaned in, Su Mushua nervously closed her eyes. She almost fell into my arms, from the sheer surprise. Knowing she had misunderstood, I wore a faint smile. While wiping the blood with the tissue, I deliberately teased her. Su Mushua, why did you close your eyes? Su Mushua had already felt what I was doing, so she had misunderstood. He was not trying to kiss her. The feeling was quite embarrassing. Su Mushua's already flushed face was now a complete red tomato. She tremulously opened her eyes. She did not realize the look she gave me carried a trace of a coquettish complaint. She felt like just giving up on her dignity. In a muffled voice, she said, You suddenly got so close. Why do you think I closed my eyes? I heard her clearly, but I wanted to be mischievous and tease her more. I tilted my head, my tone full of feigned confusion. What was that? I shook the tissue in my hand. You had a nosebleed. Su Mushua already knew. Her expression went numb. Gee, thanks a lot. She wanted to show her best side in front of me, but she kept making a fool of herself. She said nothing more than, thanks. The sports meet arrived amidst everyone's high expectations. Shen Lingfeng had just transferred, so naturally he did not sign up for any events. I signed up for the men's 800-meter run and the 4x100-meter relay. Su Mushua and Song Mengmeng signed up for the 50-meter sprint and the relay. The weather was perfect, with not a cloud in the sky. The school campus was filled with the vibrant, smiling faces of students. The sports meet lasted 2 days. The first day for the boys, the second for the girls. On the field, the competitors ran like the wind, overflowing with passion. The loudspeakers occasionally blared cheers from different classes. On the field, Song Mengmeng was looking around. Where's Gu Chen? Where'd he go? Su Mushua touched the tip of her nose. Gone to change. The athletic shorts for running had to be short and loose. The relay was still a while off. Li Yu arranged for the runners to go to the locker room to change first. The 4x100-meter relay team consisted of me, Li Yu, Su Kai, and a boy named Zhang Bin. I usually wear the school uniform, but after changing into the athletic gear, I looked even more bright and dashing. I was quite a stunning sight. The 4 of us walked out together. Along the way, we received an extraordinary amount of attention. Meanwhile, Su Mushua and Song Mengmeng were complaining about the heat. Suddenly, they heard a commotion behind them. It was the excited whispers students could not suppress. Su Mushua heard a girl say, Oh my God, I swear, he is the most beautiful boy I have ever seen. It was not that she would never seen a school heartthrob before, but this handsome was truly rare. Su Mushua immediately looked in the direction the girl was staring. Because it was so hot, she used her right hand to shade her forehead. Under the sun, I was so dazzling that I was impossible to ignore. Su Mushua suddenly realized that jealousy and dissatisfaction were welled up in her heart. She did not like so many people staring at me. The weather was too hot today, and I was only wearing a t-shirt. Remembering Song Meng Meng had brought a sun protection jacket, she turned around, reached out and snatched the jacket off Song Meng Meng's arm. She marched toward me. Su Mushua. I saw her and greeted her with a smile. Su Mushua gave a taut. She walked past me and expressionlessly handed me the jacket. I took it, my mind full of question marks. Seeing this, Su Mushua's mood brightened slightly. However, that was Song Meng Meng's jacket, not hers. Su Mushua's expression soured a bit again. I froze for a second and gave her a crooked smile. Su Mushua's heart took a direct hit. The smile on her face vanished in an instant. Keeping a stiff face, she pretended to turn back and talk to Song Meng Meng, but her heart was racing. He smiled at me. Seeing her transparent attempt to hide it, my smile grew even more radiant. How did I never notice before that Su Mushua was so easy to read? Was I just too naive in the past? For the 4x100 meter relay, I was the anchor leg. There were 2 athletes from the neighboring class, running the first and fourth legs respectively. They were our biggest competitors. Su Mushua watched me intently. Before the race started, a bold girl ran to the broadcasting station and shouted, "Guchen, go for it. You are the best. I love you." A roar of excitement went up around us. I looked toward the broadcasting station in surprise. That girl really had courage, saying something like that over the school speakers. Was not she afraid of getting lectured by the teachers? Su Mushua's face had already gone dark. Her dark eyes were heavy with gloom, as she glared at the girl. Seeing the girl being pulled away by the ear by the dean, wincing in pain, she finally let out a slow smile. Correct. A student like that should be punished. Better not let me see her again. The race began. Everyone turned their attention back to the track. I casually took off the sun protection jacket, placed it on the ground, and got ready. Our class's first runner was Liu. The starting pistol fired. The first leg runners dashed forward with everything they had. Look, Liu was in 3rd place. First place was the athlete from the neighboring class. Even though he was in 3rd, the gap was quite large. Affected by the cheers around me, I could not help but feel anxious. Faster. Just a little faster. Finally, Liu passed the baton to the second runner, Zhang Bin. I did not know Zhang Bin well, but seeing his quiet personality, I was about to worry if he would fall too far behind. But the moment he got the baton, he exploded forward. He was even faster than Liu. He soon overtook the second place runner and closed in on the leader. Finally, at the exchange for the 3rd leg, he caught up to the first runner. The 2 teams passed the baton simultaneously. Many students were shouting, "Go class own." Those were our classmates. Su Kai gave it his all, not wanting to waste the lead Zhang Bin had fought for. Perhaps he was trying too hard. He tripped and fell right after starting. The fall was not serious, but Su Kai could not get up immediately. He was filled with shame, thinking it was all over. We were going to finish last. For a moment as he stood up, he wanted to give up. I shouted urgently from ahead, "Su Kai, if your foot is okay, keep going." The students of class own saw him standing there, not wanting to run, and were furious. Su Kai felt even more ashamed. I said helplessly, "Su Kai, even if we are last, we have to finish the race. Keep going." Su Kai looked up. By the 3rd leg, he was already in last place, but everyone was still shouting for him. Suddenly, he did not want to give up anymore. Gripping the baton tightly, Su Kai sprinted forward. The students of class own gathered together, whispering among themselves, "Looks like our class is guaranteed last place." Su Kai is really something. If his foot was fine, he should have been faster. He was just standing there in a daze, wasting so much time. Unbelievable. While some were harboring resentment, Su Kai finally handed the baton to me at the last moment. The people of class own had already lost hope. Suddenly, a roar of cheers erupted from the sidelines. Everyone looked up. They saw me, looking bright and handsome, using my long legs to run like the wind. My legs were a blur, as I overtook an opponent after another. "Go Guchen," someone screamed. My speed was breathtaking. Combined with my long stride, I pulled off a miraculous comeback. Su Mushua watched with burning eyes as I ran toward her. Running with everything you have got does not look pretty, but his whole body seemed to be glowing, confident and brilliant. When the others were running, everyone cheered for their own classes. But when I ran, the girls of the entire school went wild, screaming and cheering for me at the top of their lungs. Su Mushua realized once again just how popular I was. Finally, at the very last second, I caught up to the leader from the neighboring class. The two of us crossed the line at the same time. Su Mushua thought that after such a sprint, I must be exhausted. Just as she was about to go support me, she found I was perfectly fine, standing past the finish line stretching my limbs. Having just finished the run, I saw her staring at me unblinkingly, and smiled as I held out my hand. Is that water for me? Su Mushua unscrewed the cap, and handed me the bottle. I did not refuse. Taking it, I gulped down the water greedily, my cheeks bulging as I drank. I had a kind of magic, a magic that could make Su Mushua's heart race at any time. I had ultimately snatched first place in the comeback. Classmates were surrounding me with congratulations. Suddenly, a discordant voice drifted over. Thank goodness for Guchen. Otherwise, our class would definitely be last. Some people almost made everyone else's effort worthless. Who the boy was referring to was obvious. Su Kai's face flushed with shame, and spoke directly to that boy. This is a 4x100-meter relay. Success does not rely on just one person's effort. Whether it is Li Yu, Zhang Bin, or Su Kai, they all contributed to this first place. No one wanted an accident to happen. The fact that Su Kai persisted to the end shows how great he is. Please do not cast blame so casually. My words were blunt. The boy instantly turned red with embarrassment. Guchen, I was just saying. It is not like I really meant it. I immediately resumed my smile and said gently, I know you did not mean it. I just worry that the person you are talking about will be upset. So I am just reminding you. Do not mind it. The boy knew I was giving him a way out, his face turning even redder. No, I do not mind. I purposely said those things in front of everyone, because I knew that he was not the only one thinking that way. Many people were blaming Su Kai. Even though I did not like Su Kai much either, I did not want someone who worked for the class to be blamed for a simple mistake. Su Kai heard me defending him the whole time, and for a moment he was moved almost to tears. He admitted that at first he pathetically wanted to give up, because he thought they would be last, but he had tried his best in the end. He had fallen. It was not serious, but his foot really hurt. He never expected that the one to speak up for him would be me. While ashamed, he felt immensely grateful to me. He had been too narrow-minded before. Indeed, only someone like Guchen was worthy of Su Mushua. I said what Su Mushua wanted to say, and gave everyone a graceful exit. Su Mushua suddenly felt a lack of confidence. He seems to be kind to everyone, not just to me. She felt a sudden wave of dejection. With this round over, a new round of competition began. I walked over to Su Mushua, seeing her sour expression. I was genuinely confused. Are you unhappy? Su Mushua shot me a glance, and said with a tsundere air, your face is practically dragging on the floor, and you say no. I could not help myself. I reached out and ruffled her hair. My action made her face turn red in a second. She stared at me in disbelief. Do you seriously not know that you can't just rub a girl's head? It was too intimate, but I acted as if I did not get it. Stepping closer with a bright smile, I tilted my head. You are not letting me touch it. Su Mushua's face was burning, saying it so naturally. Does he like her, or does he not? If she kept looking at me, Su Mushua was afraid she would lose control. Blushing, she turned her head away, pretending to look into the distance, and said awkwardly, touch it if you want. Whatever, I am already a lost cause. I just like him. Oh, touch it if I want. Teased her, thoroughly enjoying myself, seeing her clearly dying of embarrassment, yet still trying to act tough. I could not resist pushing her limits further. I leaned down, whispering in her ear, in a soft voice, then I'm going to touch it. Su Mushua felt as if she had been boiled alive. Shame made her desperate to flee, yet that tiny sliver of expectation kept her feet rooted to the spot. However, after waiting for a long time, she did not receive a second pat from me. She turned her head toward me in confusion, adopting Song Mingming's usual playful tone. I held out a single red rose, and presented it to Su Mushua. Su Mushua remained dumbfounded. Where did the flower come from? Did he buy it specifically for her? Looking at the delicate red rose before her, the corners of her mouth could not stop curling up. Guchen was giving her a rose, but before she could even celebrate, the next second, she saw Li Yu, the life committee member, handing out a rose to every single student in the class. The smile on her face froze. The corners of her mouth twitched. The class handed these out. I replied naturally with a beaming smile. Li Yu said we are taking a class photo later, and everyone needs to be holding a rose. Thanks a lot. The rose in her hand suddenly lost its fragrance, as if seeing through her thoughts. I asked her on purpose, do you not want it? If you do not want it, give it back to me. You can go get another one from Li Yu later. After saying that, I reached out to take it. Su Mushua stepped aside to dodge me, then marched forward with the rose, muttering under her breath as she walked. Who asks for a gift back after giving it? Go find Li Yu and get a new own yourself. Standing behind her, the corners of my mouth curled up involuntarily. Then, someone captured this scene as well, and posted it on the forum, holding the same rose that everyone else had. Su Mushua comforted herself. At least Gu Chen brought this own over personally, so it practically counts as a gift from him. During the long-distance race in the afternoon, in the 800-meter event, I had been in the lead from the very start, until the very end. Just as I was about to cross the finish line, a small child suddenly wandered onto the track, and rushed right in front of me. I was going too fast to stop in time. I instinctively twisted my body to the other side. The result of that forced maneuver was that I fell and twisted my ankle. I only had time to let out a sharp cry of surprise. The child belonged to one of the teachers. Seeing what happened, the teacher hurried over to scoop the child up, and asked about me with concern. My brows were knitted in pain. Su Mushua had already run over. I will take you to the infirmary. I shook my head. Wait, I can manage. I have not crossed the line yet. We will talk after I finish the race. I like to finish what I start. With less than 2 meters left to go, I had no reason to quit. However, I did not expect the injury to be this severe. Struggling to stand up, the piercing pain turned my face pale, and I could not help but sway unsteadily. The moment I tried to take a step, it looked like I was going to fall again. With a cold face, Su Mushua blocked my path without a word. Froze, looking at her in astonishment. Su Mushua, what are you doing? I have not finished yet. There are only a few steps left. Is your foot more important? Or is the race more important? Su Mushua's face was incredibly dark, and her tone was actually quite fierce. I looked at her with surprise. She was genuinely angry. But it is only a few steps. Su Mushua thought I still wanted to keep running, and could not help but snap at me. So what if it is only a few steps? Your foot can't even handle own. This was the first time Su Mushua had ever been fierce with me. Maybe I am a bit of a masochist, but being yelled at by her actually made me quite happy. The pain seemed to ease as my mood improved. I stopped arguing, and let her support me as we headed to the infirmary. In the infirmary, I sat on the bed, while Su Mushua stood by, looking visibly tense. How is he? Is anything broken? The doctor smiled, seeing how nervous she was. The bone is not damaged. It is just some soft tissue injury. Apply the spray for a couple of days, and massage it. He will be fine. Hearing that it was not serious, Su Mushua let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor. I also politely thanked the doctor. The doctor laughed. You are welcome. The doctor prescribed some medicine for Su Mushua to take back. After explaining how to use it, he patted her on the shoulder. Make sure your boyfriend stays off his feet for a few days. Boyfriend. The word was ordinary enough, but put together, it made Su Mushua's heart race and her face flush. She opened her mouth to explain, but I had already taken the medicine from the doctor's hand. Thank you, doctor. Gu Chen did not explain. He even seemingly accepted the title. Su Mushua could not figure out what I meant, and her heart felt as if it were being scratched by a cat. With my foot injured, I certainly could not keep walking. After Su Mushua called to ask for my leave, she carried me home on her back. On the way home, Su Mushua supported me. Even now, her heart was still thumping like a drum. My silent acceptance in the infirmary made her throat dry and her heart flutter. Finally, after crossing street after street, she summoned the courage to ask me, back there in the infirmary, why did not you correct the doctor? I could not see Su Mushua's face, but I could see her ears glowing a lovely red. I deliberately pretended not to hear, and leaned close to her ear. What did you say? I did not catch that. Su Mushua was shy. She wanted to say it is nothing, but when the words reached her lips, they were forcibly replaced by the thoughts in her heart. She spoke fast and somewhat unclearly. In the infirmary just now, the doctor misunderstood that we were dating. Why did not you clarify? After saying that, she lowered her head, the tips of her ears turning an even deeper red. She waited for a long time, but when my answer did not come, she started to panic. Was she being too obvious? Just as she was about to explain, her burning earlobe was gently pinched by a hand. My soft voice drifted from behind her, accompanied by the warmth of my breath. Let him misunderstand. It is fine. The doctor would not necessarily believe us even if we explained. Is that the only reason? Su Mushua felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Her head drooped, and she walked forward dejectedly. I walked a few steps, then stopped and spoke again. Besides, since I already have someone I like, I do not really care about those things. Su Mushua heard this and turned around, hurriedly pressing close to me. Who is that person? Disappointed, Su Mushua hung her head and walked forward. I could not bear it, sighing and smiling helplessly. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Like you." Su Mushua, immersed in her disappointment, did not hear it. She looked at me and asked what I said. I put on an indifferent face, said, "Hurry up. I want to go home and rest." Su Mushua obediently let out a soft and supported me step by step all the way home. When Su Mushua applied the medicine for me, I hissed in pain. Her movements instantly became gentler. "Does it hurt a lot?" I shook my head. I watched Su Mushua squatting on the floor, lowering her head to gently blow on my injury. After applying the medicine, Su Mushua looked up at me. "What do you want to eat? I will make it for you." I thought of Su Mushua's notorious dark cuisine, and really wanted to refuse. But in the end, I surrendered to the gentleness in her eyes. "Just boiling some noodles will do." Hearing that I did not refuse, Su Mushua's eyes immediately lit up. "I will make it for you right away." Like a cat being stroked the right way, she happily ran out. I lay sprawled on the bed and soon fell asleep. Hearing Su Mushua's footsteps, I groggily woke up. Su Mushua walked into the room carrying a bowl of noodles. And that was fast. Su Mushua placed the bowl on the nightstand, deliberately turning her hand, injured from cooking, toward me. "Taste it." Meanwhile, my eyes were drawn to the appetizing bowl of noodles, completely missing the injury on the back of her hand. I looked at Su Mushua in surprise. "Did you make this all by yourself?" Su Mushua's face flushed. "Lu taught me how." I praised her. "It looks really good." Because it looked delicious, I took a bite. Without any suspicion, I took a huge bite. But as soon as it entered my mouth, something felt wrong. I frowned and looked at Su Mushua questioningly. I calmly bit off the noodles, swallowed hard and asked, "How much salt did you put in?" Sitting beside me, she replied, "Just 3 spoons." My smile stiffened, seeing my weird expression. Su Mushua asked in confusion, "What is wrong? Is it not good?" I smiled mischievously. "Try it yourself." Su Mushua leaned her face closer to mine, staring at me with her dark eyes. Blinking, she said, "There is only one pair of chopsticks." My heart skipped a beat. I coughed softly, picked up some noodles, and brought them to her mouth. At this moment, we both knew that we had crossed the boundary of friendship, stepping into the realm of ambiguous romance. Smiling, Su Mushua ate the noodles I fed her. On second, she looked entirely enchanted. The next second, she instantly put on a mask of pure agony. Seeing her expression, I laughed out loud. "How is it? Delicious?" Su Mushua rolled her eyes at me. "You tell me." In the end, we still had Aunt Lu remake dinner. When the exam results were released, as expected, I ranked first. Su Mushua came in second, just one point behind me. Looking at the scoreboard on the wall, the classmates let out gasps of admiration. Su Mushua frowned. I do not know who said it, but I heard a wow. Su Mushua is being suppressed by Guchen. Su Mushua turned her head to look at the boy who spoke. The boy thought she was angry and terrified, covered his mouth, expecting to be scolded. Surprisingly, not only did Su Mushua not scold him, she actually smiled, seemingly in a good mood. After knowing the scores, when Shen Linfeng was showing off in front of me, "Guchen, do not think being first in the grade is a big deal. Let me tell you, Su Mushua is still mine." I was completely unbothered by Shen Linfeng's provocation. I curled my lips and said, "But being first in the grade is a big deal." From behind, someone could not hold back a laugh. Shen Linfeng and I looked over at the same time. A beautiful girl stepped out from behind a tree. Her looks were no less than Su Mushua's. Shen Linfeng's eyes lit up as he stared at the girl, Mu Yunyun. She walked toward us. "Sorry, I did not mean to." Shen Linfeng and I both said, "It is fine." Mu Yunyun used to be a good friend of mine. But timeline-wise, at this moment, Mu Yunyun and I had not met yet. Mu Yunyun asked gently, "Hello, I wanted to ask, do you know how to get to Class 1, Grade 12? Shen Linfeng answered one step ahead of me. "I am in Class 1. I will take you there." Mu Yunyun smiled. "Thank you." My mouth twitched. Is this the same Shen Linfeng who just warned me not to fight him for Su Mushua? Back in the classroom, I saw Su Mushua with her head down, drawing something on scrap paper. Curious, I approached her. "Su Mushua, what are you drawing?" She was so focused on her drawing that hearing my voice suddenly startled her. She immediately hid the paper behind her back and glared at me. "Why do not you make a sound when you walk?" I raised my hands in surrender. I am innocent. It is obviously because you were too focused. Let me see what you drew. I leaned over to get a look. Feeling guilty, Su Mushua pushed the paper further back. Just random doodles. Why is a guy like you so nosy? I looked suspiciously at Su Mushua's blushing face, guessing that whatever was on that paper had something to do with me. Could it be a drawing of me? Su Mushua blushed and said, whatever it is, I am not showing you. I casually replied, fine, keep your secrets. By the way, I told Su Mushua that our class was getting a new student. In my past life, Mu Yun, aside from being my good friend, was also a business partner to Su Mushua. So, whenever she was mentioned, a smile would naturally appear on my face. Su Mushua immediately narrowed her eyes. In a dangerous tone she asked, a girl. I immediately replied, could it be a guy? Su Mushua's jar of jealousy tipped right over. My subconscious smile was a complete eyesore to her. It really bothered her. She did not even notice the scrap paper falling from her hands to the floor. She took wide strides and said fiercely, move out of the way, I need to go to the restroom. Waiting for her to leave the classroom, I immediately picked up her scrap paper. On it was a drawing of a little boy, pinning a beautiful long-haired girl down, forcing a kiss on her lips. Our names were even written on their shirts. I chuckled softly and took a picture of it just as the bell rang. Teacher Han led Mu Yun into the classroom. All the boys instantly went wild. After Mu Yun finished her self-introduction, the classmates clapped in unison. Shen Linfeng was clapping exceptionally enthusiastically. Su Mushua wore a look of disdain, her eyes practically screaming, is that it? Su Mushua saw me staring at Mu Yun, and could not help but press her face close to mine. She asked, do you think she is pretty? Mu Yun's appearance definitely fit the general public standard of beauty. I said seriously, of course. Hearing me praise another girl's beauty, Su Mushua felt a sharp pain in her chest and looked away. She scoffed at Mu Yun. What is so pretty about her? Is she as pretty as me? I looked at Su Mushua in surprise, because in our previous life, Su Mushua and Mu Yun hit it off right away, and were as close as sisters. I stared at Su Mushua in astonishment. Made uncomfortable by my stare, Su Mushua asked, what? Just because I said she is not pretty, you're upset? Seeing her frown in displeasure, I finally realized. Su Mushua was jealous. Mu Yun sat next to me. The next class was math. She had not brought her math textbook, so I enthusiastically handed mine to her. Mu Yun was a bit surprised as she took the textbook. She quickly thanked me and I waved it off. Su Mushua's eyes widened, glaring at Mu Yun in disbelief. Mu Yun felt Su Mushua's gaze, looked up and smiled with a nod. Su Mushua tensed her jaw, angrily turning her head to glare at me. You lent your book to someone else. What are you going to read? I tilted my head and pulled my chair closer to hers. I will read with you. Su Mushua could not control her smile. The gloom in her heart was completely swept away. She shyly rested her head on the desk, muttering softly. Hearing her mumble, I could not help but lean in, close and ask, what did you say? I could not hear you. Tickled by my breath by her ear, Su Mushua suddenly turned her head to say something. Because we were so close, her soft red lips directly brushed past my cheek. It felt like all sounds had been put on mute, instantly plunging into silence. She looked at me in a daze, her face suddenly burning bright red. I was also stunned for a moment, and was just about to take the initiative to break the awkwardness. However, before I could even open my mouth, Su Mushua let out a squeak and shot up from her seat. Just then, the math teacher walked in. Su Mushua, what are you doing? Su Mushua guiltily stammered. Teacher, my stomach hurts. The math teacher showed a sympathetic expression. Go quickly, do not hold it in too long or you will soil your pants. Su Mushua suddenly flushed with immense embarrassment, wanting to gag him. Song Mingming clutched her stomach and laughed out loud. I could not hold back either, my eyes curving into a smile. Enduring everyone's gazes in pure mortification, Su Mushua bolted out of the classroom. I touched the spot where she had accidentally kissed me, my cheeks slightly flushed. I waited until the final P class before I saw Su Mushua again. When she saw Mu Yun standing next to me, she instantly turned into a gloomy storm cloud. I waved at her. Su Mushua, why are you just getting here? Seeing that I was asking her, a smile almost broke out on Su Mushua's face, trying to suppress it as she retorted, like I was waiting for you. I nodded, pointing to Mu Yun and Song Mengming. We are playing doubles badminton. We are short own person. Come join us. Su Mushua was about to say that she and I would be a team, but Song Mengming hooked an arm around her neck. Mushua and I are a team. Guchen, you and Mu Yunyun are a team. Su Mushua turned her head, glaring resentfully at Song Mengming. Song Mengming realized it belatedly, and quickly tried to cover up. I mean, we two can join forces and beat Mu Yunyun to show Guchen how amazing you are. The two of them whispered, but it was loud enough for Mu Yunyun and me to hear. Looking embarrassed, I apologized to Mu Yunyun. Mu Yunyun smiled gently. It is fine, I do not mind. And so it was decided. What was supposed to be a relaxing sport to relieve stress turned into a life or death battle. The shuttlecock was smashed with the sound of slicing air, and all of them were aimed solely at Mu Yunyun. I became a literal background prop. Shen Linfeng saw us playing badminton together, and noticed Su Mushua and Song Mengming bullying the good-natured Mu Yunyun. Shen Linfeng felt a pang of sympathy. He assumed that it was definitely because of me that Mu Yunyun was being targeted. He glared at me angrily, raised his hand and called out, "Hey, why did not you invite me? I want to play badminton too." Having been a background prop for ages, hearing this made me breathe a sigh of relief. I immediately gave up my spot on Mu Yunyun's team. Shen Linfeng smiled brightly, running over to switch with me, looking at me like I was a good guy for the very first time. Shen Linfeng wanted to show off in front of Mu Yunyun and Su Mushua, actively fighting to receive the shuttlecock. But it did not take long before the court echoed with Shen Linfeng's miserable howls. Shen Linfeng could not beat Su Mushua and Song. He was utterly massacred on the spot. After playing, I sat by the flower bed. Su Mushua noticed my lips were dry and sneaked off to the convenience store to buy water. "Uncle, own bottle of water." The store owner apologized. "Oh dear, I am so sorry. The last bottle just sold out." Su Mushua was speechless. "You do not even stock enough water. What kind of store is this?" Frustrated, she ran to another store. I did not know where Su Mushua ran off to, so I kept sitting by the flower bed waiting for her. School was already over. Mu Yunyun carried her bag, approached me and asked, "Waiting for someone?" I nodded. "Waiting for Su Mushua." Mentioning her name brought a natural smile to my face. "What about you? Why have not you gone home?" Mu Yunyun smiled. "I was about to, but I saw you here, so I brought you a bottle of water." While playing badminton, my lips had dried out, but my laziness flared up, and I did not want to move, figuring I would endure it until I got home. Now with water handed right to me, there was no reason to refuse, but I still asked politely, "Are not you going to drink?" Mu Yunyun leaned sideways. "Have some." She opened her backpack, pulling out a half-empty water bottle. Understanding, I nodded. "Thanks, then I won't hold back." I opened the cap and took big gulps to rehydrate, revealing a satisfied smile. At this moment, Su Mushua was standing not far away, gripping the bottle of water she had just bought. Seeing me and Mu Yunyun laughing and talking, Su Mushua held her bottle, her heart sinking. I felt an intense gaze on me. Subconsciously turning my head, I saw Su Mushua standing nearby with her head down. I raised my hand and called out, "Su Mushua." Su Mushua gave a gloomy Thinking she did not hear me, I smiled, said goodbye to Mu Yunyun, grabbed my bag, and quickly ran towards Su Mushua. "Su Mushua, where did you go? I have been waiting for you for a long time." Su Mushua looked at me sadly, pursing her lips. "I went to buy water." I looked at the bottle gripped tightly in her hand, realizing something. Seeing her looking so disappointed she was about to cry, yet trying to act tough, made a wave of guilt rise within me. I should not have drunk the water Mu Yunyun gave me. Damn it. I gently tucked her bangs behind her ear and asked, "Did you buy that water for me?" Su Mushua, prideful as always, did not want to admit it. She lifted her chin, about to say no, but I forcefully snatched the bottle from her hand. She did not have the strength to resist. I looked at her dry lips, smiled, twisted off the cap, and brought the bottle to her mouth. "Are you thirsty? Take a sip." Su Mushua looked up at me, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. The annoyance and disappointment wrapped around her heart vanished in an instant. Her thin lips curled up naturally, and guided by my hand, she opened her mouth to let me feed her. It was clearly just plain water, but it tasted as sweet as honey. As a result of me feeding her, some water spilled over. Flustered, I used my sleeve to wipe her mouth. Su Mushua shyly turned her face away and walked toward the school gate. At the beginning of November, Su Mushua was notified to join the math competition class to start preparing for the National Math Olympiad Finals. Hearing this terrible news for the first time, Su Mushua's heart went cold. Mu Yunyun had just transferred here, and now she had to leave for the competition class. Was not this just creating private space for me and Mu Yun? Teacher Han tapped on the desk. You look unhappy. Do you not want to go? Su Mushua disappointedly shook her head. I noticed that after Su Mushua returned from Teacher Han's office, something was off about her. She looked completely spaced out. After school, rarely, Su Mushua did not wait for me. She just said a quick goodbye and dragged Song Mengmeng away, leaving Shen Linfeng and me staring at each other. Worried about her, I decided to wait a bit and call Song Mengmeng later to ask. Meanwhile, Song Mengmeng was dragged by Su Mushua to a tightly closed club room. Song Mengmeng looked at her suspiciously. If I did not know you liked Guchen, I would suspect you were planning to do something bad to me. Who would want to do something bad to you? Su Mushua's expression stiffened. What do you mean? Song Mengmeng found it funny. Mushua, are you still trying to act like no one can tell? Do you dare say you do not like Guchen even a little bit? Song Mengmeng loved teasing Su Mushua, assuming that this time, Su Mushua would act proud and deny it as usual. But as a result, she waited a long time and still did not hear a denial. When she looked closer, she realized Su Mushua's whole face was bright red. Blushing deeply, Su Mushua said, I have to go to the competition class. The joint training is at Nanzhong. I have to leave Linzhong for almost 20 days. Song Mengmeng replied, that is a good thing. Who knows, maybe you will get directly admitted to university. But you look like you do not want to. Su Mushua looked at her coldly. As her good sister, Song Mengmeng immediately understood the reason. Are you reluctant because of Guchen? Su Mushua nodded. But I am still going to go. I brought you here today to ask for a favor. Song Mengmeng wickedly raised an eyebrow, quickly dodging away, and asked with a laugh, let me guess. Is the favor? Su Mushua blushed, using her palm to push away Song Mengmeng's approaching face, and said awkwardly, while I am away at Nanzhong, can you help me keep an eye on Mu Yun during this time? Do not let her get too close to Guchen. Song Mengmeng smiled mischievously, shaking her phone. Looks like my guess was right. You do like Guchen, but I remember, someone used to swear in our group chat that they would absolutely never like Guchen, and that the engagement was just an adult joke. Su Mushua, do you happen to know who that person is? Su Mushua stared blankly at Song Mengmeng teasing her, and replied coldly, I do not remember. Song Mengmeng let out a hearty laugh. I still remember you saying, if you ever liked Guchen, you would run a lap around the field naked. I even found the messages. Hearing Song Mengmeng's wicked laughter, Su Mushua gritted her teeth and said, are you going to help me or not? Song Mengmeng did not dare tease her anymore, and quickly appeased her. Hey, I will help. Who told you to be my best sister? Song Mengmeng might not be good at other things, but as a wing woman, she was number one. Right after they parted ways, Su Mushua immediately explained the situation. Su Mushua assumed that her feelings for me were known to everyone. Then I felt someone pacing outside my room. The person seemed hesitant, unsure whether to come look for me or not. I was 100% sure it was Su Mushua. I waited for a while but still did not hear her knock, so I simply went over and pulled the door open. Su Mushua was just about to knock, could not pull her hand back in time, and almost knocked on my head. I looked at her and asked, what are you doing here? Seeing me, Su Mushua's face naturally turned red. She opened her mouth, looking at me in a daze. I guess she had something on her mind, so I was very patient, waiting without rushing her. Perhaps my patience gave Su Mushua courage. She gathered her courage and said to me, I have to go to the math competition class at Nanzhong. I felt reluctant to let her go, but I also knew this separation was for a better future. I tried my best to smile, suppressing the reluctance in my heart, and said, then do your best. Work hard, and win the prize that belongs to you. But Su Mushua looked at me, slightly disappointed. Do not worry, I will definitely do my best. I just wanted to tell you that for the next 20 days, you might have to go to school alone. I nodded. Seeing that I had nothing else to say, Su Mushua had to say, then get some rest. I am going back to my room. She turned to head to her room. I called out to her, hey, wait a minute. Su Mushua turned her head instantly, visible joy in her eyes. I originally just wanted to remind her that she was wearing her pajamas inside out. But seeing the surprised and joyful look in her eyes, I changed my mind, took 2 steps forward and hugged her. Su Mushua was overjoyed. Foodie. I wrapped both arms around her gently, and said, Su Mushua, bring back first place for me to see. Su Mushua walked back to her room with floaty steps, as if she were drunk. The competition class started as scheduled. Su Mushua went to Nanzhong to report for the class. It had been a long time since I went to school alone. I suddenly felt completely unaccustomed to it. The weather seemed to match my mood. The temperature dropped suddenly. In the early morning, gusts of cold wind blew. Riding my bike to school, I felt like my face was about to be blown numb. At the school gate, I ran into Mu Yunyun. As soon as Mu Yunyun saw me, she naturally came over to greet me. We walked side by side toward the classroom. Shen Linfeng, who was dropped off by his driver, stepped out of the car and saw Mu Yunyun and me walking closely together. His face instantly twisted in anger. Unfortunately, Song Mengmeng also saw this. She secretly took a picture to show Su Mushua, and not afraid of stirring up trouble, said, "Mushua, you are being cuckolded." Su Mushua was in the competition class, and could not bring her phone inside. Song Mengmeng did not wait for her reply either. After sending the message, she tossed the matter out of her mind. Several students in our class had gone to the competition class, so the classroom suddenly felt quite empty. Teacher Han simply rearranged the seats. The empty desks were all moved to the back row. Coincidentally, Song Mengmeng became deskmates with Shen Linfeng, and I was assigned to sit with Mu Yunyun. Song Mengmeng suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Mu Yunyun was beautiful and gentle. It was not impossible for me to have a change of heart. Compared to Song Mengmeng, Shen Linfeng's sense of crisis was even stronger. He had a hard time convincing himself to give up on Su Mushua and shift his attention to Mu Yunyun, only for Mu Yunyun to get involved with me. So all day, whenever Mu Yunyun said even a single word to me, Mengmeng and Shen Linfeng would turn around to talk to us. After Su Mushua finished her self-study, that night, she finally got her hands on her phone. Seeing the messages Song Mengmeng sent, she almost exploded on the spot. The first message was from 7:00 a.m. "Mushua, you have been cuckolded." Then the second message at 12:00 p.m. "Mushua, your seat has been taken. Haha, the teacher assigned the seats, it is not my fault. I tried my best." The third message at 3:00 p.m. "Someone else sent me this, letting you look at the picture to miss the person." The last picture was of Mu Yunyun and me with our heads close together. Su Mushua's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She desperately wanted to see me, but because of the intensive training, she could not leave. She was so anxious her face turned pale. She took out her phone and called me. I had just finished my exam paper. Seeing Su Mushua's call, I smiled and picked up. The moment the call connected, Su Mushua's heart seemed to skip a beat. The whole world went quiet. My voice was slightly hoarse. "It is so late, you are not asleep yet?" I asked in confusion. "Do you have a cold?" Hearing my words of concern, Su Mushua's eyes immediately reddened. What if I say yes? I did not suspect that Su Mushua was lying to me. I said worriedly, "Then go to the school infirmary to buy some medicine. The weather has been cold lately. Do not let it get worse." The concern in my voice was obvious. I never hid my kindness toward her. Su Mushua suddenly felt she was being childish. "I do not have a cold," I almost thought. Su Mushua was using this to joke with me again, and was about to get angry. But suddenly I understood. Her voice really did sound off. If it was not a cold, then she was in a bad mood. Su Mushua missed me. We had not seen each other for just one day, yet it was like lovesickness. Afterwards, seeming to have run out of topics, Su Mushua had to hang up. After the call ended, she stared like an idiot, blankly at her phone. Just then, Aunt Lu had made late-night snacks. I packed them in a thermos, and asked the driver to take me to Nanzhong. Meanwhile, Su Mushua was lying in bed, starting to imagine me and Mu Yunyun together. After the competition, she would bring back first place. But I would not care and would be holding hands affectionately with Mu Yunyun. Thinking of this scene, Su Mushua felt suffocated with sadness. At that moment her phone rang. The person I love. He does not love me. Su Mushua felt like even the song was mocking her. It took her a long time to react to the fact that someone was calling her. It was not until someone next to her reminded her that Su Mushua finally reacted. She thought it was Song Mengmeng. She listlessly picked up the phone, glanced at it, and abruptly sat up from the bed. Her eyes lit up with disbelief. She clutched her phone and ran out into the hallway. "Hello, Guchen, why are you calling me?" Su Mushua was incredibly excited but tried to suppress her emotions. Afraid of scaring me, holding the thermos, I arrived at the place in my memory where Su Mushua used to secretly sneak food in. Hearing Su Mushua's excited voice, I curled my lips into a smile. "Su Mushua, can you come to the east gate of Nanzhong right now?" Su Mushua froze. What did that mean? She was not sure and dared not to hope, but her heart could not stop secretly rejoicing. With an excited, and trembling voice, she said, I can come over. I chuckled softly and whispered, I will wait for you here. Su Mushua did not dare to hang up. She sprinted madly downstairs, but when she saw my silhouette, her steps slowed down. Hearing footsteps from behind the gate, I was sure it was Su Mushua. I turned around in surprise and quickly walked up to the iron gate. We looked at each other through the iron bars. I could still hear her soft panting. Seeing her slightly damp bangs, I guessed she had run all the way here. The soft spot in my heart was touched. I took a tissue, passed it through the iron bars, and held it in front of Su Mushua. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she looked down at the tissue in her palm, slowly took it from me, but did not immediately wipe her sweat. She just gripped the tissue and looked at me. It is so late, why did you come over? I smiled and lifted the thermos in my hand. Today is your first day away. I was worried you would not be used to the food, so I brought you some late-night snacks Aunt Lou made. Su Mushua's throat felt dry. She hesitated, saying, brought them. For me, Su Mushua's eyes grew hot. Every little thing I did moved her deeply. Su Mushua knew she had completely fallen into the net. Not knowing where she got the courage, Su Mushua suddenly leaned in, cupped my face with both hands, pulled me toward the iron bars, stood on her tiptoes and kissed my lips. I wanted to step back, but I was too late. Yet, the expected sensation did not come. Su Mushua held my face with both hands, but her two thumbs were pressed right against my lips. She had actually kissed her own thumbs. I was completely stunned. Under the moonlight, I saw the resolute gaze of the young girl, Su Mushua. Before I could react, she pulled back in time. Guchin, wait for me to come back, and let us talk. I knew that her talk meant she was going to confess her feelings. She took a deep breath, and said slowly, you do not need to rush to reject me right now. Just give me a chance to prove myself. If you still hate me, then I won't bother you or cause you any more trouble. These words took all the courage Su Mushua had in her life. She did not even dare to keep looking at me. She said goodbye on her own, and ran back as if fleeing the scene. It was not until her silhouette disappeared that I snapped out of my shock over Su Mushua kissing me. My fingers carefully touched my lips. I could not hold back the smile reaching my eyes. You coward, why run? I brought you late-night snacks for nothing. You did not even take them before running back. But the fact that Su Mushua could take such a step really surprised me. I smiled happily, got into the car, and headed home. Su Mushua sprinted back even faster than she came, feeling far more nervous. She ran all the way to her dorm in own breath and locked herself in the bathroom. Drained of energy, she leaned against the door, panting heavily. The weather in the capital was getting colder and colder. I started wearing a puffer jacket. Su Mushua still had not returned. Day by day, since that day, Su Mushua had not contacted me, but I occasionally posted on social media to let her know what I was up to. There were selfies of me, as well as interesting things happening lately. As for Su Mushua, every day after training, when she returned to the dorm, the first thing she did was take out her phone, scroll through social media, save my photos, and experience my happy moments. Right before the competition, Su Mushua received a message from me. Good luck. Just those 2 words, no extra words. Su Mushua was as thrilled as if she had won the whole world. She hugged her phone, smiling goofily. Mushua could not help but think, he must have some feelings for me too, right? Thinking of this, she trembled with joy. With her fingers tapping the screen, she carefully typed the words, thank you, wait for me. During the time Su Mushua was attending the training, the relationship between Mu Yunyun and me progressed by leaps and bounds. Of course, purely as friends. Every day, Song Meng Bing reported to Su Mushua about my situation. Right after Su Mushua finished her competition, Song Meng Bing sent her final report message. It is over, Mushua. Today, I just found out that Mu Yunyun and Guchin seem to be dating. Attached was a photo of me being pinned against the wall by Mu Yunyun, with her head bowed as if kissing me. The truth was an old friend accidentally took it and posted it on the forum, but the actual situation was that Mu Yunyun asked me to help deliver a gift to Meng Bing, and someone happened to take a photo from behind. Because of the photographer's angle, it looked like we were hugging and almost kissing. After finishing the exam, Su Mushua excitedly ran all the way home, wanting to see me as soon as possible. Upon arriving home, she took out her phone and finally saw the photo Song Meng Bing sent. Su Mushua felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The sweetness in her heart was ruthlessly pierced and shattered in a second. Looking at that photo, Su Mushua had no reaction. There was no expression of agony, nor was there a look of pain in her eyes. Only her tears, fighting a losing battle, fell onto the phone screen, with no warning that her tears were falling. Suddenly seeing the tears on the phone screen, Su Mushua even pulled out a tissue to wipe it clean. No, there must be some misunderstanding. Su Mushua did not want to believe it. Her heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tight, suffocatingly painful. She threw her backpack down and ran out, wanting to find me, to ask me clearly if I loved Mu Yun. Just as Su Mushua rushed out the door, she ran into me, and walking beside me was Mu Yun. In that instant, Su Mushua's doubts seemed to be answered. She stopped in her tracks, standing there in a daze. She stared at me blankly. Mu Yun turned toward me. Her chest ached suffocatingly. I was just discussing with Mu Yun about Meng Bing's birthday the day after tomorrow, and how to celebrate it. Suddenly I felt an intense gaze. I subconsciously looked over. The person I had not seen for over half a month appeared right before my eyes. Surprised, I ran toward Su Mushua. Su Mushua, how come you are back so soon? Did not Song Meng say you were not coming back until tomorrow? Su Mushua looked down at my smile. Lacking confidence, she turned her face away and muttered, I was homesick, so I came back a day early. In reality, what she wanted to say was, I missed you. I could tell at a glance that something was wrong with her. Frowning, I asked, what is wrong with you? Su Mushua shook her head, her voice full of disappointment. Nothing. Mu Yun saw that Su Mushua and I seemed to have something to talk about, so she took the initiative and said, Guchen, I will head back first. We will talk about that via text. Prioritizing romance over friendship? I smiled and replied, sure. I will text you tonight. Su Mushua did not know what we were going to talk about. She only knew that we had a secret, and that she was acting like an outsider. Su Mushua felt downhearted, dragging her body back like a walking corpse, to her room. I dropped my backpack in my room, and without a word, went straight into Su Mushua's room. Su Mushua was lying on the bed, resting the back of her hand against her forehead. I walked to her bedside, and saw that her eyes were red. Su Mushua, immersed in her sadness, did not even notice me entering her room. When our eyes met, she could not hide the emotions in her eyes in time. I caught all of it. Su Mushua awkwardly sat up, looking at me, not knowing what to do. Why are you? Before she could finish, I pointed out her state directly. You are in a bad mood. Su Mushua turned her face away. Is it that obvious? I asked again. What? Su Mushua could not handle me caring about her like this. With red eyes, she looked at me awkwardly. Do not you know why? I was genuinely surprised. I really do not know. I spoke softly, rubbing her head. If something's upsetting you, can you tell me about it? Su Mushua gave a bitter smile. Tell you so you can be happy about it? I looked at her with pity. Su Mushua, if nothing's wrong, why do you like pretending to be pitiful, to gain my sympathy, and soften my heart, but when something is actually wrong, you like to hide it? I took a step forward and pulled her directly into my arms, comforting her. If you are unhappy, do not force a smile. I thought she had made a mistake in her exam. Being hugged by me, Su Mushua felt incredibly aggrieved. You already have a girlfriend, yet you are acting so intimately with me. Do you know you are acting like a scumbag? I was stunned. What girlfriend? I suddenly realized the reason Su Mushua was sad. You thought I had a girlfriend. Amused, I asked, who told you I have a girlfriend? A tiny bit of expectation bloomed in Su Mushua's heart. Her dim eyes gradually lit up with hope. You do not. I laughed in exasperation. Of course I do not. Who has been talking nonsense to you? Getting an affirmative answer. Su Mushua's eyes regained their sparkle. She laughed out loud excitedly. So you and Mu Yun are not dating. You do not like her either, and you definitely did not kiss her. Right after saying that, without waiting for my reply, she excitedly hugged me tight. I felt completely lost in the clouds. But one thing was certain, Su Mushua had misunderstood. That Mu Yun and I were dating. Originally, I wanted to scold her a little, but seeing her so happy, in the end, I could not bear to scold her. I reached out and stroked her face gently. No, I do not like Mu Yun. As for who I do like, I am not saying. Su Mushua's mood today was like riding a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly up and down. Finally, she realized she had been hugging me this whole time. She did not want to let go. She buried her head in my chest. Tuchen. Breaking a sweat, I was both annoyed and amused. Are you done yet? Su Mushua smiled and finally let me go. Not yet. Are you free tomorrow? Guessing she was about to confess, I deliberately teased her. Maybe I am free, maybe not. I do not know. Someone once said that when two people who like each other are together, even doing the most boring things is incredibly fun. Su Mushua and I lay on our stomachs on the bed, doing homework together. We did not communicate much during the whole process, but it was still very enjoyable. Su Mushua would sneak glances at me from time to time. Thinking I did not notice, she kept looking, nonchalantly resting her chin on her hand, staring intently at me. When she leaned close to me again, I looked up helplessly. What are you looking at? Su Mushua sheepishly rubbed the tip of her nose, leaning back. Nothing. She quickly lowered her head to continue her work, unable to keep staring at me. In her free time, Su Mushua remembered the photo of Mu Yunyun and me. That looked like we were kissing. Song Meng had said someone secretly took it and posted it on the forum. Since I said it did not happen, then it definitely did not happen. She suddenly made up her mind that she could not let those photos spread indiscriminately, taking advantage of me focusing on my test paper. Su Mushua took out her phone and texted Song Meng, asking her about the forum post with that photo. Song Meng finally replied to Su Mushua's message. Thinking Su Mushua was heartbroken and upset, she sent a voice message wanting to comfort her. Thinking it was a link being sent over, Mushua quickly tapped to open it. Song Meng's sympathetic voice instantly echoed throughout the room. Mushua, I know you are sad and upset. It is okay, you still have this. Who knows? Maybe Gu Chen and Mu Yunyun are just a passing phase. Soon enough, he will realize how great you are. Dump Mu Yunyun and be with you. Su Mushua panicked, scrambling for half a day to turn off the audio. Hearing it, I looked over in amusement. Su Mushua looked straight into my eyes, her gaze filled with complex emotions. She felt flustered, as if her deepest thoughts had been seen through, along with an indescribable embarrassment, but mostly frustration. She had not prepared herself yet, and Song Meng had just exposed her feelings on her own. Blushing, she stammered, I. No, it is that Meng. She is talking nonsense. Su Mushua grew more flustered the more she panicked, stumbling over her words. Finally, as if giving up the struggle, she looked at me blankly, her head slowly lowering like a child who had made a mistake. I found her so amusing that I burst out laughing. Hearing my clear laughter, Su Mushua's face turned fiercely red, deciding to just let it go. She sneaked a peek at me, seeing the corners of my mouth curled up. She felt that I was in a good mood, so she became happy too. It was not until I went back to my room that Song Meng finally sent the forum link to Su Mushua. She narrowed her eyes, reading the comments below. Gu Chen and this pretty girl look like a good match. So Gu Chen dumped our school beauty. The comments made Su Mushua's eyes hurt. Furious, she contacted the admin to delete the post. Su Mushua wanted to see if any other posts slipped through the net. Suddenly, she was attracted by the title of a post, discussing the epic romance of the campus god and the school beauty. The corners of Su Mushua's mouth curled up slightly. Epic romance. Not bad. She happily clicked in and read line by line. Seeing that all the classmates were shipping her and me, the smile on Su Mushua's face grew wider and wider, almost reaching her ears. Just as Su Mushua was about to exit the forum, she suddenly saw a candid photo from the day of the competition. It was a side profile shot of her and me. In the photo, I was looking at her with a smile on my face, my eyes full of indulgence. Su Mushua had an intuition. That was a smile reserved only for someone you like. Su Mushua's heart pounded wildly. An answer was about to burst out of her heart. She was so eager that her hands trembled. Is it like what I think? Does he like me too? She desperately wanted someone else to confirm it. Su Mushua went into her small group chat with Song Meng, Yang Yujie and Gong Ruzuo. Do you think Gu Chen likes me? They always say outsiders see things more clearly. She did not dare to believe it herself, and could only ask her good sisters for help. The group chat quickly responded. Song Meng, is not Gu Chen already with Mu Yunyun? They even kissed. Mushua, are you refusing to accept reality? Su Mushua, you shut up, Gu Chen already said. He does not love Mu Yunyun. That photo was just a bad angle. There was no kiss. Yang Yujie just arrived. You are only noticing this now. You are really slow enough. Gu Chen makes it so obvious. But when Mushua runs naked, make sure to call me to watch. Gong, are you, Mushua? Think about it carefully. Song Meng is in your class. Is Gu Chen any less close to her than he is to you? Do you think he treats Song Meng even half as well as he treats you? This sentence made Su Mushua have a sudden realization. She slapped her forehead hard. That is right. He has always treated me differently than others. And today, he even initiated a hug with me. Su Mushua's heart felt as sweet as honey. She decided to confess her feelings tomorrow. She contacted Song Meng Meng and the others, and the three of them decided that tomorrow, they would set up a romantic confession for me. On the weekend, I woke up and did not see Su Mushua, thinking she was still asleep. However, after I finished breakfast, she still had not come downstairs. Suspicious, I went upstairs and knocked on her door. Aunt Lu was cleaning. Seeing me, she politely greeted, "Young Master Gu." "Where did Su Mushua go?" Aunt Lu looked confused. "She did not tell you." I was even more confused. "Tell me what?" Aunt Lu said, "She went out early this morning, in a big hurry. I do not know what she went to do. She just told me to make your breakfast a bit bland." I blinked. This girl. Did not she say yesterday that we would have a serious talk today? Why did she leave so early in the morning? With nothing to do, I waited in my room and read a book. It was not until evening that I received a message from Su Mushua. She sent me a location pin, and told me to have the driver take me there. In the suburbs of the capital, on a hillside, a few girls were busy. Song Ming Ming panted and asked, "How much longer? Until Gu Chen gets here?" Su Mushua was not sure. She stood at the edge of the hillside, holding binoculars, looking down at the foot of the mountain pitch black. Nothing to see. When I arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was pitch black all around. I even doubted whether I had come to the wrong place. I called Su Mushua. Song Ming Ming nudged Su Mushua, who was holding her phone. Hearing the phone ring, she excitedly whispered, "Call him, Mushua." "Mushua, it is Gu Chen's call." Su Mushua quickly ran over. When she answered the phone, her heart raced uncontrollably. "Hello, Gu Chen. Are you here?" I held the phone, looking around. "I'm here." "Where are you?" Hearing this, Mushua immediately sat on the ground, trying hard to calm her excitement. She looked towards the light source through the binoculars. "Do you see the hillside ahead? Turn left and walk about 50 meters. That is the path up the mountain." Following her directions, I found the small path leading up the mountain. The moment my foot stepped onto the first step, a snapping sound came from the phone. Instantly, starting from beneath my feet, both sides of the steps began to glow with a warm yellow light, gradually spreading upwards. Only then did I notice that a row of blue roses was planted on both sides of the path, clearly just transplanted there. I was amazed by the beautiful sight before me, staring at the colored lights that were still extending upwards. I did not expect her to put in so much effort. Through the earpiece I could hear the wind, along with Su Mushua's faint, light breathing. She was very nervous, speaking somewhat haltingly. "Gu Chen, I am waiting for you at the top of the mountain. Do you want to come up?" Her voice carried a mix of caution and hope. I curled my lips into a smile. "Since I am already here, is there anywhere I would not go?" I stepped firmly onto the hillside path. Yang Yujit, waiting at the first checkpoint, saw me coming and immediately set off the fireworks. Suddenly I heard the sound of fireworks shooting into the sky from ahead. Subconsciously, I looked up at the sky. The fireworks bloomed at that moment. The timing was perfect. As the fireworks here finished blooming, the words "Gu Chen, hello" appeared in the night sky. The fireworks only made own sound. After that explosion, there was nothing more. What was Su Mushua planning? Carrying my doubts, I continued up the hillside. Gong Ru was guarding the second checkpoint. The familiar sound rang out. In my bright eyes, the words formed by the blooming fireworks reflected, "I am Su Mushua." Then it disconnected again. Connecting them meant, "Gu Chen, tho. I am Su Mushua." I pursed my lips, smiled slightly, and kept walking up the hillside. When I stepped onto the final step, countless fireworks shot up from all around the hillside. Afraid of missing Su Mushua's confession, I immediately looked up. Brilliant, colorful fireworks bloomed overhead, vying for beauty, illuminating the whole sky and lighting up the dark night. I opened my mouth in surprise. The fireworks continued to explode continuously for several minutes. Just as the surrounding fireworks faded, fireworks shot up from the center position once again. It was Su Mushua's confession, "I like you." The previous two phrases popped into my head. Connected together, "Gu Chen, hello. I am Su Mushua. I like you." The sweet voice of the young girl almost perfectly overlapped with the words in my head. "Gu Chen, I like you." Suddenly, there was a loud shout from behind me. I turned around sharply. The previously pitch-black hillside was now illuminated by a ring of colored lights. In the center was a heart made of rose petals. Su Mushua stood in the middle of the heart, holding a megaphone, shouting at the top of her lungs towards me, "Gu Chen, I like you." She shouted so loudly, as if she had used all her strength. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes looked at me unblinkingly, brimming with affection. In my previous life, I had chased Su Mushua for many years. Although Su Mushua was very good to me, we were used to gentleness, used to the mundane everyday. Su Mushua had never given me any romance, but I knew she had actually liked me for a long time, because she enjoyed the feeling of me chasing her. She let me chase her for 5 years. At this moment, all my stubbornness vanished into the wind. I walked step by step towards Su Mushua. When I was less than a meter away from her, I stopped. Su Mushua took a deep breath, closed her eyes, opened them again, and looked at me intently. She gathered all her courage and said, "Guchen, I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. Are you willing?" After speaking, she held her breath and waited, not daring to miss a single expression on my face. I lowered my head, unable to hide the smile in my eyes. "But I only see you as a friend." Su Mushua gasped, letting out an ah. This was an answer she had never expected, because she had analyzed things all night long the night before, and felt certain that I liked her. This answer left her bewildered. For a moment, Su Mushua did not know what to say. She wanted to say something, but could not open her mouth. She just stared at me blankly. Suddenly, she felt this phrase sounded familiar. Was not this the phrase she used to say all the time before? Looking at her bewildered expression, I could not hold back the smile in my eyes. "Although I only see you as a friend right now. If you perform well, maybe I can give you a chance." Hearing me, Su Mushua snapped back to reality in a second. Her expression shifted from disappointment to pleasant surprise. Su Mushua smiled, stepped right in front of me, wrapped her arms around my waist, looked up at me and said, "Guchen, you do like me." "Do not you?" I averted my eyes, saying contrary to my feelings. "I am just giving you a chance to chase me. If you perform well, I will let you be my girlfriend on a trial basis after graduation." Su Mushua was not foolish this time. Knew this was my indirect way of admitting that I liked her, so she grinned widely and said in a sweet voice, "It is a deal then. After graduation, you will be my boyfriend, Mr. Gu. Just wait for my performance." So Meng Bing and the others saw us hugging, thought it was a success and giggled as they ran out to congratulate us. I denied it. "Hold your congratulations. I have not agreed to her yet." Everyone looked thoroughly confused, not knowing what the situation was. Only Su Mushua's face was brimming with a happy smile. On the way back, Su Mushua and I sat in the back seat. She secretly rested her head on my shoulder. I gently pushed her head away, smiling as I insincerely rejected her. "Student Su Mushua, please pay attention to boundaries. If you do not perform well, points will be deducted." Su Mushua, whose face had been full of smiles, immediately sat up straight upon hearing this. "Points can be deducted too." I nodded seriously. "Of course. Did not I say I would only be your boyfriend if you perform well? If you do not perform well, then I definitely won't be." Su Mushua got frustrated. Puffing out her cheeks, she said annoyedly, "Do not you like me? Even if I do not perform well, I am still the person you like. Are not you going to reconsider?" I was neither angry nor upset. "Who said I like you? I never admitted that." Hearing this, Su Mushua was initially very anxious, but seeing the smile in my eyes, she suddenly understood. She abruptly bumped her head into my shoulder, acting shamelessly coquettish. Goods sold are non-refundable. Today is Meng Bing's birthday. I plan to go out and buy a birthday present for her. When I went downstairs, I heard the sound of chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Hearing this sound, it was exactly the kind of sound only someone who is terrible at chopping could make. In this house, who was the one who did not know how to cook? The answer was obvious. Sure enough, Su Mushua's voice immediately came from inside. "Aunt Lu, why is this meat so hard to cut? Is the knife bad?" Aunt Lu replied helplessly, "Miss, that is not called slicing meat. That is called hacking meat. With a piece that big, if you just hack at it haphazardly with the knife, of course you won't be able to cut it." "Let me do it." Su Mushua refused. "I have to make breakfast for Guchen." Aunt Lu looked at the disastrous kitchen, and finally held her tongue. I stood on the stairs, resting my chin on my hand. After waiting a while, I saw Su Mushua bring the dishes out. By this time I was sitting on the sofa, holding my phone, calling Meng Bing. Su Mushua brought the food to the table, and only then came to call me. She tiptoed softly behind me and patted me. "I made breakfast for you. Do me a favor and eat some." I smiled and said, "Since you are inviting me so sincerely, I will reluctantly have a little." Su Mushua introduced the dishes. "This is egg drop soup, Buddha jumps over the wall. Taiwanese 3-cup chicken, and your favorite stir-fried kidneys. It looked decent. I tasted each dish. The flavor was okay too. I asked in slight surprise. Did you make all of this yourself? Su Mushua was a bit nervous. How is it? Is the taste okay? This time, I seriously followed every step Aunt Lu gave me. Seeing her extremely tense expression, I did not hold back my praise. It is pretty good. Receiving my compliment, the tension in Su Mushua's eyes was replaced by joy. She cupped her face with both hands, happily watching me eat. Being constantly stared at while eating made me somewhat uncomfortable. Why are not you eating? She kept staring straight at me. I am watching you eat. Since she was so enthusiastic, I quickly finished the breakfast and was about to head out. Just as I stood up, Su Mushua called out to me. Wait a minute. I turned to look at her. What is wrong? Su Mushua coughed lightly. Do you think my performance was good enough? Seeing her face full of expectation, I smiled and said it was passable. Su Mushua asked, what a pity. Do you like me a little bit more now? I shook my head seriously. I never said I liked you, so there is no such thing as liking you more. Su Mushua was completely flustered. She quickly walked around the dining table and grabbed my arm. You did not reject me yesterday, did you? How could you not like me? Looking at her anxious expression, I felt a sense of satisfaction. Who told her to be so arrogant to me before? Mushua blinked, looking at me innocently. I said nonchalantly, I did reject you yesterday. I said I only see you as a friend. Su Mushua pouted, looking like she was about to cry. I almost burst out laughing, but held it in. I already said I am giving you a chance to chase me. The topic was back to square one. For a moment, Su Mushua did not know what to say. Anxiously, she asked me, so, do you not like me even a little bit? Seeing things were going well, I accepted it as a gesture of goodwill. Su Mushua's eyes lit up brightly. Before she could say anything, I covered her mouth. However, I remember you saying that the future is very important, that we have to study hard, so let us focus on studying well first. Things about the future. We will talk about them in the future. Those were the exact words Su Mushua had said to me before. Now, using them to shut her up, left Su Mushua completely speechless. She was basically dropping a rock on her own foot. Yesterday's confession ended up feeling so lonely. Seeing me about to go out, Su Mushua quickly took off her apron and chased after me. Where are you going? I am coming with you. When we arrived at the shopping mall, Su Mushua finally realized that I was there to buy a birthday present for Meng Bing. She gloomily trailed behind me the whole way. Whatever item I looked at, she would make a less than friendly comment about it. I picked up a mug. She stood beside me, disparaging it. What is so great about a mug? It is not classy enough. In reality, the thought in her mind was, how can he give a mug like this? Every time Meng Bing drinks water, she will think of him. Is not this just creating another rival for myself? I decisively bought the mug. Su Mushua's mouth twitched. I looked at a wristwatch. Su Mushua started criticizing again. Are you planning to give her a bracelet? These bracelets all look so ugly. I paid for the bracelet. Su Mushua's eyes turned red with jealousy. For a boy to give a girl a bracelet meant he wanted to tie her to him for life. No way, absolutely not. Su Mushua was so agitated that her voice cracked. Guchen, Meng Bing is still a student. A bracelet this expensive is not very appropriate. I saw the panic in her eyes out of the corner of my eye. Continuing to hold back my laughter, I bought the bracelet, then carried the gifts up to the second floor, looking as if I still wanted to buy more. Su Mushua could not help but remember the gifts that were popular among couples recently, gifts representing every year from age 0 to 18, symbolizing making up for the years of regret I was absent from. She thought I might actually go that far. For Meng Bing, her eyes red with jealousy. She followed behind me with a deeply hurt expression. Several times I looked at her, I almost laughed. After getting in the car, we sat next to each other in the back seat. I took out the mug and the bracelet, and pushed them in front of her. Su Mushua could not believe it. She blinked. Her sad expression was slowly replaced by joy. She looked straight at me, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. Are all of these for me? I nodded. Su Mushua hugged the gifts like treasures, pursing her lips in a wide grin. With a tone of indulgence, I teased, silly little idiot. Su Mushua suddenly leaned close to me, her warm breath gently blowing past my ear, making my heart itch. She said, Guchen, admit it. You do like me. Her voice was too alluring. Combined with how close she was, My heart uncontrollably raced. I unhappily grabbed her shoulders, pushed her away, and said contrary to my feelings, "It is just because I felt bad for you. That is why I bought them for you." Su Mushua did not believe it. Curiously she asked, "Did not you say you were buying a birthday present for Meng Bing? Where is the present? Have not bought it yet? Or already prepared own?" She could not help but be curious, even secretly developing a sense of comparison, because last time Su Mushua had also helped Meng Bing. This time Meng Bing invited Su Mushua as well. That evening, Su Mushua and I arrived at Meng Bing's house on time. Su Mushua purposely wore the bracelet I gave her. Meng Bing was waiting at the door. Seeing me and Su Mushua, she walked towards us with a bright smile. Meng Bing had heard me tell the story of Su Mushua confessing to me. Wickedly, she grabbed my arm and deliberately said in a coquettish tone, "Guchen, later on, I have something I want to give you." For a moment, Meng Bing felt the air turn cold. She looked up and, unsurprisingly, met Su Mushua's dark, gloomy gaze. In a freezing tone, Su Mushua said, "I want to go to the restroom. As the host, should not you lead the way?" Amused, Meng Bing let go of my arm. "Let us go." After Su Mushua and Meng Bing walked away, I curled my hand into a fist against my mouth and burst into hearty laughter. How could a jealous Su Mushua be this cute? Teasing her was simply something I could not stop doing. On the other side, Meng Bing and Su Mushua reached the restroom door. Su Mushua stopped walking, deliberately used the hand wearing the bracelet to brush her hair a few times, and said with a hint of pride, "See this? This is the bracelet Guchen gave me." Holding back a laugh, Meng Bing replied, "Ugh." Then she frowned and asked, "What are you trying to show off?" Su Mushua patted her shoulder. "Guchen likes me. You should have seen that by now. Anyway, men and women are different. Even if you guys are friends, you should pay attention to how it looks in the future." Hiding in the corner, I heard their entire conversation, trying my hardest not to laugh out loud. After the birthday party started, Su Mushua saw the birthday present I gave Meng Bing. It was a belt. Su Mushua was utterly shocked. Looking at Meng Bing again, her hostility vanished without a trace. So Meng Bing liked this kind of style, but she was completely relieved. I definitely would not like this type of tomboy. At most, we could only be bros. But soon after, she saw a scene that shocked her even more. Mu Yunyun confessing to Meng Bing. This earth-shattering news was so huge that the water cup in her hand almost flew out in shock. She did not discriminate against this kind of love, but when this kind of love happened to acquaintances around her, she felt like a country dog entering the city. Her eyes wide with bizarre astonishment, Mu Yunyun did not confess to Meng Bing in front of everyone, but in the backyard of Meng Bing's house. Su Mushua just happened to stumble upon it. Holding her cup, she was about to sneak away, but turned around and bumped into me. Afraid that Su Mushua would make a noise, I immediately covered her mouth, pushing her behind a sweet osmanthus tree to hide in the dark night. With the wind howling, pressed so close to the boy she liked, Su Mushua's face quickly flushed red. I was facing her, covering her mouth, my gaze looking over her head, secretly watching Mu Yunyun confessing to Meng Bing. I completely did not realize that the distance between us was getting closer and closer. Su Mushua's ears turned completely red, leaning her body back. On the other side, Mu Yunyun looked at Meng Bing nervously. "Meng Bing, can you give me a clear answer?" Meng Bing's expression was cold, her eyebrows slightly raised. "I refuse." I gritted my teeth in frustration, my hand on Su Mushua's shoulder pinching hard. Su Mushua instantly gasped in pain. I still wanted to watch the drama unfold, my body continuing to lean forward. Su Mushua grabbed my waist and whispered, "Guchen lighter." My attention was entirely focused on Meng Bing and Mu Yunyun. Not hearing a word she said. Meng Bing say contrary to her feelings, "Already have someone I like." I squeezed my hands harder. Su Mushua rolled her eyes in pain, but she was in pain yet happy, because she had finally solved two love rivals at once. Once Mu Yunyun and Meng Bing left, Su Mushua breathed a sigh of relief. She returned to her normal volume and called out, "Guchen." Hearing her, I looked down, realizing our posture was way too intimate. Startled, I quickly backed away. Su Mushua looked at me resentfully. "It hurt so much. You grabbed me really hard just now." Worried, I immediately wanted to check. I apologized and asked, "Can I take a look?" Blushing, Su Mushua nodded. I slowly pulled her collar back, revealing her fragrant shoulder. Su Mushua's skin was porcelain white, making the red marks on her shoulder very prominent. Apologetically, I asked, "Does it hurt?" Under the dim light, Su Mushua lowered her head, clearly seeing the heartache in my eyes. Su Mushua thought proudly. Did not you say you do not like me? Then why the heartache mocking me in her heart? The corners of her mouth tried to curl up into a smile. She forced the corners of her mouth down and said weakly, "It hurts a lot." After saying that, she even pretended to sniffle. In her heart, she was sweetly thinking about why I was feeling heartache for her. Before the smile could fully bloom on her face, suddenly a cool breeze brushed over the injury. Cool and gentle, the expression on Su Mushua's face froze. Her gaze uncontrollably looked down at me. I was lowering my head, gently blowing on her shoulder, so close I was almost kissing it. At this moment, Su Mushua's heart went out of control, beating wildly. Her cheeks also flushed an unnatural pink. Feeling embarrassed, she turned her face to the side. "You dare look at me?" I looked up, seeing Su Mushua looking like a shy new bride, her face burning red as she leaned towards me, as if saying, "Ravage me as you please, I like it." Seeing her like this, a playful urge arose in me. In a hoarse voice, I called her Su Mushua. That voice sounded like lovers whispering. In this setting, this environment, pitch black, how could Su Mushua not let her imagination run wild? Her ears turned even redder, and she stuttered, "W what?" Just own sentence seemed to exhaust all her strength. I lowered my head and leaned close, my warm breath spraying against her ear. Su Mushua realized what I was about to do. Nervous, her heart rate spiked. I subconsciously swallowed, whispering coquettishly in her ear, softly saying, "Why is your face so red?" At first, Su Mushua did not understand. When she snapped out of it, she finally heard the teasing in my words. In disbelief, she turned to look at me, her cold eyes damp, looking as if she had been terribly bullied. "You just wanted to say this?" I took 2 steps back, pretending not to understand. "If not this, what should I say? Your face looks really red. Do you have a fever?" Faced with my innocent gaze, Su Mushua was both embarrassed and angry, so angry she could not speak. She held it in for a long time before her rationality came back online. "Then why were you so close to me?" I said seriously. "If I was not close, I was afraid you would not hear me. Were not you looking totally distracted just now?" I could not hide the sly smile in my eyes. Su Mushua understood. I was teasing her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, exuding a hint of danger. Unaware, I continued to tease her. "You have not answered me yet. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Suddenly, Su Mushua grabbed my hand and pulled me in front of her. "Do I have a fever? Touch it and you will know." Su Mushua held my hand and pressed it against her forehead. It was burning hot. I did not expect that the innocent Su Mushua could actually counterattack. I looked at her in surprise. Su Mushua wrapped both arms around my neck, slowly standing on her tiptoes to lean in. Her movements were very slow, until our breaths mingled. My heart skipped a beat. "Su Mushua," I called her name. Su Mushua looked into my eyes, her gaze brimming with affection. She softly hummed an M, her voice deep and alluring. I swallowed hard. "What do you want to do?" Su Mushua sensed my nervousness. For a moment, she felt secretly thrilled, feeling like she had regained the upper hand. She continued to feign calmness, her nose close to mine. "What do you think I want to do?" I was originally very nervous, but accidentally saw Su Mushua's ears, which were red to the point of bleeding. I instantly woke up, regaining my composure in a second. I deliberately pretended to be nervous and asked her, "Do you want to kiss me?" Hearing such a blunt question, Su Mushua's heart was about to explode. Suppressing her nervousness, she looked straight at me and said coquettishly, "What if I do?" I gave a soft mm and suddenly lowered my head. Su Mushua immediately chickened out and wanted to pull back. I reached out to grab her waist and directly kissed Su Mushua's lips. A soft sensation, a brief touch, and then separation. Su Mushua had not even had time to react. Her eyes widened as she took 2 steps back, the corners of her mouth curling up. Taking long strides, I walked away. Su Mushua looked at my back in disbelief. When her brain finally processed the information that I had just taken the initiative to kiss her, she grinned foolishly. I went to Meng Bing's room. Meng Bing stood by her desk, staring blankly at the gift box on it. Her silhouette looked somewhat lonely. That was the gift Mu Yunyun gave Meng Bing. I recognized it at a glance. Seeing Meng Bing like this, I sighed helplessly and walked over to her. "Mu Yunyun likes you and you like her too. Why not try to accept her?" Meng Bing looked up, a self-deprecating smile on her face. "I do not have a good family, nor do I have a complete set of parents. Mu Yunyun is so good. I can't drag her into my filthy world." I could feel her gloomy mood, but did not try to persuade her. I just patted her shoulder. You are very good, Meng Bing. Do not weigh yourself down with chains that you should not have to bear. Outside the door, Mu Yunyun leaned against the wall. She lowered her head and smiled gently. Su Mushua looked for me for a while but could not find me, so she simply got into the car to wait for her. Resting her chin on her hand, she looked out the window. Uncle Lee, do not you think the moon and stars are beautiful tonight? Uncle Lee looked up at the pitch-black sky. There are no stars, and I do not see the moon either. How are the moon and stars beautiful? Uncle Lee shook his head. Because I had initiated a kiss with her, Su Mushua was in an incredibly good mood. She took out her phone to share it with her sisters, showing off the gifts I gave her. The car door was pulled open from the outside, and I got in. Su Mushua put her phone away and asked, "Are you done talking with Meng Bing?" Thinking of the kiss just now, Su Mushua was still a bit shy, intentionally looking for another topic to talk about. I nodded, with no intention of continuing the conversation. On the way home, Su Mushua kept fidgeting, always wanting to get closer to me. I deliberately leaned away and looked out the window, pretending not to want to pay attention to her. In reality, I was secretly laughing. After we got home, Su Mushua could not hold it in anymore. She directly blocked my path, looking at me with watery eyes. I deliberately asked, "What is wrong?" Su Mushua muttered, "Guchen kissed me." Her tone sounded a bit aggrieved. I smiled and looked at her. "Kissed so what?" Su Mushua's eyes widened. Just thinking about that kiss made her blush and her heart race. Yet I could be so calm about it. Frustrated, she said, "You kissed me, does that mean you like me?" Su Mushua wanted a clear status. Instead, I looked at her with a face full of surprise. "Does a random kiss mean I like you?" Su Mushua glared, hurriedly saying, "A random kiss? That was my first kiss. Is not it only the person you like that you initiate a kiss with?" Seeing her reaction, I could not resist teasing her. "Theoretically, but not me. I'm very casual." Su Mushua instantly looked as if she had been struck by lightning, feeling used. Before she could react, I slipped into my room and closed the door. The sound of the door closing brought Su Mushua out of her thoughts. She knocked on my door. "Futon, I know you are lying to me. Just admit it, you do like me." In my room, I covered my mouth, stifling my laughter. I answered seriously, "No, I do not. You are overthinking it. Right now, I only see you as a friend." Nowadays, whenever Su Mushua heard the word friend, she had a conditioned reflex to go crazy. She continued to fight back. "If you can kiss me casually without liking me, then since I like you, can I kiss you even more casually?" Inside the room, hearing her absurd logic, I chuckled softly. I cleared my throat, trying hard to make my voice sound colder. "Su Mushua, what are you saying? You are a girl, how can you be so casual?" Su Mushua did not care. She said, "This is called borrowing and returning. Once you borrow, it is not hard to borrow again. You just borrowed a kiss from me. Now I am paying you back." Su Mushua thought I would not come out, so she spoke recklessly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, without warning, I opened the door. Standing before her with my arms crossed, I said, "Go ahead, kiss me." The moment she saw my face, Su Mushua's previous bravado was punctured in a second. Blushing, she explained quietly I was just joking. She lowered her head, looking shy and not daring to look at me. "So cute." Holding back a laugh, I threw out a stiff sentence. "I did not expect you to be this kind of person." Hearing me say that, Su Mushua became panicked and frantic. She looked up, grabbing my arm tightly. "No, I am not that kind of casual girl." Su Mushua was so anxious she was almost crying. I reflected on whether I had gone too far just now. Taking a step forward, I quickly kissed Su Mushua on the cheek. A brief touch and then separation. Su Mushua was completely dumbfounded. My rogue-like tone rang out, "If you did not mean it." My voice carried an unconcealable smile. Mushua realized that she had been teased by me again. Her eyes flashed mischievously as she hugged my waist tightly, burying herself in my arms, acting soft and coquettish. "You have already kissed me twice. Is not it my turn now?" I looked down at her, amused, and calmly shook my head. "I can, but you can't." Dissatisfied, she asked, "Why, that is not fair." I held her hands and slowly pulled them apart. "Because you like me, and you do not hate my kisses. So I can kiss you casually. But I do not like you yet, so you can't kiss me casually." Su Mushua felt something was wrong. By the time she lay down on her bed to sleep, Su Mushua finally realized, if he does not like me but still kisses me, does not that mean he does not hate my kisses either? As Su Mushua fell asleep, she had a dream. She dreamed that she pinned me down and kissed me 200 times. Waking up and realizing it was just a dream, she was so frustrated she rolled around on the bed. In the following days, I immersed myself in a sea of studies every day. After the final exams ended, I had to go home for the holidays. I called my mom to tell her when I would be home. Hearing this, Su Mushua felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She wanted to ask if I could stay and not go back, but she knew that was impossible. On the day I left, Su Mushua stood at the door with her suitcase. I vaguely guessed what she was up to. "Where are you going?" Su Mushua lifted her chin and said proudly. "It is none of your business." I replied nonchalantly, "Then I won't mind." Then I grabbed my luggage, bypassed her, and headed for the door. Su Mushua hurriedly chased after me and grabbed my wrist. "Are not you going to ask a few more questions?" I glanced at her. "Did not you say it was none of my business?" Su Mushua's face flushed red. "1. I was just being shy." I gave a soft O and said, "Then I will ask a bit more. Do not be shy anymore." "Let go of my hand, I have to go home." Su Mushua finally gave up the struggle. She asked me in a small voice, "Can I go home with you?" I decisively refused. Su Mushua did not expect me to refuse so flatly. "Why not?" She started acting unreasonable. "What is wrong with you? You have stayed at my house for so long. Why can't I stay at your house for a bit?" I touched her hair, gently stroking it, and said, "Because my aunt said she is taking you to New York for the new year." Su Mushua's grandparents lived in New York. Since they were elderly and it was inconvenient for them to travel, her family definitely had to go to New York to visit them. So, I boarded the plane to Lee City alone. Meanwhile, Su Mushua secretly called Song, Meng Bing and Yang Yujie, and together they sneaked onto the next flight to Lee City. Meng and Yang Yujie were dragged along in complete confusion. Yang Yujie teased Su Mushua, speechless. "You are the school beauty, after all. Could you be a little more subtle when chasing a guy?" Song Meng nodded. In agreement, Su Mushua rested her chin on her hand and shot them a look. "You single dogs just do not understand." Yang Yujie and Song Meng sighed in unison. I carried my suitcase to the airport exit and caught a taxi home. As soon as I opened the door, a flying kick came right at my face. I reacted quickly, leaning sideways to dodge. With a thud, I stepped back twice and raised my leg to block. Our legs clashed with a dull thud. I looked up at the attacker. "You have gotten rusty." Gu shouting grinned broadly. "It is you. You are such a freak. Welcome home. Mom has already cooked and is waiting for you." My favorite thing was eating my mom's cooking. Hearing this, a big smile spread across my face. After dinner, I received a call from a friend. "Oh, Guchin, you're back, right?" I answered. "Yeah, I am back. What is wrong?" From the other end came a cry for help. "Save me, Guchin. Those girls are about to catch me. Hurry up and come." "What perfect timing," I said sarcastically. "Alright, send me the address." "I will be there, right away." Lin Shui sent me the address. I grabbed my phone and headed for the door. My mom said worriedly, "Guchin, do not go out causing trouble the moment you get back. Your dad will break your legs when he gets home." I waved my hand without looking back and replied, "Got it. I will be right back." I never caused trouble. Unfortunately, I had a best friend with terrible luck. Those delinquents, whenever they saw Lin Shui, they instantly disliked her, because Lin Shui had a face that made her look arrogant to everyone. If a big sister was not smiling, it looked like she was looking down on people. Plus, she had a great figure, which made her especially popular with guys, making the female delinquents hate her even more. On the other side, Su Mushua's trio got off the plane. Yang Yujie asked, "Where do we go to find Guchin?" Su Mushua took out her phone, intending to call her mom to ask, but the phone was turned off. She called her dad, and his was turned off too. Song Meng shot her a glance. "Do not tell me you do not know where Guchin is." Su Mushua really did not know. She weakly suggested, "Should we just ask around?" Yang Yujie and Song Meng turned their heads, wanting to head back to the airport. Just when the three of them had lost all hope, suddenly across the street, my agile figure sprinted past. Su Mushua and her friends all looked in that direction. I had already run far away. Yang Yujie gave Su Mushua a push. "Chase him. What are you waiting for?" Su Mushua snapped out of it, let out an "Oh," and quickly ran after me. Yang Yujie and Song Meng followed her. They chased me for a while. When I ran into the alley behind 7th High School, Lin Shui was already surrounded by a group of girls. A few girls in revealing clothes were saying to her, "Next time, do not let me catch you." Own raised her hand to slap Lin Shui. I shouted loudly, "What do you think you are doing?" When Lin Shui saw me, she immediately ran behind me, looking aggrieved. "You are finally here." The group, seeing me arrive to back up Lin Shui, instantly scattered and disappeared. I walked towards Lin Shui. Su Mushua's trio arrived at the entrance of the alley. Su Mushua saw Lin Shui beside me, and immediately got angry. "Gujin, who is she?" I looked at the three people who suddenly appeared in front of me, my face full of question marks. "Why are you guys here?" Lin Shui also looked at the three of them, with a curious face. After a standoff, I broke the silence, introducing everyone to each other, then asked with a cold smile, "But why are you guys here?" The three of them stammered. I sighed helplessly. "Whatever, since you are already here, come hang out at my house. Tomorrow I will show you around Li City." After taking Lin Shui home, we caught a taxi and went back to my house together. Along the way, the four of us each had our own thoughts. I took out my phone and secretly texted Gu Xiaoting, telling her to pass a message to our parents that Su Mushua was coming over as a guest, and told them they absolutely had to give me some face. Dad had already found a rattan cane at home, ready to beat me later. The unfilial son who went out causing trouble the moment he got home. Mom was happily arranging flowers. Gu Xiaoting, who was playing a game, saw my text, quickly took off her headphones, and rushed to the living room to report to our parents. "Su Mushua is coming to our house." Mom and Dad looked confused. Gu Xiaoting said, "Speechless, did you two forget about my brother's fiancée?" Dad finally remembered. "Oh, old Su's daughter." I was very nervous the whole ride, worried that Gu Xiaoting had not seen the message. Luckily, before reaching the front door, Gu Xiaoting sent an okay emoji. I regained my smile in a second. Su Mushua and the others followed me into the house. Su Mushua suddenly realized she forgot to buy a gift. My parents and Gu Xiaoting all stood at the door, personally welcoming them. "Mom, Dad, these are my friends. This is Su Mushua, Yang Yujie, and Song Mengming." I spoke weakly, receiving a warning glare from my dad, knowing he was not happy that I went out causing trouble right after coming home. I kept a low profile. Su Mushua saw this, and felt a pang of heartache for me. She felt that it was because I lived under the heavy pressure of my dad that I was always bullied by others, not knowing how to fight back, which was why when I went to school, I was initially bullied by Lin Haotian, Yang Yujie and Song Mengmeng also had similar thoughts in their minds. Su Mushua took the initiative to greet them. "Uncle Annie, how are you?" "I am Su Mushua." The older generation of our two families are old friends. It is just that because of the distance, us younger ones have not interacted much. Seeing Su Mushua, my mom felt a genuine sense of familiarity from the bottom of her heart. She gently welcomed the three girls into the house. In the living room of the Gu household, own whole wall was filled with photos of Gu Xiaoting. Even the certificates all belonged to Gu Xiaoting. As for my things, there was absolutely nothing. Su Mushua felt even more heartbroken, assuming my family favored girls over boys. Even Yang Yujie and Song Mengmeng looked at me, with eyes full of pity. The Gu family's maid had the day off today, knowing I was in trouble, while my parents were pulling Su Mushua into a conversation. I played the role of a servant tool, pouring tea and water to show my diligence. Su Mushua saw me busy working, while Gu Xiaoting just played games, and felt a bit upset. She stood up and politely said, "Uncle, Auntie, I will go help." Yang Yujie and Song Mengmeng naturally stayed and chatted with my parents without any awkwardness, making them laugh out loud. I was washing dishes in the kitchen. Su Mushua stood at the kitchen door, looked at Gu Xiaoting still playing games, then looked at me with immense pity. "Gu-chan, I will help you wash them." I paused for a moment, turned my head, and saw her looking at me with pitiful eyes. Confused, I watched as Su Mushua quietly came to my side, pulled my hands out of the sink, took a towel and wiped them clean for me. "Let me do it." Mushua did not know how to comfort me, and could only use the clumsiest way to help me. I did not understand why. That night, Yujie and Song Mengmeng each went to their rooms to rest. I sneaked into the study to confess my wrongdoings. I knelt on the floor, looking pathetic. "Dad, I was wrong." Dad glared at me. "You brat, you should not have gone out causing trouble the moment you got back." Dad felt tired just mentioning it, snatching the cane from my hand. "So you know you caused trouble. Going out fighting every day, what is this?" Dad passionately waved the cane, lecturing me. I nodded obediently, knowing Dad always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The study door was not closed. Su Mushua came out to get water, passed by the study, and looked in to see this scene. Me kneeling on the floor, my dad holding the cane high as if to strike me. Su Mushua's face changed drastically. She aggressively rushed in and threw her arms wide to block me. Uncle, do not hit Gu-chin. My dad and I were both dumbfounded. Deeply distressed, Su Mushua hid me behind her back, glaring angrily at my dad. Just because Gu-chin is a boy, does that mean you can abuse him as you please? Hearing this, I snapped back to reality. Mushua had misunderstood. I tugged at her clothes. Su Mushua, it is not what you think, my dad. I hurriedly tried to explain. Su Mushua turned her head and grabbed my hand. Gu-chin, do not be afraid. I will protect you. My dad almost got a heart attack from anger. Su Mushua did not listen to my explanation. Speaking angrily to my dad, I am taking Gu-chin away, since you do not love him. I will love him properly. After saying that, Su Mushua did not give me or my dad a chance to react, dragging me as we ran out of the Gu household. I hastily tried to explain. Su Mushua, you have really misunderstood. Meanwhile, Meng Bing and Yang Jia had already bonded with Gu Xiaoting. In Gu Xiaoting's room, they were playing games together. Yang Yujia got too excited and bumped into Gu Xiaoting's desk. The storage box on top fell down, and the items inside spilled out with a crash. Sorry, Yang Yujia bent down to pick them up. She saw a photo of me, and read the caption below, Men's Sanda Champion. Yang Yujia froze in disbelief, looking down at the medals on the floor, trophies and certificates for fencing champion and various other championships. Song Mengmeng saw them too. Yang Yujia looked up, making eye contact with her. Gu Xiaoting nervously bent down to pick them up, muttering, I am dead, I am dead. Later when my brother sees I messed up his things, he will probably beat me to death. Yang Yujia asked with a strained voice, are all these Gu Chens? Seeing the truth was exposed, Gu Xiaoting put a finger to her lips, shushing the two of them. You guys absolutely cannot tell anyone. With the night wind blowing over her head, Su Mushua dragged me to the riverbank. Looking at the sparkling ripples on the river, Su Mushua turned her head and said to me seriously, I know it must be very hard for you, having a family that does not value you like that, but you still have me. Gu-chin, I will take you back to the capital. We won't stay here and suffer. I looked at Su Mushua's face full of heartache, and finally understood. Su Mushua, do you have some sort of misunderstanding? I'm not sad. Why would I be sad? I do not suffer at home. Su Mushua looked at me with deep heartache. At a time like this, can you stop being so stubborn? She threw herself into my arms, patting my back. Cry, do not hold it in. I was totally bewildered. Blinking, I gently pushed her away, looked seriously straight into her eyes and said, Su Mushua, you really misunderstood my dad. He was not going to hit me just now. It is because I made a mistake as soon as I got back, so I went to confess to him myself. Su Mushua did not believe me. Do not lie to me. I know you are sad. Your dad favors girls over boys. Seeing her serious expression, I asked suspiciously, what makes you feel my dad favors girls over boys? Su Mushua said angrily, your house only has Gu Xiaoting's things in it. They even made you do chores the moment you got back, while your sister just sat there playing games, not having to do anything. I looked at Su Mushua's deeply pained and earnest eyes, trembling in the wind. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. I held my head and sighed. Su Mushua, you really did misunderstand. My dad loves me very much. Today, I got into a fight right after coming home, so I grabbed the cane myself and went to find him, to confess. Su Mushua did not want to believe it. Is your house filled with Gu Xiaoting's things everywhere, while there is nothing of yours? I sheepishly scratched my head, feeling ashamed as I lied. I have been weak and lazy since I was young, and did not like entering competitions. Su Mushua's face showed shock. You mean, today I offended your dad? I misunderstood him. I was already feeling guilty, but seeing Su Mushua look so silly, I could not help but laugh out loud. Probably offended him. Su Mushua felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Exhausted, she asked, is your dad a petty person? I nodded, amused. My dad is quite magnanimous. He won't hold it against you. Su Mushua breathed a sigh of relief. I reached out and took her hand. It is late, let us go home. Su Mushua looked down at me, holding her hand, and in a second, a smile bloomed. I have an idea. Why do not I tell your dad we are already boyfriend and girlfriend? That way, since we are family adults, won't hold grudges against the younger generation. Su Mushua praised her own brilliance. I lowered my head and chuckled softly. You have got it all figured out, have not you? Su Mushua followed me home. I opened the door. poking my head in to look around. The lights were all off, including the study. It seemed Dad had already gone to rest. Behind me, Su Mushua asked in a small voice, "Guchen, is your dad still awake?" Her voice was cautious. I turned my head and lightly tapped her head. "My dad is not dead. Of course he is still there." We each went back to our rooms to rest. Su Mushua overthought all night, finally falling asleep at 4 a.m. By the time she woke up, it was already 12 p.m. At this time, Mom was preparing to cook a meal herself. Dad had already gone to the company. So, Meng and Yang Yujie were playing games with Gu, shouting. I was helping Mom. Mom held back a smile and asked me, "Guchen, are you and Mushua together yet?" Being suddenly asked this question by my mom, I awkwardly lowered my head. Mom found it amusing. Covering her mouth with a wide grin, she asked, "Since you like Mushua, does Mushua like you back?" I coughed once. "Mom, do not meddle in kids' business." Mom was stunned. "Oh my, you are shy." Then Su Mushua woke up and received my mom's affectionate care. "Mushua, you are up, perfect timing, hurry and wash your face, and come eat." Su Mushua politely said, "Yes, thank you, Auntie." Her eyes darted around, but she did not see my dad. She instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At the dining table, Mom occasionally put food in Su Mushua's bowl, trying to force her to eat more. Su Mushua was pleasantly surprised, continuously thanking her. Suddenly Mom said, "You and Guchen have an engagement. You kids are all grown up now. How about getting married right after graduation? What do you think?" I almost sprayed the soup in my mouth. I quickly turned my head, covered my mouth, and coughed while saying, "Mom, why would you say that?" Su Mushua's face also turned bright red. "Auntie, do not rush. It is still early for Guchen and me." Su Mushua was incredibly embarrassed. Under the table, she kept kicking Yang Yujie, signaling her to say something. Receiving the signal, Yang Yujie suddenly smiled mischievously and said, Auntie, do not put Su Mushua on the spot. She always tells us that she only sees Guchen as a friend, and says the engagement does not mean anything." My mom looked at Su Mushua in surprise. "What?" Su Mushua stared at Yang Yujie in disbelief. Yang Yujie covered her mouth, snickering secretly. Su Mushua hurriedly tried to explain, "Auntie, it is not like that," my mom said, looking crestfallen. "So it turns out you only see our Guchen as a friend." My mom took the hit, completely ignoring Su Mushua's explanation. After all, her handsome and heroic son had just been rejected by someone. I was amused, while Su Mushua was worried to death. I found it funny, sure, but I could not bear to see Su Mushua being put in a tough spot. Smiling, I opened my mouth to smooth things over. Calm down. Su Mushua and I." My mom raised her voice again. "You shut up." An awkward breakfast came to an end. Su Mushua found an excuse, grabbed Song Meng and Yang Yujie, and ran outside. Yang Yujie was very sharp. The moment they got out the door, she hailed a taxi. "Sir, to the airport." "Hurry up." Su Mushua was stunned by Yang Yujie's slick move. Standing there in a daze, Song Meng looked left and right, and decided to follow suit and run away. She also raised her hand to hail a taxi. "Sir, to the airport." As the car brushed past Su Mushua, Song Meng stuck her head out. "Mushua, you are on your own." The car shot off like an arrow from a bow. With a vroom, it sped away, leaving Su Mushua with a face full of exhaust fumes. In a single day, she offended her future parents-in-law, and even her best sisters ran away. Su Mushua's heart suddenly went cold. I followed Su Mushua outside, and saw her being continuously abandoned. The girl stood by the side of the road with her head bowed. Just as Su Mushua was feeling sad, a pair of white sneakers suddenly appeared in front of her. A red rose was presented before her eyes. I looked down at her, and said, "Whose poor girl is this?" Secretly shedding tears here, Su Mushua quickly wiped her eyes, looking up. "Who says I am shedding tears?" The sunlight spilled down, illuminating Su Mushua. Her fine bangs fluttered in the wind. I held the rose out in front of her. "So you were not crying? I thought you were secretly shedding tears." Su Mushua took the rose from my hand, and held it up to her nose to smell it. I put my hands behind my back and gently leaned closer. "Do you like it?" With a smile on her lips, Su Mushua twirled the rose stem. I took a small step forward, this time directly facing Su Mushua. I looked down at her face, which was so close, and quickly lowered my head to lightly touch her lips. The movement was very gentle, just a brief touch and then separation. Su Mushua's face turned rosy, her eyes shining terrifyingly bright, as if a starry sky was hidden within them. She wrapped both arms around my neck, stood on her tiptoes, and forcefully pulled me down. Her lips pressed together once again. This time, it was not just a brief touch. At this moment, the Gu household was having a meeting. My mom said angrily, "That girl from the Su family dares to look down on my son." Gu shouting weakly raised her hand. "I think she actually likes my brother." The 2 days Su Mushua was at our house, wherever my brother went. Her eyes followed. My mom shot her a look. "Did not you hear them say that the engagement between our families means nothing? My son is allowed to dislike others, but he absolutely cannot be disliked by someone else." She slammed the table hard and looked at my dad. "What do you think?" The Gu family has always had an open mindset, never interfering with their children's relationships. If there are feelings, parents do not need to meddle. They can just live their lives together. Not tense. Although my dad was angry about Su Mushua's disrespect yesterday, he also saw how she tried to protect me. Considering this, he said, "How about we call the Su family first and say the engagement is cancelled. As for what happens later, let the kids decide for themselves." My mom thought it was feasible. Even if they wanted to cancel, the Gu family had to be the ones to initiate it. So, without another word, she called the Su family. "Mr. Su is taking a shower, so Mrs. Su answered the phone. Hearing my mom's words, Mrs. Su wanted to beat Su Mushua to death. How could her bratty daughter say something like that? When Su Mushua and I returned home, just as Su Mushua was preparing her apology, my mom affectionately took her hand. "Mushua, you silly girl, you went out for so long and did not come back. I was worried sick." Su Mushua looked at me in confusion. I was also dumbfounded. Was it that easy to appease my future mother-in-law's anger? Su Mushua was overjoyed, not suspecting my mom's unusual behavior at all. "Auntie, I am sorry for making you wait so long." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at my mom. Auntie, about what happened today, I want to apologize to you. What I said was not wrong, but..." My mom smiled and interrupted her. "It is okay, no need to apologize." Just when Su Mushua thought my mom had forgiven her, my mom continued, "I understand that you young people do not like arranged marriages. I have been there, so I get it. Uncle Gu and I never liked forcing our children." Su Mushua sensed something was wrong. "Auntie, you are not forcing me, it is just that." My mom patted the back of Su Mushua's hand, looking at her with mild reproach. "No need to explain, I already told you. I do not blame you. I already called your parents and cancelled the engagement between our families. From now on, you and Guchen are still good friends. Come visit us often." Hearing the engagement was cancelled, Su Mushua instantly panicked. She did not want to cancel it. "Auntie, I do not want to cancel the engagement. My friend was just joking earlier. I have always liked Guchen and I am currently chasing him. Auntie, believe me, I truly do not feel that the engagement with Guchen means nothing." My mom asked coldly, "But you did say those words, did not you?" Those were indeed the words Su Mushua had said. Was not it just because I was shy? In front of my mom, Su Mushua did not dare lie. My mom immediately confirmed that she had said it. Her expression changed and she smiled radiantly. "Seeing you so scared, I already said I do not blame you for this. Even I feel the engagement is unreliable. It was all just a joke between our previous generation. Does not count." "Auntie," Su Mushua wanted to say more, but my mom had already walked over to my dad. She grabbed his arm. "Gu Jiabao, I told you not to smoke in the house, but you never listen. Go upstairs." This clearly left Su Mushua with no opportunity to explain. Su Mushua wanted to say something, but felt she had no right to. I, of course, understood my mom's thoughts. It must have been Su Mushua's words that made her uncomfortable, and she wanted to deliberately torment Su Mushua. Gu shouting looked at me, then at Su Mushua, hugged her phone, and went back to her room. Su Mushua was still holding the rose I gave her. Does it mean for the world to turn upside down? Su Mushua was experiencing it firsthand. Is this the price of my arrogance back then? Su Mushua tilted her head back and blew her bangs. I chuckled softly. Su Mushua turned her head to look at me. "Are you happy seeing me in trouble?" I pinched my fingers together to show a little bit about the engagement. Su Mushua did not care at first, but when she started liking me, she felt it was the bond between her and me. So she always felt that I would eventually belong to her. Now, suddenly losing the engagement, and with my parents disliking her, Su Mushua instantly lost her backing. Her mood turned gloomy. I reached out and rubbed her head. "Alright, do not be sad anymore. My parents just want to test you. Su Mushua glared at me. What about you? Teased her. Take a guess. Seeing how happy I was, Su Mushua also became cheerful. You just wait, I never lose. Since I said I am going to chase you, I will definitely catch you. And make you willingly be my boyfriend. I looked at her and smiled, wanting to say I had always been willing. But since I had chased her so hard in the past, making her chase me now was not too much to ask. Right after Su Mushua made her grand declaration. The next day, Mrs. Su personally came to take her back to the capital. The two of us were completely separated. I had so much fun that I completely forgot about Su Mushua. Su Mushua glanced at the message she sent me. It had been a whole day, and I still had not replied to her. Mushua suddenly lost her confidence. She worried that because of the lost engagement, I would not like her anymore. She could not sit still or stand in peace and called me. The phone was turned off. Su Mushua remembered she had added Gu shouting on WeChat. So she hurriedly messaged her, shouting, "Is your brother home?" Gu shouting replied honestly. He went to an old classmates reunion today. Said he won't be back until tomorrow. Old classmates reunion. Hearing these words, Su Mushua's brows knit together. She had already imagined those admirers being overly attentive to me. She could not believe my phone fell into the water. At noon, I had lunch and sang karaoke with my friends. In the evening, we went our separate ways to have our own fun. I took my cousin and Lin Shui to a local tourist spot. Lin Shui walked beside me. Guchen, there's a phone store over there. Let us go buy a phone. I went in and bought a new phone. I picked it up and logged into WeChat right away. When logging into a new device, WeChat does not sync past messages. I wanted to look for Su Mushua, but figuring she was probably already asleep, I did not send her a message. Along the way, Lin Shui kept taking pictures of us. Eventually she told me and Tang Jiao to stand shoulder to shoulder, saying the pictures had a great vibe. Later, she sent the pictures of Tang Jiao and me to me. I directly posted them on my WeChat moments. Su Mushua waited until night but did not get a reply from me. Song Meng sent her a message, "You are heartbroken." In the photo Song Meng sent, Tang Jiao and I were standing shoulder to shoulder. A handsome boy and a beautiful girl, both smiling. Su Mushua's mind went blank. For a moment she stared in shock. For a long time, taking a while to snap out of it. She thought this was a misunderstanding. But Song Meng sent her many more photos. Su Mushua looked through them. Each photo was crystal clear. That girl was hugging my arm in every single one. Su Mushua felt like she had been punched in the gut. She stared at the photos, telling herself not to overthink. But with trembling hands, she sent me a message. At this time, it was midnight. I was already asleep. Su Mushua waited all night but still did not get a reply from me. It was almost New Year's Eve. Mr. and Mrs. Su were ready to take her to New York. Su Mushua, with red eyes, said in a hoarse voice, "Mom, I want to go to Lee City." Mrs. Su hesitated, then nodded. "Go ahead." Given permission, Su Mushua grabbed her ID and immediately went to the airport. I woke up at 10:30 am. I took the phone from under my pillow to check the time, and found that Su Mushua had sent 2 messages. "Where you, Guchen? I want to come find you." Su Mushua wanted to come find me. Was not she supposed to go to New York to spend New Year's with her grandparents? I replied to her, "What are you thinking? I will be back in the capital after the New Year. You go spend the New Year with your grandparents first." At this time, Su Mushua was already on the plane. Her phone was turned off, so she did not receive my message. Getting off the plane, she could not wait to turn on her phone, seeing a message notification. Excitedly, Su Mushua tapped to open it. It was a message from the person she longed for, but it meant he did not want her to come find him. Su Mushua's mood sank. She frustratedly ran her hands through her hair, even wondering if she was being too clingy by coming. Su Mushua got into a car and headed to my house. With the new year approaching, Tang Jiao was going back to her maternal grandparents' house with her parents. Our family would not visit them until after the new year. Jiao did not want to let me go. "Guchen, I hate this. We just reunited, and now we have to separate again." Tang Jiao had been clingy with me since we were little. Amused, I patted her head. All right, we will see each other after the new year. It is only a few days." Tang Jiao finally let go of me. Su Mushua sat in the car, looking at this scene in shock. As if sensing something, I looked towards the side of the road, and clearly saw the person in the car. I was utterly shocked. "Su Mushua, why did she come here?" My shocked expression, in Su Mushua's eyes, looked like the panic of being caught cheating. Su Mushua was not angry, only feeling aggrieved and heartbroken. Her throat tightened. Unlike in the movies where she would immediately drive away, she got out of the car. With a hint of awkwardness, she asked, "Am I bothering you?" These past few days I had been going out to play every day, precisely because I missed Su Mushua so much. Suddenly seeing the person I longed for appear right before my eyes, I grinned widely. "You really came?" Su Mushua licked her lips out of sadness. She lowered her head, not seeing the joy in my eyes. She softly replied, I wanted to come see you." Tang Jiao was very curious, but I dismissively waved her away. She had to carry her bags and head back. When I stood in front of Su Mushua, I finally noticed her hair was messy, and her complexion was not good. I assumed Su Mushua had an argument with her parents. Being considerate, I did not ask for the reason, and just said, "It is so cold out. Why are you wearing so few clothes? Hurry, follow me inside." I grabbed Su Mushua's hand and pulled her towards the house. Su Mushua followed me with complex emotions. She wanted to confront me, yet could not bear to pull away from my closeness. I led her to the guest room, planning to get fresh bed sheets to change for her. Suddenly, she hugged me from behind. Su Mushua said in a choked voice, "Let me hug you for a bit." I had already noticed she was acting abnormal. Earlier, I did not ask because I was worried she fought with her parents, so it would not be good to abruptly ask. But now, seeing her in this miserable state, I could not help but ask, "Su Mushua, what is wrong? Are you unhappy about something?" Su Mushua hugged me from behind, hearing my gentle voice. Her chest felt as if someone was squeezing it tightly. Yes, she was unhappy, but she did not dare to ask. "It is nothing, just let me hug you for a bit." She did not want to be too humiliating, much less question the relationship between me and that girl. The thought of having to give me up suffocated Su Mushua. I knew she was very sad right now. I turned around and pulled her into my arms, asking in a gentle voice, "Do you really not want to share it with me?" Su Mushua shook her head. "I do not want to." Feeling deeply wronged, Su Mushua said in a fiercely hoarse voice, "How do you expect me to share? You already have someone else. Why do you still care if I am happy or sad?" I was stunned, pushing her away to create some distance between us. This action of mine instantly made Su Mushua's heart feel empty. When I bring up that girl, does he not want to be close to me anymore? Her eyes turned bloodshot. For a moment, I did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Who told you I have someone else? Is this the reason you suddenly ran over to find me?" Hearing me deny it, a glimmer of hope sparked in Su Mushua's heart. Her throat felt tight. She wanted to cry but tried hard to hold it back, making even breathing difficult. "Then what about those photos?" I frowned, not understanding. "What photos?" Quickly, I remembered the photos on my WeChat moments. I smiled and asked, "The someone else you are talking about would not happen to be the person in the photos I took and posted on my moments, would it?" The hope in Su Mushua's heart magnified. "Does it not? You two were just hugging outside." Towards the end, her voice carried a hint of grievance. I sighed helplessly and took out my phone. Su Mushua thought I was angry. She felt a wave of unexplainable panic, suddenly realizing she might have misunderstood something again. Subconsciously, she tugged at my sleeve. "Guchen, do not be angry." Of course I was not angry. I smiled, scrolling to the photos on my moments, and pushed the phone in front of her. "Look closely. The someone else you are talking about is my younger cousin." She was slightly surprised. Having teased her enough, Su Mushua looked at me happily, her eyes sparkling. "Cousin? She is just a cousin, so you are not involved with anyone else, and you did not betray our feelings." I was quite speechless, but did not forget to retort, "Hold on. You and I do not have any feelings." With the misunderstanding cleared up, I took my phone and walked towards the sofa, planning to leave her hanging for a bit. Su Mushua was overwhelmed by an immense joy. Seeing me walk away, she smiled and followed, hugging my waist and acting coquettishly. "Liar, you obviously like me." I turned my head to look at her, seeing her smiling like a fool. Amused, I said, "Why are you so childish?" Crying one second, laughing the next. Su Mushua also felt a bit embarrassed. She snuggled into my arms and explained seriously, "Guchen, I am only 18. This is my first time liking someone. How do you expect me to stay calm?" She wanted the whole world to know she liked me. Hearing this, my heart felt warm. Su Mushua speaking sweet words at such a young age only made me happier. In my mind, Su Mushua was indeed childish. But no matter how childish she was, I still liked it. At the airport, Su Mushua nestled in my arms and asked pitifully, "Guchen, Can I not go? I looked at her helplessly. Your uncle and grandparents are all waiting for you in New York. Su Mushua also knew she could not be stubborn, but she did not want to be apart from me. Then after the new year, can you come back to the capital early? I will come back early too. I nodded. Su Mushua felt like she was being pampered. Her eyes sparkled with a bright light. You can't back out. I gently pushed her. Alright, hurry up and go. Su Mushua walked a distance, then turned her head. Seeing that I was still standing in the same spot, she came running back. I thought she had forgotten something. Did you forget to grab something? She nodded mysteriously. I was surprised. What is it? I will go back and get it for you. Just as I was about to take out my phone to call a car, a smile bloomed on the corners of Su Mushua's mouth. She stood on her tiptoes and secretly kissed my cheek. I stood there stunned. Su Mushua beamed at me. This is what I forgot to grab. Seeing her smile, I could not help but smile too. I have not agreed to be your boyfriend yet. Is not it a bit inappropriate for you to act like this? This time, Su Mushua kissed my lips. After own quick peck, she swiftly ran far away. As she ran, she waved at me. Even if it is inappropriate, I learned it from you. I stood frozen in place, watching Su Mushua's silhouette get further and further away. I waited until she entered the airport before calling a car to go home. An hour later, the doorbell rang. We were having dinner in the living room. Hearing the doorbell, I had a strong premonition. It was Su Mushua. I went to open the door. Sure enough, standing at the door, was Su Mushua. Her normally bouncy black hair was covered with a layer of white snow. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. Su Mushua beamed at me. This is fate. Because of the weather, my scheduled flight was cancelled. Holding back a smile, I asked her. So what? She smiled as she looked at me. So, I want to stay here and celebrate the new year with you. Do you welcome me? Her face was full of anticipation, looking incredibly docile. How could I bear to refuse? I stepped aside to let her in. Seeing my dad, Su Mushua awkwardly scratched her hair and called out. My dad gave her a cold glance, then ordered, Gu shouting, get another set of bowls and chopsticks. Gu shouting immediately complied. My mom, who had been unhappy about Su Mushua previously rejecting the engagement, saw her like this, and suddenly felt her worries were unnecessary. This girl was completely wrapped around her son's finger. The next day, I took Su Mushua to the ice skating rink. Lin Shui tagged along too. Su Mushua knew how to ice skate, but her skills were not very good. I was different. I was swift and agile. Su Mushua struggled to get to my side, reaching out to pull me. Fujin, slow down. I grabbed her hand. I will pull you. I exerted a bit of force to pull her. Unable to control her balance, Su Mushua lunged forward. I immediately laughed. She hurriedly lunged over to hug me, tightly wrapping her arms around my waist. Hugging the boy she liked, Su Mushua forgot all about her panic. I am not very good at this. You have to teach me. I snorted softly, pinched her cheek and pulled it. So shameless. Who taught you that? Su Mushua buried her face in my chest, revealing only her dark, sparkling eyes. Meeting you makes me smart. I teased her for having a glib tongue. Even though I said that, I did not push her away. Su Mushua felt a bit floaty, her heart as joyful as if smeared with honey. Guchin, you could not bear to push me away. And you still say you do not like me. I could not stand her smug look, feeling the urge to pinch her cheeks again. But she would not let me have my way, giggling in my arms. My anger faded as my rationality gradually returned. Do not overthink it. The reason I did not push you away is because you used to be my fiancé. I just did not want you to lose face. The smile on Su Mushua's face stiffened, firmly refusing to accept this reality. She hugged my waist tighter and demanded, Guchin, you are lying. You are not that kind of person. You definitely like me. Just admit it. I could not be bothered to argue with her. Su Mushua kept speaking, but inside she felt incredibly panicked. Finally regaining the upper hand, I smiled smugly. Su Mushua looked like a frostbitten eggplant, all withered. She shared this with her friends, wanting to hear a different answer from them. Fortunately, heaven did not disappoint. She got an answer that made her happy. Gong Aryu asked, if your arranged fiancé was ugly and annoying, do you think you would not push him away? Su Mushua suddenly realized this made sense. Touching her own pretty face, Su Mushua smiled foolishly. That is right, how did I get tricked? He definitely likes me, otherwise he would have pushed me away. Finally regaining her confidence, Su Mushua opened her door and looked out at the living room. It was pitch black and no one was there. This meant everyone else in the Gu household had gone to rest. Su Mushua crouched down and scurried to the door of my room, gently knocking. I was packing my things, hearing the knock. I thought it was my mom, so I went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Su Mushua slipped into my room, conveniently locking the door behind her. What are you doing? Having just showered, I was only wearing a tank top. The smooth lines of my muscles were clearly defined. Su Mushua only took one look at me, before hurriedly shifting her gaze. She almost forgot her reason for seeking me out. Suddenly, her attention was caught by the things on my bed. She narrowed her eyes and quickly walked over. I froze for a moment, then snapped back to reality and rushed over to block her. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Mushua picked up the certificates, photos, and newspaper clippings owned by own. They were from the various martial arts championships I had won since childhood. The corners of Su Mushua's mouth curled into a joyful smile. So you have been this amazing since you were little. Her sparkling eyes made me feel a bit unnatural. I have to say, Su Mushua used this exact facade in the past to captivate me. I snatched the certificates from her hands. Su Mushua lunged into my arms again. I feigned anger. What are you doing? But my voice lacked any real deterrence. Su Mushua's heart blossomed with joy. She deliberately moved closer to my face and smiled. How about we play truth or dare? I covered my face. What are you talking about? I have nothing to talk to you about. Su Mushua rubbed her cheek against mine and said, talk about when you started liking me. I hastily denied it. Who likes you? Seeing me speak contrary to my feelings, Su Mushua was immensely happy. The more I refused to admit it, the more she wanted to force me to. As she got closer, her body suddenly reacted faster than her brain. With a light swing of her arm, she poked my knee. The movement was fast and abrupt. Sensing danger, Su Mushua subconsciously backed away. The two of us inexplicably started wrestling. In the end, Su Mushua was pinned to the floor by me. Having regained the upper hand, I felt thoroughly refreshed. I pinned Su Mushua's hands above her head, grinned widely and said, you lost. Your strength is no match for mine. Do not waste your energy. Su Mushua smiled brightly. While I was rambling on, she exerted strength, lifted her head, and kissed me. My long string of teasing abruptly stopped. I stood there, frozen. Su Mushua's smile deepened as she whispered against my lips. Who says I lost? I clearly won. I won your heart. My brain shut down for a second. Su Mushua successfully made me feel like a slave turning the tables, singing triumphantly. I caught the smug look in her eyes and scoffed. Such shallow tricks. How could I let her stay smug for so long? Seeing me stay silent, Su Mushua intentionally asked, are you feeling shy? I dropped my previous restraint, raised an eyebrow and smirked. A kiss at this level, what is there to be shy about? At this level? Su Mushua caught the keyword. What does that mean? Have not we always kissed like this? Do you have another level? Just as she thought this, I wrapped my arms around her neck and leaned in. Our pink lips touched, our breaths intertwining. Su Mushua was stunned, her eyes wide open. I chuckled softly, seized the opportunity, pulled her close, and deepened the kiss. A true French kiss. Su Mushua was like a naive little foot soldier. While I conquered her fortress, she had no strength to resist, forced to retreat step by step due to her astonishment, nervousness, and embarrassment. She was led by me to discover a new world. It was a realm she had never touched before. Just as Su Mushua was feeling dizzy, as if struck by lightning, I finally let her go. I lifted her chin, smiled wickedly, and asked, feeling shy now? This is what you call a real kiss. After saying that, I stood up gracefully. Su Mushua finally snapped back to reality. She was overwhelmingly jealous, sourness filling her chest. She grabbed my hand and asked me darkly, have you been like this with someone else? It was not her fault for being suspicious. My kissing skills were just too proficient, so proficient that it seemed like I had countless experiences. Compared to me, she was obviously extremely inexperienced. I turned my head and smiled at her. I am not telling you. Su Mushua went crazy with jealousy. She stared blankly at me, suddenly feeling sad. I did not care if she was sad or not. I directly kicked her out of the room, telling her she was being too smug just now. With a click, the door shut, pulling Su Mushua back to her thoughts. Su Mushua felt like a worm, twisting with anxiety, worrying. I was angry, while her heart was completely overtaken by sourness. She knocked on the door a few times, but I did not answer. After returning to her room, Su Mushua, filled with jealousy and sourness, reflected on herself. Was it impolite of her to ask that just now? After all, the past did not count for anything. Did her questioning tone hurt my feelings? Su Mushua sighed. She should go apologize to me. She pretended to console herself well, hugging her knees as she sat at the head of the bed, her fingers constantly scratching at the bedsheets. Who is that person who has been so intimate with him? She wanted to beat that person to death. The next day, Su Mushua sported a pair of dark circles under her eyes. She took a look in the mirror. Su Mushua felt she was not pretty anymore. On New Year's Day, Su Mushua and Gu shouting all received red envelopes from my parents. Su Mushua was still thinking about who I had kissed, taking advantage of me going outside to light firecrackers. She pulled Gu shouting aside to inquire. Shouting, let me ask you something. Gu shouting stared at the thick red envelope in Su Mushua's hand. She nodded seriously. Go ahead, sister-in-law. The term, sister-in-law, made Su Mushua happy. The corners of her mouth curled up. She generously handed the red envelope to Gu shouting. Take it if you want it. She could not just say it outright. She smiled cheekily. Oh, I could not possibly. Su Mushua acted extremely generously. What is there to be embarrassed about? We will all be family in the future. Just take it. Gu shouting was a smart kid. Accepting Su Mushua's red envelope, she smiled brightly and said, Sister-in-law, whatever questions you have, just ask. I promise to tell you everything I know without holding back. Afraid I would hear. Su Mushua looked up and saw me not far away, building a snowman. Only then did she ask, shouting before me, how many girlfriends did your brother have? As soon as Gu shouting heard this question, her eyebrows immediately shot up. Su Mushua, paying close attention to her, saw her expression was off. Worried she might misunderstand, Su Mushua quickly explained, do not get the wrong idea. It is not that I mind. I just want to understand Gu Chin better. I am not misunderstanding. Gu shouting rested her chin on own hand, trying to recall. There were so many. Do you really need me to recall? Su Mushua was slightly taken aback. Could it be that she clutched her chest, suddenly worried she might die of jealousy. She somewhat regretted her curiosity. Gu shouting counted on her fingers. Su Mushua stared at her with wide eyes. As each finger went down, her shock grew. Gu shouting did not know if her brother had ever loved anyone, but she guessed he might be too shy to say. So she counted all the women her brother had brought home. Gu shouting concluded decisively, 6. Unsurprisingly, there should be 6. Su Mushua's heart instantly went cold. There were actually 6. Her face contorted with jealousy. She tried to tell herself that the past did not count, but her chest still felt tight. She had thought, my love was just like the love she had for me. Now it seemed the gap was quite large. I was the only boy who ever made her yearn, yet she was only one of my 7. Su Mushua suddenly lost her confidence. I was so much of a playboy. Even if I liked her now, it was not certain I would still like her in the future. Su Mushua's mood grew heavier and heavier. She even worried that if I stayed home for a while, I would end up liking someone else. Gu shouting nudged her. Are you okay? She did not even call her sister-in-law anymore. Su Mushua suddenly snapped out of it, patted her shoulder, and said calmly, do not worry, I am fine. Having finished building the snowman, I smiled and walked over to the two of them. What are you two doing? Come over here and have a snowball fight. Su Mushua forced a smile. Coming, she touched her face, telling herself, Su Mushua, you can't be petty. Those are all things of the past. If you care too much, Gu Chin won't want you. So she pretended to be very happy running over to join me in the snowball fight. She could not bear to throw snowballs at me, so she could only frantically throw them at Gu shouting. Seeing Su Mushua and Gu shouting throwing snowballs at each other, I laughed and joined the battlefield. Gu shouting cried and wailed. In the end, Gu shouting wiped the blood from her face, sitting pitifully on the ground. Are you even my real brother? After the new year, Su Mushua returned to the capital before I did, because I had to go to my grandmother's house. I was a week late. After arriving in the capital, in the middle of the night, Su Mushua finished playing games with Song, Meng Bing and the others. Lying in bed, she could not sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, that kiss flashed in her mind. She had been completely led by me during the kiss. Thinking about it, her cheeks burned hot. Patted her face with both hands. No wonder he kisses like that, having had so many girlfriends. In my eyes, did she appear too inexperienced? She immediately opened her browser. Searching for what to do if your kissing skills are not as good as your boyfriend's. There were related articles below. Su Mushua clicked on them, and they all advised girls to counterattack. Online specifically struck a chord with Su Mushua. Do you feel inferior? Do not panic, just practice. Kiss your boyfriend until he is breathless and take back your home court. Su Mushua's expression was a bit shy. How can I practice? How can I just go find him? No way, I would definitely be laughed to death. Blushing, Su Mushua buried her head in her pillow. Just thinking about it made her embarrassed. Being apart, these past few days, Su Mushua called and texted me every day. At night, I lay in bed, looking at the message Su Mushua sent. Guchin. What are you doing? I replied to her, sleeping. What I meant was that I was currently sleeping. Su Mushua misunderstood, thinking I was telling her to go to sleep. She instantly felt incredibly wronged. She thought about me every day, yet I did not want to chat with her at all. She replied again, how many days until you come back to the capital? Guchin, I miss you. I originally planned to go back the day after tomorrow. Seeing Su Mushua's aggrieved and pitiful tone, my heart suddenly softened, but I wanted to give her a surprise. So I replied, own more week. Seeing me say own more week, Su Mushua was utterly disappointed. Resting her hand on her forehead, Su Mushua told herself not to be clingy, so she pretended to be generous and said, okay then, have fun. Looking at the content she sent, Own would think she did not care much. However, Su Mushua lay on her bed, the corners of her mouth turned down, feeling incredibly disappointed. The next day, I boarded a plane back to the capital. I did not tell Su Mushua, preparing to give her a surprise. Su Mushua slept until noon before waking up. Her parents had gone to the company, so she was the only own home. Being alone with too much free time, she could not help but think about the netizens' advice. Practice. Practice. If I do not have a partner to practice with, can just watch more. She sent a message to Yang Yujia. Have you watched any movies lately? With a lot of kissing scenes. Yang Yujia received the message and instantly had a head full of question marks. What does she want with kissing scenes? Suddenly an idea struck her, and she sent a link to Su Mushua. Su Mushua clicked to open it. When I got home, I asked the maid. The maid said Su Mushua was in her room. I secretly sneaked upstairs. Su Mushua clicked the link Yang Yujia had sent. The beginning of the movie was very normal. Love story between two college students who got together because of a photo. The story was incredibly bland, but the male and female leads had a lot of kissing scenes. Su Mushua sat on her bed watching, placing her phone on the nightstand. As she watched, Su Mushua's face turned bright red. Unnaturally, she pulled the blanket up, wrapping herself tightly with only her head exposed. How can a kiss be so? She slowly shifted from a sitting position to lying on her stomach, using the blanket to wrap herself into a cocoon, revealing only her eyes. In this scene, the female lead was drunk, and the male lead came to pick her up, then the two of them in the car. Su Mushua's face turned red to the point of exploding. You can even do it like this. Trembling, she wanted to turn off the phone. Yang Yujia, you jerk, what are you making me watch? Before her hand could reach it, she heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Smiling, I called out to her, Su Mushua? Su Mushua stiffly turned her head. At that exact moment, the sounds coming from the phone were entirely inappropriate. Su Mushua swallowed hard. I had wanted to give Su Mushua a surprise, but I did not expect Su Mushua to give me an even bigger surprise. She had wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, turning her head to look at me, her dark eyes misting over, her face unbelievably red. The sounds from the phone echoed in the room. Eyes met. Blinked. Su Mushua also blinked. She silently sat up, pulling the blanket up a bit higher, covering half of her face, trying hard to pretend to be calm. I said, I did not know the movie had these kinds of scenes. Would you believe me? I silently backed out of the room, and thoughtfully closed the door. Through the door, said to her, I understand. Su Mushua was so embarrassed her head was smoking. She flopped face down onto the bed, twisting like a pretzel. What do you understand? You do not understand anything at all. While rolling around, she cursed Yang Yujia for being indecent. I have completely lost face. He might even be disgusted by how degenerate I am. I had not left. I leaned my back against the door, covering my burning cheeks. Why was she watching that kind of stuff? I used both hands to fan my face. Was she watching that movie and thinking about me? You little pervert. No wonder in our past life, on the day we got married, she initially acted like someone with experience, which suddenly turned into sheer panic. After all, I was someone with experience. So I accepted reality faster than Su Mushua. She's a girl, it is normal. Meanwhile, Su Mushua was still rolling around on the bed. Her face red as a giant tomato, wrapped in the blanket. She kept rolling. I heard the commotion inside. Guessing Su Mushua was definitely feeling uncomfortable. I knocked on her door. Su Mushua. Su Mushua abruptly turned her head to look at the door. You have not left yet, I asked. Are you okay now? Su Mushua blushed, her eyes widening. What do you mean okay? What is okay? She had not done anything to prove she was not degenerate. Su Mushua threw off the blanket and jumped out of bed, pulling the door open. The two of us locked eyes again, the awkwardness practically spilling out of her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain. I considerately said, I am listening. Go ahead and explain. Suddenly, Su Mushua could not say a word. How could she even explain this? Giving up, wearing her tomato head, she tried to look calm. Why did you come back so suddenly? Did not you say it would be another week? I had initially felt a bit embarrassed too, but seeing Su Mushua this embarrassed, I suddenly did not feel anything anymore. I had never seen Su Mushua like this. It was very cute and very amusing. I wanted to tease her. I missed you, so I came back early. Su Mushua's awkward expression froze. Blushing, she looked at me with a hint of anticipation. What did you say? I smiled slyly. I said I missed you. Today, Su Mushua did not catch on. She was too surprised and flustered. Shy yet excited, she stammered loudly. That I missed you too. After saying that, Su Mushua turned her head and bumped into the door. So useless. I burst out laughing. I was just teasing you. I came back early because of some business. Su Mushua stiffened and turned her head to look at me, her dark eyes staring. Finally, I could not hold back my loud laughter. Su Mushua knew I was laughing at her. Blushing, she wanted to die of embarrassment. Starting to give up, she lowered her head and said, although it is very funny, I still have to explain. I really did not want to watch that movie. Yang Yujia sent it to me. Miss Su had truly lost all face this time. I could not bear to see her aggrieved, so I reached out and lifted her face, forcing her to look up, grinning widely as I told her, compared to being funny, you are mostly just cute. My eyes were full of laughter, but it was not a mocking laugh. She thought it was a smile filled with indulgence. Su Mushua did not know if she was interpreting it right or wrong. In that moment, her joyful, longing heart fluttered. She seized the opportunity, not caring whether I wanted it or not, and threw herself into my arms. I hurriedly hugged her tight. Su Mushua, I am going to fall. She smiled, playfully punching my chin and resting on my shoulder. I am holding you, you won't fall. Were you lying just now? I played dumb. Lying about what? You came back early because you missed me, not because you had business, right? I refused to admit it. But Su Mushua just assumed it was true, hugging me like that, smiling like a fool. During dinner time, I was helping Mrs. Su learn flower arranging. Su Mushua silently stood beside us, handing me the flowers. I reached over, and she handed me a flower. Handing it over, Su Mushua gave a light cough, taking advantage of Mrs. Su not looking, she sneakily reached her hand over. Out of habit, I did not look, reaching out to take the flower, but momentarily grabbed Su Mushua's hand. Startled, I turned my head and glared at her. Su Mushua gripped my hand tightly, smiling like a fool. Mrs. Su kept her head down, arranging the flowers, but internally mocked these two love-struck fools. After the new year, my studies entered a self-forgetful mode. Every student was like this. Studying became intensely stressful for a period. The results of Su Mushua's competition were out. As she wished, she won first prize and successfully secured guaranteed admission. The timeline of my rebirth had already passed the preliminary round, so I could not participate in the competition. I could only take the most traditional route. But with my grades, getting into the same university as Su Mushua was incredibly simple. Shen Linfeng was not bad, and his grades were not bad either. But in class 1 of Linzhong, he was only at the bottom. He also did not have the time to think about Mu Yunyun, forcing Song Mengmeng to tutor him every day. The busy final months passed, and the college entrance exams arrived as scheduled. The exams lasted 2 days in total. After finishing the exams, I felt pretty good, barring any surprises. Other than Chinese and English, I could get full marks on everything else. Su Mushua was already waiting outside. Seeing me come out, she smiled and walked towards me. Suddenly, her expression changed. Not far away, a girl holding flowers came up to me and shouted loudly, Guchin. I like you, be my boyfriend. I was stunned and everyone else looked over. I felt socially dead, but calmly smiled and said, sorry. Su Mushua grabbed my hand, held it up in front of the girl, and waved it. Sorry, he already has a girlfriend. The girl must have gathered a lot of courage to come and confess. Hearing Su Mushua say that, she felt incredibly embarrassed. She apologized, grabbed her flowers, and ran away. I turned my head and looked at the person next to me, frowning. Since when am I your boyfriend? Su Mushua pointed at her own mouth. You have kissed me so many times and you still do not want to admit it. Do you want to be a scumbag? I reached out and brushed her aside. Grinning widely, I walked forward, throwing back a sentence. That is not entirely out of the question. Su Mushua laughed and chased after me. Oh wait, until now, I still had not agreed to be Su Mushua's boyfriend. Su Mushua's heart was restless, worrying that since I was such a playboy and would not give her a status, maybe I was thinking of finding a backup. Meng Bing also asked me this question, asking why I still refused to agree to be Su Mushua's boyfriend while she chased after me. I said my debts were not fully paid off yet. Meng Bing did not understand at all, but in the end she did not ask further. After the exams, everyone wanted to let loose completely. Song Mengmeng invited us to dinner, along with Mu Yunyun. Su Mushua was rolling her wrists, her eyes scanning the crowd as if looking for something. Song Mengmeng bumped her arm from behind. Mushua, have not you taken him down yet? So useless. Su Mushua, still looking around, replied. Song Mengmeng, you are the useless own. You like Gu Linfeng but do not dare to say it. Song Mengmeng was a bit speechless. He likes Mu Yunyun. What can I say? Yang Yujia appeared out of nowhere, throwing an arm around one of their necks. Smiling, she said to Song Mengmeng, is not him liking Mu Yunyun especially good? Mu Yunyun does not want to be touched by him. Your chances are huge. Song Mengmeng kicked her without hesitation. Why do you care? You do not even have a boyfriend. Su Mushua was still looking everywhere, but unfortunately she could not even see half of my shadow. I had not noticed that Mu Yunyun was also looking for something. Soon, Su Mushua and Mu Yunyun looked in the same direction. But she was looking at me. I was holding flowers. Su Mushua thought they were for her, and her eyes instantly lit up. I looked down at the bouquet of roses in my hands. My intuition told me that Su Mushua's gaze just now seemed to suggest a misunderstanding. I poked Meng Bing's arm. Are you sure you want to give them to her here? Meng Bing said unnaturally, a promise is a promise. I was afraid Su Mushua would misunderstand, so I wanted to shove the roses into Meng Bing's arms. Meng Bing reacted as if seeing a ghost, forcefully pushing me away. I was full of question marks. You won't hold them. Meng Bing was slightly nervous. You hold them for me, give them to me later. After saying that, Meng Bing's face turned fiercely red. Help someone to the end. Escort the Buddha to the west. After dinner, Su Mushua accurately caught me in the crowd. She did not show she was sad. Did you not want to come? Seeing that Meng Bing had already walked towards Mu Yunyun, I smiled and said, I came with a friend. Su Mushua did not pay attention and asked me, what friend? She pointed at my roses. I looked at Su Mushua's eyes and knew what she was thinking. Sure enough, she misunderstood, thinking the roses were for her. I had not answered yet. Seeing Su Mushua look at me, are you getting ready to say yes to me? I pretended not to understand. Say yes to what? Su Mushua did not understand why I was always teasing her. Why did I refuse to be her boyfriend? I really was too much of a playboy. She did not deserve it. I stopped in my tracks. She still remembered that I had 6 ex-girlfriends. This had always weighed on her heart. She wanted to ask but did not dare. While she was dazed, I turned and walked away. Su Mushua snapped out of it and hurriedly chased after me. Wait for me. The days after the college entrance exams had no exam papers, no endless homework, and no pressure. The long days even became boring. I packed my luggage, getting ready to box it up and send it home. Su Mushua was sitting in the living room playing games. Suddenly seeing me carrying my luggage, she thought I was about to go back to Lee City, and got incredibly anxious. Where are you going? She stopped playing her game, threw her phone aside, and I said, shipping my luggage back. Su Mushua hurriedly grabbed me. Do not. When we go to college, you will just have to move it back here. It is too much trouble. Su Mushua took it for granted that my scores would definitely keep me at Jingqing University. Seeing her anxious face, I deliberately put on a serious face to tease her. Who said I would be moving my stuff back here for college? I am not applying to Jingqing University. Su Mushua completely panicked. You are not applying to Jingqing University. She had already been guaranteed admission to Jingqing University. If I did not study in Jingqing and went somewhere else, would not they be in a long-distance relationship? Looking at my serious expression, Su Mushua suddenly did not know what to say. Could she ask me to stay in Jingqing for her and give up the university I wanted? She could not do it, but being separated, and me being such a playboy. What if I changed my mind? Seeing the light in her eyes gradually dim, I immediately softened, smiling to comfort her. I was just joking with you. It is a top-tier university. If I do not go there, where else would I go? Su Mushua looked up at me. Meeting my eyes, she suddenly went silent. She lowered her head, not looking at me. Is it that fun to tease me? Su Mushua was angry. She silently went upstairs. I held my luggage, blinking in surprise. It seemed I had messed up. Turning my head to look at Su Mushua's retreating back, I suddenly felt a sense of self-blame. I just wanted to tease her a little. I did not expect her to be so sad. Feeling defeated, I had to go coax her. Su Mushua returned to her room, sat in front of her computer, feeling remorseful, wanting to bang her head against the wall. Why did I get angry at him just now? I should have been more magnanimous. Being questioned by me like that, Guchen must be very sad. He is also a playboy. If he thinks I am petty, will he stop liking me? Mushua was initially just feeling remorseful, but thinking up to this point, she panicked. She excitedly ran out, calling Gu Chen as she ran. The living room was empty, no sign of me. Aunt Lu heard her and came out of the kitchen with a smile. Miss, young Master Gu took his luggage outside. Su Mushua forgot to change her shoes, wearing slippers, as she hurriedly chased out. The villa area was very large. Su Mushua ran for a while before seeing me standing at the gate. I was looking down, signing my name, handing my luggage to the courier. Turning my head, I saw Su Mushua not far away. I had just made her angry and was thinking of how to coax her. Seeing her appear here, I smiled and walked towards her. Su Mushua, why did you come out? Su Mushua looked at me. She remembered I said I was shipping my luggage, so she had overthought it. I was not leaving. Su Mushua wanted to apologize to me for what just happened. Unexpectedly, I beat her to it by a step. Su Mushua, about just now. I am sorry, I did not mean it. Su Mushua looked expressionless on the outside, but inside, how could she not? I was coaxing her and hit by this joy. Su Mushua started to get greedy. She wanted me to coax her more. So Su Mushua tightened her face and let out an "oh." Not angry, but looking as if she were still angry. I felt a bit of a headache. This was really tricky. This was the first time Su Mushua was angry with me. I was not good at coaxing people. Seeing her tight face, looking gloomy and unhappy, I looked left and right, and seeing no one around, I leaned in and kissed her cheek. Su Mushua's eyes instantly changed, but she still did not say anything. I did not expect Su Mushua's anger to be this hard to coax. I simply braced myself, took the opportunity to hold and lift her cheeks, and kissed her lips. Su Mushua, do not be angry anymore. For Su Mushua, this was pure welfare. Her eyes instantly lit up. She especially loved it when I treated her like this. Feeling a bit floaty, she tightened her face even more, and even raised her hands to push me away. Do not do this. She thought I would use even better welfare to coax her. Unexpectedly, she waited and waited, but I did not make a move. Su Mushua could not hold back and turned her head to look at me. I looked at her silently, then turned to walk away. Su Mushua completely panicked, hurriedly grabbing me. Do not go. I am not angry anymore. Seeing this, I even tried to pull my hand from her grasp. She hurriedly threw herself into my arms. Guchen, I am sorry, it is all my fault. Do not go, okay, you can beat me up. I rested my chin on Su Mushua's forehead, my eyes brimming with a smile. So arrogant, and you still wanted to trick me. The first time I kissed her, I had already noticed she was not angry. I opened my mouth and without holding back, bit the tip of her ear. Su Mushua gasped in pain, but did not dare to let go, only begging me to calm down. I only used force the first time. After that, I was gentle. I pretended to be angry and said, you got angry at me again. Su Mushua's momentum weakened. I was wrong. Where were you wrong? Su Mushua should not have gotten angry at you. I was amused by her coaxing, and whispered into her ear. As my girlfriend, is not it wrong for you to be so petty? Su Mushua nodded. It is my fault. Her voice abruptly stopped here. Su Mushua suddenly let go of me, looking at me with a face full of surprised joy. What did you say, girlfriend? You agreed to be my boyfriend. She broke into a joyful smile, her bright eyes looking at me. I was made shy by her silly look and feeling awkward. I pushed her face away and said, slip of the tongue. I turned and tried to run, but was pulled back by Su Mushua. I do not care. You agreed, so who cares if it was a slip of the tongue or not? You are my boyfriend, Su Mushua's. Was obvious. I was also infected by her good mood and laughed, turning my head, pulling her ear, and walking elsewhere. Su Mushua leaned in and kissed my lips, a wide smile on her face as she stuck to me, refusing to let go, refusing to leave even if beaten to death. She planned to practice the techniques she learned from watching the movie. Suddenly, from behind came Song Meng Bing's cackling voice. Hello you two. Su Mushua really wanted to turn around and punch Song Meng Bing. Could she not read the room? Could not she see that she was kissing her boyfriend? I was not embarrassed either, calmly pulling away from Su Mushua. Su Mushua, Meng Bing, you guys really do not have eyes. Not feeling the least bit embarrassed, meeting Su Mushua's gloomy gaze, she grinned widely. Yang Yujia invited us to go play at a resort. Are you coming? Su Mushua was just about to refuse. I immediately said, let us go. I am bored with nothing to do anyway. Since her boyfriend had already said yes, what could Su Mushua say? Of course she went. The next day, the 6 of us set off on time. The only boys were Shen Linfeng and me. Shen Linfeng and I had the kind of relationship where we could not stand looking at each other. Fortunately, the hotel had many rooms. Shen Linfeng and I each had our own separate room. With no need to rush back to school, we decided to stay at the resort and play for a few days, trying out all the activities the resort had to offer. I brought a few changes of clothes. Su Mushua followed me into my room, saying she was helping me unpack, but her real intention was anything but that. It was hard to finally get the official title of girlfriend, was not it? I need to wash my face too, and reclaim the dominant kiss from back then. She had been watching movies and practicing lately. As soon as she entered the room, Su Mushua immediately locked the door. I picked up a towel, preparing to wet it and wash my face. As soon as I turned around, Su Mushua hugged my waist. I frowned, looking at her in amusement. What do you want to do? Su Mushua looked up, her dark eyes staring at me intently. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now, right? This question again. I felt helpless. I poked her cheek with my finger. Yes. How many times are you going to ask? The corners of Su Mushua's mouth curled up, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement for what was to come. Then I can do whatever I want to you, right? I must say, this wording led my imagination quite a bit. Just as I was zoning out, my lips were suddenly pressed against. Su Mushua was too excited, kissing me heavily. I spread my arms, cooperatively hugging her waist, letting her take action. Unfortunately, someone was still very clumsy, biting messily like she was gnawing on an apple. Being kissed by her, I just wanted to laugh. Su Mushua opened her eyes to peek, and saw the smile in my eyes, thinking I was mocking her amateurish kissing skills. She got angry, wanting to prove herself. Right at that moment, I cradled the back of her head, guiding her to spin around. Instantly, the person with their back against the wall became her. The two of us swapped positions, and the dominant role was forcefully switched. Su Mushua's eyes widened instantly. I captured her lips, taking control with an unstoppable force. Su Mushua was kissed breathless, feeling intoxicated and nervous. When my lips lightly grazed her collarbone, she instantly trembled all over. I let her go and smiled at her. Su Mushua panted heavily, leaning against the wall. I delivered the final teasing blow, leaning close to her ear and saying, Su Mushua, this is what you call an adult kiss. Su Mushua's face turned completely red. Originally, she wanted to reclaim her dominance. Unexpectedly, her dominance was gone forever, unable to be reclaimed, and she was even pinned to the floor and stepped on by me. Ashamed and blushing, unable to bear it, she lifted my face and forcefully bit me. Feeling indignant, Su Mushua hugged me, her chin resting on my shoulder, rubbing against me. After holding it in for months, she finally poured out her grievances to me. Guchin, it is not fair. What is not fair? I thought she felt the disparity in our skills was unfair. In a muffled voice, she said, I only like you, but you have 6 ex-girlfriends. You are not allowed to laugh at me for being inexperienced. She admitted it, having been led into a new realm by me once again. She felt jealous again, jealous to the point of going crazy, thinking that what had just happened had also happened with others. Su Mushua's heart felt like it was soaking in aged vinegar. She was feeling aggrieved while I was utterly shocked. 6 ex-girlfriends? Why did not I know about this? Who said that? I pushed her away in surprise. Looking at her aggrieved eyes, I asked in astonishment, "Who told you I have 6 ex-girlfriends?" She lowered her head, her voice choked. "I do not care anyway, I'm just jealous." What was this? The jealous partner is so cute. Su Mushua was jealous. I opened my mouth and asked, "I do not know what bastard has been talking nonsense to you, but you are my first love. I do not have any ex-girlfriends." Su Mushua abruptly looked up, her bright eyes looking at me. "Are you telling the truth? You really have not been with anyone else?" The joy in her heart kept bubbling up. Unhappily, I flicked her forehead. "No. I only have you." Su Mushua was overjoyed. She threw herself into my arms, hugging me tightly, as if she had won the whole world. How could Su Mushua not be happy? She could not fool herself. She was jealous simply because she liked me too much. She only wanted me to belong to her. Just the thought of me being affectionate with someone else made her die of jealousy. Helplessly, I patted her head. "You really are a big idiot." After her joy settled, Su Mushua could not suppress her curiosity. She pressed close to my ear and asked coquettishly, "Then why are your kissing skills so good?" I could not explain the real reason, so I had to say I was a natural genius. Su Mushua felt a bit unbalanced. Why could not she be a natural genius? She had watched 100 movies. So why could not she learn? Why was she so clumsy? The two of us fumbled around in the room for too long, raising suspicions when we went downstairs. The sleazy gazes of Song, Meng Bing and Yang Yujie swept across our faces. Su Mushua tensed her face, pretending to be calm, while glaring at the two of them. I was holding her hand, not feeling the least bit shy. I truly was not afraid of being found out. Fortunately, Yang Yujie and Song Meng Bing were wary of my presence, so they did not tease Su Mushua. While soaking in the hot springs, Yang Yujie and Song Meng Bing used going to the restroom as an excuse to run back to the locker room. Song Meng Bing stood guard at the door. Yang Yujie opened the drawer storing Su Mushua's clothes and secretly stuffed a square plastic packet into Su Mushua's pants pocket. Song Meng Bing wanted to watch the drama but felt uneasy. Is it really okay for us to do this? What if Mushua actually does it with Guchen? Yang Yujie pointed a finger and gently pushed Song Meng Bing's head. Is today your first day knowing Mushua? She does not have the guts. This is just to make her embarrass herself in front of Futon. I was soaking in the hot spring with Shen Linfeng for a while. Shen Linfeng kept glancing at me, hesitating to speak. I looked at him and asked, "What do you want to say?" Shen Linfeng used to view me as a love rival. Now that he did not like Su Mushua anymore, we were not rivals. He felt he could change his attitude towards me. Shen Linfeng scratched his head. I just think, since our friends are all in the same group, we do not need to be so distant." I understood. He wanted something from me. I asked directly, "What do you want?" Shen Linfeng instantly widened his eyes. "How did you know I had an ulterior motive?" I thought, "Shen Linfeng, my IQ simply crushes yours. It is practically written on your face." Being exposed by me, Shen Linfeng immediately grimaced. "You are not cute at all." "Alright, I admit it. I really do have something to ask you. You can choose not to answer." Shen Linfeng was very conflicted because of Song Meng Bing and Mu Yun. He thought he liked Mu Yun, but lately, Song Meng Bing had been very close to him. Last night, he accidentally discovered a secret. He found out that Song Meng Bing liked him. Shen Linfeng did not know how to describe his feelings at that moment. He seemed a little happy, yet a little confused, because his standard for a partner was someone like Su Mushua. But he was also afraid. If Song Meng Bing confessed and he rejected her, what if she felt sad and uncomfortable? While he was still agonizing over this, I had already gotten out of the water. He looked at me in surprise. "Where are you going? I am not done asking you." I grabbed a towel to dry my hair, smiling as I said, "I thought you wanted to contemplate the whole universe." After drying my hair, I sat on a lounge chair and took out my phone to look for Song Meng Bing's WeChat. Shen Linfeng agonized for a long time and finally told me his dilemma. After hearing it, I could not help but laugh. "You do not need to agonize. Mu Yun has someone she likes, and it is not you." Shen Linfeng shouted in surprise, "What? She already has someone she likes, and it is not me." Linfeng was shocked. Has not Mu Yun always been single? I deliberately picked at my ear and lowered my voice. "Are you afraid the people next door won't hear you?" The people next door were Su Mushua and the others. Scared, Shen Linfeng quickly covered his mouth. Linfeng asked me in a low voice, "Then what should I do?" I was a bit confused. "What do you mean, what should you do?" Shen Linfeng pointed at himself. Mu Yunyun likes someone else, so what should I do? I shook my head helplessly. Hearing that Mu Yunyun has someone she likes. How do you feel? Shen Linfeng thought about how he felt. Disappointed, does not seem to matter much. Just suddenly feel like a failure again. I continued to drop bombs. Then what if I told you right now that Song Mengmeng already has a boyfriend? Shen Linfeng excitedly stood up from the tub, running quickly over to me. Why does she have a boyfriend? Who is it? Why do not I know about this? Impossible. Unleashing a barrage of denials, Shen Linfeng felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Was not Song Mengmeng supposed to like him? How could she have a boyfriend? He did not believe it. Seeing his reaction, I was sure Song Mengmeng was not just an unrequited crush. Should I add fuel to the fire? Go ask her yourself and you will know. Shen Linfeng said he did not believe it, but in reality he half believed it, because I was not the type to joke around. With a dark expression, he grabbed a bathrobe from the side, wrapped it around himself, and ran out anxiously. I sent a message to Song Mengmeng. No need to thank me. Song Mengmeng did not have her phone with her. She and Yang Yujie were holding their breath, waiting for the bad moment to expose Su Mushua, so they hurried to find me. Yang Yujie signaled Song Mengmeng. Song Mengmeng smiled and approached. Giving a light cough, she said, Mushua, you have been soaking for so long. Are not you going to go ask Guchen if he is hungry? Su Mushua looked up, leaning against the edge of the tub, beneath the hot steam. Her face was flushed red. Anyone soaking in a hot spring would think her mind had wandered. She could not help but recall being pinned down and kissed by me in the room. Feeling both a flutter in her heart and contempt for herself, she thought, why is it that my boyfriend, when it comes to kissing skills, is a natural genius, while I have studied for so long and am still terrible at it? Su Mushua felt she could not just keep being pinned down like this. She had to change the status quo. Hearing Song Mengmeng's words, Su Mushua asked, do you guys want a drink? Song Mengmeng could not help but say to Yang Yujie, why does Mushua want to drink? Is she really going to get drunk courage? Yang Yujie was not sure either. After all, when drinking, who knows what someone might do? Su Mushua always felt that Yang Yujie and Song Mengmeng were holding something back. What bad things are you two whispering about? Could Yang Yujie tell her? She immediately broke into a smile. Let us go get a drink. Su Mushua thought that alcohol gives courage. Maybe she really needed to drink to perform well, because without alcohol, she was too nervous. Since someone agreed, Su Mushua said let us go. Wearing a bathrobe, she prepared to leave. Song Mengmeng grabbed Yang Yujie, leaning close to her ear and asking, are we really going? Are not you afraid Mushua will actually get drunk and do something inappropriate to Guchen? Yang Yujie found it funny. What are you thinking? Guchen is a man. How could Mushua be a match for him? She added, did you forget the awards Guchen has won? Besides, they are a couple. Song Mengmeng felt a faint sense of excitement. Then let us go watch the drama. The three of them got out of the bathtub one after another. Are you pulled the towel off her face helplessly? Is it because I am too ordinary, that I am always forgotten by them? There was a music bar in the resort. Su Mushua had already changed her clothes and sat at the bar. Su Mushua frowned. She felt something in her pocket. She never put things in her pants pocket. Was something planted there? Su Mushua reached out her hand, wanting to take it out. Song Mengmeng, sharp-eyed, forcefully pushed Su Mushua. Su Mushua slipped and nearly fell off the tall stool. What are you doing? Song Mengmeng pretended to apologize. Sir, Yang Yujie understood the cue, and immediately pushed a glass of wine in front of Su Mushua. Drink up. Su Mushua crossed her arms, assessing. Song Mengmeng and Yang Yujie, why do I feel like you two are acting suspicious? Hearing this, Song Mengmeng and Yang Yujie instantly tensed up. The two racked their brains for a way to divert Su Mushua's attention. Then I appeared. I looked in surprise at the three people in front of the bar, and called out. Su Mushua was not unfamiliar. Shen Linfeng said he could not find Song Mengmeng. It turned out they were here. Hearing my voice, Su Mushua's eyes lit up in a second. She turned her head with pleasant surprise. I walked up to the bar, and greeted Song Mengmeng and Yang Yujie. Seeing a glass in front of Su Mushua, I picked it up and smelled it. Drinking something so strong. How could Su Mushua reveal her purpose for drinking? Smiling like a good kid, she grabbed the hair at the back of her head, smiling and saying, are not we just trying to relax? We are all adults. I would not go so far as to stop her, but her tolerance was weak. I asked the bartender to swap her whiskey for a cocktail. Song Meng and Yang Yujia wanted to slip away. The two found a random excuse and secretly sneaked off. This bar was a quiet lounge. I sat on a tall stool, holding a glass of whiskey, and gently clinked glasses with Su Mushua. Su Mushua looked at me, confused. I smiled and said, "You want a drink? I will join you." Su Mushua had a low tolerance for alcohol, but that did not mean she did not know the strength of different liquors. The cocktail in her hand versus the whiskey I was holding the comparison was simply the difference between yogurt and white liquor. Su Mushua stared blankly at me. I downed the strong liquor in one gulp. My Adam's apple bobbed as I swallowed the strong alcohol. She could not handle it, yet I could easily down a glass in one go. Su Mushua was not calm. She suddenly had the illusion that in front of me, she was just a child. I was a bit curious. "Why are you staring at me? Did not you want a drink?" I glanced at her untouched cocktail while she shook my empty glass. My relaxed, gentlemanly demeanor was something Su Mushua had never seen before. Su Mushua suddenly lost her desire to drink. Frustrated, she stood up and threw herself into my arms. I sensed Su Mushua's abnormal behavior. "What is wrong?" Su Mushua could not articulate it. She just suddenly felt her chest tighten, as if she had never truly understood me. It was also as if, during the time she did not know me, I had countless beautiful experiences that she was unaware of. I poked Su Mushua's cheek. "What is wrong with you now?" Su Mushua shook her head. "I just suddenly do not want to drink anymore." I was very confused but did not ask at the bar. Su Mushua dragged me back to the hotel. As soon as we entered the room, I was pushed onto a chair by Su Mushua. A sky full of kisses instantly attacked me. I was confused by Su Mushua's actions. It was as if she were executing some urgent maneuver. I could clearly feel the breath rushing out of her nose. Having only had a little alcohol, I was not drunk. But Su Mushua's actions made me feel a sense of intoxication. For a moment, it felt as if I had returned to the time before my rebirth. The woman exploring a new world with me. I flipped her over, pinning her down, responding with a passionate kiss. Su Mushua was still the same as before, clueless about how to kiss. Su Mushua was a bit hasty. I sighed helplessly. My Su Mushua was still too inexperienced right now. She still needed my guidance. With a sigh, I cradled her cheek, my fingers gripping the back of her neck. This time, the kiss made Own blush, and their heart race. Su Mushua's perception was refreshed once again. She thought, so a kiss can be like this. About an hour later, Su Mushua lay prone on the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. Her ears were fiercely red, and her face was flushed with a rosy hue, looking as if she had been terribly bullied. I came out of the bathroom and heard footsteps behind me. Su Mushua's face grew even redder, secretly burying her face deeper into the blanket. I sat beside her, curling the corners of my mouth as I looked at her embarrassed expression. Su Mushua carefully looked up at me. Meeting my calm smile, she instantly lost her calm. This was clearly a matter between two people. Why was she the only one embarrassed, while I looked like a player who had experienced it countless times? Su Mushua felt so suffocated she wanted to die. She could not help but lean in and hug my waist. "Can I ask you a question?" I had already guessed what she wanted to ask. My fingertips gently brushed the bangs from her forehead. "Ask away." Feeling my gentleness, Su Mushua suddenly did not want to ask anymore. I had already said she was my first love. As for why I seemed like a player, I must be a natural genius. We messed around in bed for a few hours. Before getting ready to go out, Su Mushua went to the bathroom to clean up. I was playing on my phone while waiting for her. Looking down, I saw an object dropped on the blanket. Surprised, I picked up the blue box that said Ultra Thin 0.01. My expression changed a few times. So she had made up her mind early on, and even bought condoms. Mushua came out of the bathroom and saw my tense face. Her intuition told her something was wrong. She looked at me blankly. "Guchin, what is wrong?" Kept my face tense. "You tell me." Su Mushua was dumbfounded. I spoke coldly again. "Are you hiding something from me?" Su Mushua grew more confused, not understanding my current mood. She came closer and held my hand. "Guchin, what exactly is wrong?" Su Mushua looked at me with watery, innocent eyes. My heart beat faster. Unable to keep up the serious act, I grabbed her hand, suddenly pulled her onto the bed with a forceful tug, flipped over and pinned her down. I held the small box out in front of her eyes, and said wickedly, "This is yours, right?" Su Mushua was stunned. After seeing clearly what it was, her face quickly exploded in red. It is not mine. Su Mushua suddenly thought of something. I know, it was Song Meng Meng and Yang Yujia. Who left it? Su Mushua gritted her teeth in anger. Just you wait. I'm going to go settle the score with them. After saying that, she tried to push me off to get up. I forcefully hugged her, speaking softly. Who left it? Does not matter anymore. I lowered my head and kissed her. Su Mushua's dark eyes looked at me intently. She reached out and wrapped her arms around my neck. I took her hand and pressed it against my 8-pack abs. Who would have thought Su Mushua would so uselessly get a nosebleed? Seeing the red, I instantly panicked and hurriedly grabbed a tissue to cover it. Su Mushua's face was full of shame. She glared at me resentfully, blaming, "It is all because you seduced me." I burst out laughing, the smile in my eyes deepening. I suddenly wanted to tease her. So, without holding back, I leaned in, hugged her neck, moved her hand away and kissed her. Her complaints about the nosebleed were swallowed by my lips. Su Mushua was kissed until she was dizzy, her whole body feeling restless. Finally, as if finding the technique, she turned from passive to active, copying my way of kissing her, kissing from top to bottom. The two of us wrestled on the bed again, like two beasts reuniting after a long time. Another hour later, Su Mushua went to the bathroom to wash her face. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, I was in an incredibly good mood. I picked up my phone and posted on Weibo as I wished. I was lying on the bed playing on my phone. Su Mushua secretly approached. Suddenly she saw my blog name, "The Own I Love and Smile at Every Day Is You." She was utterly surprised. I turned to look at her. What is wrong? Su Mushua did not speak, hurriedly taking out her phone to open Weibo, and found the content I had posted. A long time ago, I liked a girl. She liked me too, but she was always so proud, refusing to admit she liked me. I was confused by her actions. Suspiciously, I leaned over. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Su Mushua abruptly hid her phone. I tried to snatch it, but was tightly hugged by Su Mushua. Eyes met. Before I could ask, Su Mushua kissed my lips again. So he really did like me from the very beginning. This realization made Su Mushua extremely happy. I was kissed into a daze by her, faintly seeming to hear her laughter. 4 years later, we graduated from college. Su Mushua founded her own company. Song Meng Meng and Yang Yujia both joined the company. Su Mushua also brought Gong Ru in as a professional gamer. After socializing for business, Su Mushua came home. I was chatting on the phone with Meng Bing. Hearing the noise on my end, Meng Bing knew Su Mushua was back and found an excuse to hang up. I had just put the phone down when Su Mushua pressed against me and kissed me. I pulled Su Mushua over, making her sit on my lap. I rubbed her flushed cheeks and asked gently, "Did you drink?" Su Mushua nodded obediently. Had a gathering with Song Meng Meng and the others. Su Mushua was a bit tipsy. Her eyes were glued to my lips. Unable to resist, she tilted her head and pressed her lips to mine again. I enjoyed kissing Su Mushua. Just as I was about to deepen the kiss, Su Mushua let go of me. Looking bewildered, I saw Su Mushua smiling at me. After smiling, she pecked me again. Repeating this, she hugged me, pecking me while calling out, "Guchin, you are about to belong to me." Her eyes held a smile, the starlight in her eyes almost spilling over. I looked at her acting coquettishly, finding it incredibly cute. When she pecked my lips again, I cupped her face with both hands and said deeply, "I belong to you." Su Mushua pulled me from the living room to the bedroom. Next door was our bridal chamber. Su Mushua looked at the fully decorated bridal chamber, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Guchin, promise me something." I promised her. "Tell me." Su Mushua lowered her head, leaning close to me. "On our wedding day, you have to listen to me." I chuckled softly. So-called listening to her probably meant marital affairs. Su Mushua and I had done every intimate thing there was, except for the final step. I wanted to save it for our wedding night with her. The wedding arrived as scheduled. I stood on the stage in my suit, looking at Su Mushua wearing a wedding dress, holding her father's hand as she walked towards me step by step. In that moment, I only felt that this girl would be the treasure I needed to cherish and love for the rest of my life. When the priest said, "The groom may now kiss the bride," I stared blankly at Su Mushua, forgetting to react. The crowd below looked on anxiously. Even Song Meng Meng and Gong Ru took out their phones, getting ready to take pictures. The priest called out again. I still did not move. Helplessly, Su Mushua handed the bouquet to me and grabbed my lapels. She lifted her head and kissed my lips. The sound of cameras clicking captured this moment of happiness forever.